The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, Sudden Attack. Kai did not disturb them, but quietly waited for them to recognize the facts. Thor walked to the side in a daze, as if his entire soul had been taken away. Thor might have to wait until he came to his senses before he could truly realize his situation. This is what the god King Odin really wants to see. Only when Thor realizes that he has lost all his power can he grow up. It must be said that Odin's way of education is really exciting. But what Kai can't understand is that since he can be cruel now, why did he educate him well before? Why must he be so exciting? What is this? Shocking education? Compared with Thor's defeated appearance, Sif, as a woman, showed extraordinary perseverance and did not give up. Is there a time limit for our transaction? Kai bowed slightly and spread his hands to make a gesture of invitation. When the first ray of sunlight appears before the horizon, you can try as many times as you want. Anyway, he can't take it away, so Kai is generous. Kai actually has some vague ideas about Thor's hammer. As for returning it to Thor, Kai really hasn't thought about it. In fact, Kai has always been very curious. When did the Asgardians live on artifacts? The reason why gods are gods is because of themselves, not because of the artifacts they forged. After all, artifacts are made by humans. How can a god rely on artifacts to gain a foothold? This is completely putting the cart before the horse. Thor's hammer and Thor are indeed very compatible, but Thor is Thor not because of Thor's hammer. If that were true, why not call him the god of hammers? Anyway, according to the deal between Kai and Odin, Thor only needs to find his own power. As for the hammer, of course, there is a price. Otherwise, Kai would not waste time and insist on letting a few Asgardians do things for him. Sif persuaded Thor again and asked him to try again. Of course, the result did not change. Instead, Kai gave very considerate advice and asked them to try it. Anyway, for him, a deal is a deal, and who the object is secondary. Sif hesitated. She knew that if Thor's hammer meant much to the royal family of Asgard, the history of this hammer was longer than she thought. Anyway, Odin had used it when he was young. I remember there seemed to be the scene in the comics. It seemed like the prehistoric Avengers, and Thor's hammer was regarded as the weapon of the crown prince. If one of them had Thor's hammer, it would cause a big disturbance in Asgard. But the problem is that the situation is very serious now. Loki is gradually gaining control of the power of Asgard. He may attack Thor at any time and anywhere. Loki, who has mastered the symbol of royal power, the eternal spear, will become stronger day by day. Moreover, Asgard itself has extremely powerful military force. In any case, they must first have the power to resist. The three warriors of Asgard are all trustworthy people, which has been verified countless times in countless years of fighting side by side. The subsequent disturbances will have to wait until they have them to solve them. Now, Sif did not refuse. Unfortunately, Thor's hammer still rejected them. They didn't understand what kind of seal Odin had set, causing the hammer to reject all of them, but to recognize a mortal. Hill stood up after watching the Asgardians' failure with cold eyes. Mr. Wayne. I want to know if the previous deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. counts. Kai looked at Hill curiously. This woman always gave people a feeling of steel, cold and tough. Iron Maiden probably refers to this kind of person. Of course, it doesn't matter if you want to try. Anyway, you can do whatever you want before dawn. Kai didn't refuse. Kai didn't like her, but there was one thing that Kai couldn't refuse. That is, they are Earthlings. There is no reason why aliens can do it, but Earthlings have no chance. Although strictly speaking, Kai is actually closer to the Asgardians. But it doesn't matter. The thing is Kai's now, and he can play with it however he wants. What's more, others have spent money, tens of millions. After getting permission, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately began to test, and Hill also tried to find out the criteria for Thor's hammer to choose its owner. How would Kai know? Strictly speaking, he was cheating, and he really didn't know what the standard was. You have to understand one thing, it's the hammer that chooses people, not people who choose the hammer. Only when it allows you can you pick up the hammer. If it doesn't allow you, then forget it. Hill was also straightforward. Since she couldn't get any hints from Kai, she tried it herself. Anyway, they have a lot of analysts. all kinds of statistics and all kinds of tests. That night, the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely lively. The next morning, Kai got up refreshed and came to the location of Thor's hammer. He found that it had become a laboratory, where various high-tech experimental equipment were running, and Ms. Hill stayed up all night, staring at it. Seeing Kai coming, she went straight to greet him. Mr. Wayne, I am now formally submitting a request for requisition to you on behalf of the Security Council. This Thor's hammer is related to world security. We hope you can hand it over to us. I believe you can understand that once we can crack the secret above, it will change the whole world. I refuse. This kind of rhetoric is useless to Kai. We have the Security Council. Hill stood in front of Kai and warned Kai very seriously, even touching the weapons on his waist. The surrounding agents also raised their weapons and pointed them at Kai. I said, I refuse. Kai was too lazy to say anything, and directly pushed Hill away, ready to continue walking towards Thor's hammer. But at this moment, Hill made a gesture, and the laboratory originally surrounding Thor's hammer suddenly closed urgently. It was something like a glass cover. At the same time, a burst of electric current sounded, and a layer of blue electric current enveloped the entire glass cover. The cage made of super polymer material is as hard as diamond, and it also has extremely strong toughness, plus electromagnetic interference cage, Hill introduced. S.H.I.E.L.D. promises that as long as you hand over Thor's hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D. can agree to any request you make. Kai was not panicked at all, but asked with interest, what if not? Then we will use something that no one wants to see happen. What are you doing? Several Asgardians suddenly appeared, knocked away a group of agents who were blocking them, and then came to Kai's side and protected him. Hill's face was a little ugly, but he still said calmly, Asgardians, we represent all the governments on Earth. It is definitely more in your interest to cooperate with us than with Mr. Wayne. Unfortunately, Hill misjudged the situation, or they underestimated the Asgardians. As a super civilization, the Asgardians have moral values that are difficult for humans to achieve. They are completely different from the development trajectory of human civilization on Earth. They have always been strong. From ancient times to the present, Asgard is basically invincible near the Earth. This allows Asgard to develop a unique value system. Honor and power are what Asgard pursues. This is also the reason why Asgardians generally dislike Loki, because Loki can only use spells to fool and deceive, which is considered by many Asgardians to be a very cowardly behavior. And betrayal of oaths is exactly what Asgardians despise the most. They are unwilling to succumb to Loki, who holds great power, so how could they let their honor be damaged for a group of mortals they don't even look down on? Therefore, they naturally don't care about Hill and S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill's face was livid, because according to the analysis of the intelligence analysts within S.H.I.E.L.D., the situation should not be like this. Hey. So I have been saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a cancer, and you are the biggest threat to world security. Kai was not angry at Hill's actions. After all, he had long understood what S.H.I.E.L.D. was like. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a legal agency directly under the Security Council. It is the defender of world security. Kai? You should believe us. We can make good use of Thor's hammer. Hill planned to make a final effort with righteousness. How? Kai sneered disdainfully. Then he turned and left. Come with me, I need to find you a place to live and teach you the rules by the way. After saying that, he turned and left. When he reached the door, Kai suddenly stopped and said, remember to pay the money. Then he disappeared in front of everyone. All the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents breathed a sigh of relief. Hill's eyes lit up, although she didn't know why Kai gave in. But as long as he gave in, it meant that their S.H.I.E.L.D. could go one step further, and even absorb Kai into S.H.I.E.L.D. and become a S.H.I.E.L.D. warrior. They didn't have to wait long to be happy. When Kai drove away with several Asgardians, Thor's hammer, which had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly burst out with extremely strong electromagnetic force, which made the equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D. start to alarm. For a while, there were alarms everywhere. Find out what's going on. Hill now understood that Kai was just playing tricks on them. According to S.H.I.E.L.D's speculation, Kai's superpowers come from the hammer. As long as Kai is not allowed to touch the hammer, he will have no superpowers. This idea has been supported by many people, because every time Kai transforms, he holds the hammer in his hand. It is easy for them to think that Thor's hammer is the source of Kai's power. As long as Kai and Thor's hammer are isolated, it is equivalent to taking Thor's hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude changed so quickly, thanks to Kai. He said that as long as he picked up Thor's hammer, he could get the power of Thor. How could Nick Fury and Hydra let it go? After all, As long as Thor's hammer recognized it, it would be fine. It was far less complicated than they had imagined before. In that case, why put this power in the hands of Kai, who is out of control? So there was this plan. Hill supported this plan. Unfortunately, now it seems that everything is in vain. Crack. Boom. Hill kept ordering his technicians to suppress the restlessness of Thor's hammer. The technicians used all the methods they could think of, but it was useless. The power on Thor's hammer became more and more intense. Finally, with a bang, the lightning flashed, and Thor's hammer exploded. Those lightning exploded, like a ball of plasma. Whether it was metal, diamond-like high polymer glass, or any metal, once it came into contact with a plasma, it immediately melted and exploded. For a time, the entire underground base was shaky. All the equipment they arranged was blown up, and even the underground base suffered structural damage. If S.H.I.E.L.D. does not want the base to collapse in the future, it must be repaired. Fortunately, the explosion of Thor's hammer has a very obvious pre-swing, which gives those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents time to react. They had time to evacuate, otherwise it would be a question of how many people could survive. The lightning explosion actually made no sound, but it was this silent explosion that made people truly appreciate the power of Thor's hammer. Facts have proved that Thor's power is definitely not as simple as Kai said. From beginning to end, he did not touch Thor's hammer, so where did his power come from? Kai really mastered Thor's power. So, will Thor's power, which has been truly mastered, really be transferred just because the ownership of a hammer is transferred? This is a big question mark. Looking at the crumbling underground base, Hill immediately ordered everyone to move. At the same time, it was announced that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operation had completely failed. Nick Fury and Pierce were waiting for news at the Washington headquarters. The result was not good. The seizure operation failed. Nick's face did not change, as if he didn't care at all. Pierce frowned, then stopped further testing Kai. Facing Pierce's orders, Nick frowned, but said nothing. How could a smart guy like Pierce let Nick have any objections to him? He turned around and said earnestly, "I didn't agree with your plan from the beginning, Nick. You are too radical." Pierce did raise objections, but it was just an opinion. He did not use his influence to really change Nick Fury's decision. It can even be said that although Pierce raised objections on the surface, he actually wanted Nick to give it a try. Anyway, if there was a problem, he didn't need to take the blame. This is the real old fart. It's necessary. Nick didn't think he was wrong at all, nor did he think there was anything wrong with changing his attitude. As long as it was beneficial to S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't mind using any method, even killing Kai. Don't look at Pierce trying to persuade Nick, but in fact, he really likes Nick. Because his way of doing things is exactly the same as Hydra, sometimes he really wants to treat Nick Fury as his successor. Unfortunately, although this guy doesn't care about the means, he is indeed a true believer in S.H.I.E.L.D. But there is no need to be so radical, Pierce taught Nick like a senior. There are some things we can do with a more roundabout means. Our relationship with Kai's getting worse and worse, which is very disadvantageous to our future plans. The plans Pierce was talking about were the two plans that Nick had always wanted to pass, but the Security Council refused to pass. The Pegasus Project and the Avengers Project. But the appearance of the Asgardians changed the situation. The Security Council's attitude began to loosen. The Pegasus Project was another matter. Speaking of the Avengers Project, the first three people Nick Fury put on the list were Captain America, Tony Stark and Kai Wayne. Chapter 702 New Outlook. Kai did not let the Asgardians enter the police station directly, but very considerately threw them all into the police school. Of course, several Asgardian warriors were unwilling. If they were willing to learn, they would not come out to fight and kill. But the problem is that the oath is above everything. Now Kai is their boss. Even if they have objections, it is useless. Kai strongly suppressed their complaints and told them very toughly that they must hide their powers, let them disguise themselves as ordinary people, and receive a 1-year police education. Of course, this is just talk. Kai can't throw such a group of superhumans into the police school for a year. That's a waste. After all, Kai doesn't know how long he can drift these Asgardians for nothing. But it is also necessary to let them get familiar with human society. Otherwise letting them use their powers in New York at will is irresponsible to the people of New York. But what is surprising is that Thor, the person who was originally the happiest, seems to have changed. Not only did he not oppose Kai's order, he even took the initiative to persuade others. His change shocked his friends. On the contrary, Sif, a woman, was very happy about Thor's change. To say whether Sif likes Thor or not is nonsense. She has been taught since she was a child that she will become Thor's bride. Hundreds of years, even if such words are false, they will become true after being said for so many years. Sif herself also believes that she will become the queen of Asgard. But on the other hand, which woman likes her destined man to never grow up? Thor used to be a spoiled child. Girls are always more precocious than boys, and Sif is the same. She can see the problem with Thor, but she herself doesn't know how to change such a Thor. Now, Thor has changed. Of course Sif is happy. And, in a part of Sif's heart, she is actually happy that Thor has lost his power. It's not gloating, but the weak Thor makes her feel more approachable. Of course, what Sif doesn't know is that Thor's transformation into mortal is not necessarily a good thing. For example, she has an extra rival in love. The happiest person for Thor to stay in New York is Jane. But that's a story for later. Let's get back to the topic. After settling the Asgardians, Kai also returned to his daily life. On this day, Kai felt really bored staying in the office, so he wanted to go out for a walk, so he drove to his new home. It has always been Afu who has been operating it, and Kai has never cared about it. Now he thinks it's a bit bad, and he should pay attention to it. When he arrived at the place, he found that the scene was much more lively than Kai imagined. The reconstruction plan has been launched, and the first batch of trial demolition teams have officially begun to demolish several severely damaged houses. When Kai came to the construction site and saw the workers, his first reaction was, amateur. Kai has never worked on a project, but not having done it does not mean that he has never seen it. Although Kai's hometown in his previous life was only a second or third tier city, it developed very fast, and construction sites could be seen almost at any time. And now those people on the construction site, to be honest, they don't look like workers. Afu came up to greet him quickly. This old butler had all kinds of magical special abilities. For example, now, Kai did not inform him in advance. But when Kai came to the construction site, Afu was able to find Kai and greet him in the first time. To be honest, Kai was quite curious about how he did it. How is it? Afu said to Kai a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, sir. The project looks like it will be slower than I expected. Why? Kai was surprised. Afu was definitely a super butler. Whatever Kai ordered, this old butler would always complete it at the fastest speed and with the best quality, without any mistakes. Unexpected situations like this basically never happened. It's like this, the reason for this matter can still be attributed to Fergie and Matt. Remember the last time these two young lawyers represented the residents around Kai's house and negotiated with them about demolition, when these two young lawyers used their status as the owner's representative to negotiate with Afu, in addition to raising the price as much as possible, they also put forward requirements for the subsequent reconstruction. To be honest, this kind of condition is not something that ordinary people can propose. You are just a representative of the owners of the demolished houses. Why do you care how I rebuild? But fortunately, everyone knows each other, and Matt and Fergie also know that Kai is rich. So they plan to rob the rich to help the poor, and let Kai give the people in Hell's Kitchen a way out, that is, to hire locals to complete the demolition and reconstruction work. Afu asked Kai for instructions at the time, but Kai didn't care at all and directly asked Afu to agree. In the end, I don't know how Afu and Matt talked about it, and it became like this. It's like this. Originally, we just wanted to recruit some locals and let the people from the construction company help to guide them so that they can learn some skills. This will not only help them, but also let them have a skill to rely on, so that they won't end up on the streets. After receiving the news, Matt and Fergie also rushed over and took over Afu's explanation task. But, Fergie added, but Matt's habit of helping others came into play. A mutual aid organization in Brooklyn found Matt and hoped that Matt could help those who went astray. So, that's it. We recruited more people, but at the same time, work efficiency also decreased. There were even some conflicts. This was a headache for us. As a lawyer, I had to be on the construction side every day to help mediate some conflicts. My God, this may be the most expensive construction site in the United States. There are actually lawyers stationed on the construction site. Matt was a little embarrassed. He also felt that it was a bit too much, but he still said stubbornly, don't say that. Their salary's not high, and they are willing to learn. Although it is a bit difficult, everything is getting better, isn't it? Kai smacked his lips and said, are there any long-term plans, This little money is nothing to Kai. Since he agreed, Kai would not be angry about this little money. Kai was more interested in Matt and his team's idea. After all, Kai still has a mission. It is estimated that it will not be long before Stark Group's investment in Hell's Kitchen will be exposed. Kai is thinking whether he can borrow their ideas to find a way out for the people in Hell's Kitchen. Seeing that Kai was not angry, Mao is really relieved. Why did Fergie complain just now? It was just to make a joke to avoid embarrassing the scene. After all, they are using Kai's real money to do charity, and they don't treat Kai's money as money. This is indeed too much. It can't be said that Kai has money, which means they can rob the rich and help the poor at will. We have some ideas. Matt was not angry and immediately cheered up. Let me introduce you to someone first. Then Matt shouted to the construction site, Ben. Come here quickly. Soon a tall middle-aged man came over. He was wearing a worn-out denim jacket, a hard hat, and work gloves. This is Ben, Benjamin Parker, the head of the Brooklyn Mutual Aid Association. Matt pulled him to Kai. Ben looked very honest, wearing a pair of glasses, and was gentle and refined. He didn't look like a construction worker at all. After the two shook hands, Ben said, I'm not the person in charge, my wife is. I just help out when I'm free. Benjamin is an engineer. He has his own job. His wife, May Parker, is the person in charge of the Mutual Aid Association. In fact, it's a bit formal to say that the person in charge is the person in charge. The Mutual Aid Association is not actually a formal organization. It is a group composed of May and some college student volunteers, mainly to help some homeless people. Their activities are funded entirely by donations and sponsorships. May is just one of the more enthusiastic ones, so she inexplicably became a leader. Benjamin supports his wife very much, so he will help when he is free. This time, Benjamin is also familiar with the people in the Mutual Aid Association and is familiar with engineering construction, so he took the initiative to come to help. Then he and Matt hit it off. After learning about Ben and May's good deeds, Kai was very happy. No one doesn't like such pure good people. Then Matt talked about their plan with Ben. We plan to start a small construction company. After all, except for some special jobs, other jobs don't require much professional knowledge, Matt said. We can let some children who have the ability to work or go astray have a job to support themselves. Although we can't help everyone, there will always be people who can change their lives through us. Matt and Benjamin also have some ideas about the future development of this company. Their ideas are very simple. Their company does not seek to make much profit, nor does it plan to develop to a certain scale. They do not seek to make money, so that their fees can be lower. I believe that they should be able to receive some small projects. Kai thinks this will work. To be honest, simple aid is always a drop in the bucket. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Of course, this can only change some people who are willing to change. Those who eat and wait to die, lazy people and poisonous insects, forget it. Buddha can save those who are destined to be saved, and medicine cannot cure people. Who is willing to pay to raise these pests? It's a good idea. I am willing to pay to help you set up this company. After all, no matter how rudimentary a construction company is, it still needs the necessary equipment, which is also a considerable expense. Great, Matt and Benjamin were very happy. They had an idea, but why hadn't they implemented it? It was because they didn't have the startup capital. To start a construction company like this, the startup capital would be at least hundreds of thousands, which was considered low. If the equipment was included, it would be at least hundreds of thousands. Although Benjamin was an engineer, to be honest, he didn't have much money, otherwise he wouldn't have lived in North Brooklyn. In the New York City Police Department's jurisdiction, Brooklyn is divided into South Brooklyn and North Brooklyn, which are respectively under the jurisdiction of two command posts, each with a branch. North Brooklyn is a district with poor public security, and most blacks and Hispanics are concentrated in this district. Kai talked to Matt and the others while looking at the busy construction site. Looking at these people, he felt happy. He was not a saint, and it was better to see people in trouble keep hope for the future than to see a bunch of bitter faces. He had not been in Clinton for a long time, so it was not bad to make the environment near his home a little better for the time being. It's fine to expect that Clinton district will not be a place where people pick up things on the road and leave their doors unlocked at night, but if there are dealers, thieves, and robbers everywhere, no one will be in a good mood. Now the security in the construction site area is much better. Every day, patrol cars from the 15th precinct pass by here. The patrol officers come to check the occupants once in the morning and evening to make sure no one comes in with weapons. Similarly, this is also due to the contributions of Fudge and Matt. Fudge and Matt's law firm has a certain reputation in this circle. They have done many spontaneous legal aids before, and many unlucky gangsters have benefited from them. Even if they don't remember the favor, many people consciously stay away from this circle in order to find these two lawyers next time they have something to do. There is no standard for the specific range, but within a radius of 200 to 300 meters from the law firm, all kinds of petty thefts and fights are quite rare. There is no way to sell weeds. This is a livelihood, and no one can help. But generally speaking, it is okay to go out here at night. There are basically no gangsters who come here to mess around. Many people know that the chief of the 15th precinct now lives here, so the gang members have basically abandoned this place. Kai's reputation is no joke. Since the chief took office, some gangs with too brutal means, such as the Irish, Russians, and the forces to which Kingpin belongs, have been confronted one after another. The gangs in Clinton district have been a little bit cautious recently, and the number of crimes on the streets has dropped significantly. The main criminals were seriously injured, disabled, dead, hiding, and imprisoned. The number of crimes cannot be reduced. It takes courage for the gangs to be neighbors with such a police chief. This also led to the disappearance of nearby gangs. There is only a small supermarket and a small fast food restaurant on Kai Street. Without those gangs and hooligans who come to rob and steal every now and then, this kind of small business is not difficult to do. However, some people still think that the police chief's brain is squeezed by the door. Buying lands and building houses in Hell's Kitchen. What's the idea? This kind of thing is not uncommon in other places in New York. Even in the equally bad Harlem or the mixed Brooklyn, this happens from time to time. But in Clinton, a place known as Hell's Kitchen, someone would actually spend a lot of money to build such a high-end real estate project. Most New York residents would only have one thought: their heads were squeezed by the door. Who would sell the houses here? It's not that everyone has no sympathy, but there are really not many good people in a place that can be called Hell's Kitchen. A new week. Chapter 703: Tony's Trouble. It must be said that the community reconstruction plan went smoothly, thanks to him handing these things over to Fergie and Matt. Other lawyers are obsessed with making money, but these two are special. Matt really doesn't care about money, and he thinks about protecting the country and the people every day. Fergie's ideas are somewhat related to money, but not directly related. His dream is to make the firm bigger. Generally speaking, if a law firm wants to grow bigger, it must make money. If it doesn't make money, it can't expand its scale. But this direct purpose is not to make money after all. Compared with many lawyers who actually go for money when they get started, these two are undoubtedly willing to do more. For example, in the community reconstruction plan, other firms will definitely consider how much money they can make first, or how much profit they can bring after expanding their reputation. Fergie and Matt have almost no such thoughts, because they are old residents of the Clinton area, and they have complex and deep feelings for this Hell's Kitchen. They are willing to work hard to make it a little better. In fact, strictly speaking, Hell's Kitchen has changed a lot recently. As the defenders organized by Matt began to get on track, all the gangsters realized that Hell's Kitchen was no longer their paradise under the large-scale attack of a group of superhumans. For these scums, there is no such thing as nostalgia. Since they can't stay here, they will go somewhere else. So these people began to move to other areas, and the security situation in Clinton District improved sharply. Although Clinton District is known as Hell's Kitchen, it has lost its former terror after Kingpin quietly retreated and the hand was hit hard again. But the further south you go, the closer you are to the NYPD headquarters, and it is difficult to get involved there. To the north is Central Park and the Upper East Side and Upper West Side on its left and right. The security of this area is the focus of NYPD and is not suitable for gangs to conduct business. Therefore, these people can only go to Harlem and East Harlem further north. Compared with Hell's Kitchen, where tough guys are everywhere and the police are fierce, today's Harlem and East Harlem are definitely a vast world with great potential. Of course, what we are talking about here are some small thugs who steal chickens and dogs. There are still many large gangs entrenched in Hell's Kitchen. There is no way. The geographical location of Hell's Kitchen is too great. There is a dock for smuggling goods, and it is on Manhattan Island. Next to it is the most prosperous area in New York. The market is huge and the money is lucrative. How can the gangs turn a blind eye to this? However, they also know that it is too dangerous to do things in Hell's Kitchen. If they are not careful, they will easily be arrested by the police. Therefore, the remaining gangs adopt a low-key strategy in Hell's Kitchen. They can use Hell's Kitchen as a springboard, but they can't be as rampant as before. They need to be careful. As the director of the 15th Precinct, Kai is naturally very happy to see Hell's Kitchen getting better. As for those gangsters moving to Harlem, this is not a problem he needs to consider. Kai is still a hands-off boss in the matter of community reconstruction. He is not good at this himself. If he joins in rashly, it will only hinder Matt and others from performing. It would be better to do what you are good at honestly from the beginning, such as, to find trouble with the gangs that are still in Hell's Kitchen. These guys are too annoying to stay in Hell's Kitchen. In the following days, Kai lived a peaceful life, just chatting with the bosses of those gangs and exercising. There was nothing surprising and no one paid attention to it. But New York gradually became noisy and bustling. Our showy playboy Tony finally got into trouble. It is said that when Tony moved back to New York from Los Angeles, he was immediately swarmed by a group of financial reporters, news reporters, and paparazzi like flies smelling a scent, keeping a close eye on this newsmaking machine. Among them, the paparazzi were the most excited. They just liked Tony's scandals. Unfortunately, the young master has not favored the cover girl in the past few months. He stays at home every day and has become a dead otaku. This is not in line with the Stark spirit. Not to mention that this young master is also the first superhero Iron Man to reveal his true identity on TV. Although Kai's identity is public, he has never revealed it on TV. Only Tony is so showy. Are the cover girls favored by Iron Man the same as the cover girls favored by the Playboy? That must not be the case. At least in the minds of gossip readers, they are two different things. In the past, when people saw news about Tony, they would at most curse him as a rich man with money to burn. But now Tony's identity is different. From a rich man who was envied by others, he suddenly became a superhero with justice. How can his identity be the same? This is particularly obvious after the Los Angeles battle. This is considered a battle that Iron Man is truly famous in the world. Although he is not as good as Batman and the deified Kai who appeared at the end, and his role is not even as good as the 3 Chicago heroines, the problem is that the public feels close to him. After all, we see his scandals every few days. In comparison, other superheroes are much more mysterious. Kai is dragged down by the federal government. The American people, like the ancient rivers and lakes, do not like court henchmen. As a result, this top newsmaker has no gossip for several months. Tony without gossip is not a Stark, not an Iron Man. Who is the first woman to convince Iron Man? Everyone is waiting to see, and this woman will surely be treated like a rising star and become the darling of the media. To this end, countless women are working hard, including but not limited to celebrities, hosts, socialites, ladies, gays, etc. Unfortunately, paparazzi, beauties, and gays have been disappointed. In recent months, Tony has been busy with the research of Iron Armor, the affairs of the group, or occasionally out to do justice. Except for a few appearances in public, the only person he flirted with was Pepper, the president of Stark Group, and he rarely came out to hang out. Such a Tony makes everyone very uncomfortable. However, just recently, this situation has changed. The Congressional Military Committee is preparing to summon Tony. Many members of Congress think that the Iron Armor is a killer that threatens the stability of human society, and ask him to hand over the Iron Armor. This news came out from Congress and immediately triggered public opinion. In fact, the intention to summon Tony this time had been in place for a long time. In the final analysis, it was because of the conflict of interests. The conflict between new and old energy sources was much more intense than imagined. After all, before this, the oil energy group had always been a very large force in the political landscape of the United States. Even the oil energy group was not limited to the United States. It was a global interest group. The world's major oil companies, major oil-producing countries, and especially the several big dogs in the Middle East, had never stopped their siege of new energy. The United States is known as the world's #1 power, and its own technological level is beyond doubt. But looking at the new energy in the United States, even the development of nuclear energy seems to be very lame. Some people say that the United States nuclear energy is currently the world's #1. How come it is lame? This is true. The number of nuclear power units, total installed capacity, and total nuclear power production in the United States are all ranked first in the world. But currently all reactors in the United States with a nuclear power production capacity were built during the large-scale construction period from 1970 to 1989. All of these nuclear power reactors were approved for construction before 1982, and no new nuclear power plants were approved for construction since then. Why has the development of nuclear power stagnated in the past 30 years? Isn't it obvious? Now in the United States, 70% of electricity is generated by fuel. It can be said that Stark Group's new energy projects are digging into the lifeblood of these forces. How can these energy groups not fight back? But if we really talk about market means, the old energy group is not the opponent of Stark Group at all. After all, Stark Group's energy is cheap. The price advantage of oil is not worth mentioning in front of new energy. Of course, this also includes various aspects of the problem, which cannot be explained for a while. In short, Stark Group is not afraid of commercial competition. After all, new energy is the future. Everyone knows that capital is profit-seeking. The old energy group is very powerful, but it is not bigger than the capital market. With the support of countless capital, the old energy group wants to use conventional means to restrict Stark Group's new energy development, which is obviously ineffective. After all, the old energy group cannot stop everyone from making money. So they can only use tricks. Their current idea is to link Tony's new technology with national and social security. Once Stark Group's new technology is linked to these things, it will definitely be subject to control. Once controlled, it will inevitably limit the scale or even be sealed. In short, the calculation is very good, and the cost is low. Anyway, the public relations fees spent by these energy groups on lobbying Congress every year exceed hundreds of millions of dollars. It is equivalent to not spending money on two people for one thing. However, there is also a problem. That is, Tony also has the opportunity to resist. After all, Tony is not an ordinary person. After all, if he is an ordinary person, it will not be the Senate that issues a subpoena, but the army will directly come to the door to encircle and confiscate the property. At that time, whether it is killing those soldiers who are ordered to come or fleeing, it is equivalent to failure. But the problem is that Tony is not. He also has his own supporters. It is impossible for the Stark Group to have today's scale without supporters from Congress and the military. Especially Congress. Don't forget that not long ago, the Stark Group was still a military-industrial complex. He is not short of connections. It is just that the original interest group has gone bankrupt and reorganized due to the sudden abandonment of the arms business by the Stark Group, which seems a little weak. But the problem is that with the development of new energy business, a new interest chain is being formed, and this new interest group will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. This is also the reason why Congress is so impatient. Before the Battle of Los Angeles, this hearing should have started, but at that time, the disaster happened. The federal government did not perform well in the disaster, but Tony and a group of superheroes shined, which forced Congress to pause. Now that more than half a year has passed since the Battle of Los Angeles, the influence is quietly fading. People always have new hotspots to pursue, unlike before when they were crazy about superheroes. At that time, holding a hearing would make people think that the federal government was shirking its responsibilities, but now there is no such problem. This time, Congress is definitely well prepared. They even found a bunch of so-called experts to prove that Tony's invention is dangerous, unsafe, and even affects social stability. In short, the public opinion in the early stage was very good. Most Americans are stupid, or they always think they have the ability to think independently, but in fact, most people, remember, the minds of the vast majority of people are actually manipulated. The most obvious example is that after the US-Soviet hegemony, the United States has been committed to finding an opponent for itself, an opponent that can scare the American people. They set this enemy as North Korea. As for whether North Korea really has the ability to destroy the United States, that is another matter. Anyway, it's hard propaganda. Anyway, North Korea is the enemy. So the American public, who generally know nothing, followed suit and really thought that North Korea was the mortal enemy of the United States. But if you ask them where North Korea is, 90% of people don't know at all. What's more interesting is that the United States has been using this method. Russia, North Korea, Iran, and now it's China's turn. Do these countries really threaten the United States? Maybe, but it's definitely not as they advertise. But those Americans were still fooled. It's the same now. A large group of idle people who didn't know where they came from really believed it, so they ran to the Stark group to protest. The funny thing is that they themselves don't know what they should oppose at all. In short, there are all kinds of messy slogans, and even people from environmental protection organizations are making a fuss. Compared with oil and natural gas, new energy is more environmentally friendly, right? But others don't. They insist that new energy has radiation. Light bulbs also have radiation. But they don't care. These people's brains are like cement, and they only believe what they believe. The Stark group gave radiation parameters and safety verification documents, but others just don't believe it, and they think that the Stark group manipulated the government and these things are all fake. Well, these people are just a bunch of idiots who have nothing to do. After all, there are still people who believe that the earth is flat and the birds in the sky are all fake. But we can't generalize. Some people are really stupid, and some are not. You know, energy groups also like to fund environmental protection organizations. What? Old energy itself is not environmentally friendly, why would it support environmental protection organizations? Haha, you are so naive. Without these environmental protection organizations, why are nuclear power plants all over the world developing so slowly? 2 days later, countless people watched the live broadcast of the Senate hearing on the news. Tony said as a matter of course, I think it is a high-tech prosthesis. This is the best adjective I can think of. Chapter 704 Game. Although everyone knew that Tony was talking nonsense, no one could refute it, because there was indeed a big hole in Tony's chest. This big hole, in fact, was no longer necessary after Tony was healed by Lucifer, and it could be healed through surgery, but Tony didn't know what he was thinking, and still left the big hole, and concealed the fact that he didn't need the arc reactor in his chest to prolong his life. Anyway, with such a large arc reactor in his chest, it is impossible to perform an X-ray scan on the chest. So in the eyes of the outside world, Tony's nonsense still makes sense. On TV, Tony continued to criticize Congressman Stern, who presided over the hearing. I am Iron Man, and I am one with the armor. Selling it is equivalent to selling myself, which should be considered labor, or selling silver, depending on which state. The audience laughed. Congressman Stern looked grim. Listen, I'm not an expert, Tony interrupted decisively. An expert in selling silver? Of course not, you are a senator. Tony was really arrogant at this moment, but as expected, Tony's arrogance set off countless cheers. Since the rise of hippie culture, America has been filled with an anti-authoritarian trend, especially against the government. Many people even regard going against the government as a symbol of courage. And now Tony's arrogance makes many people feel extremely comfortable, just like reading a cool novel. What's more, there are few good American bureaucrats. This is the simple and straightforward consensus of the American grassroots people. Seeing that Congressman Stern's face turned red after being attacked by the young master, I believe that many people in front of the TV are applauding and celebrating. Whether it is the super-rich Tony Stark or the superhero Iron Man, they are all popular figures. As for Congressman Stern, who is he? I don't know him, just a disgusting bureaucratic supporting role. Of course, the happier the people watching the fun were, the less familiar the bigwigs sitting in the hearing bench were. If there was one thing that was the most depressing in the world, being attacked by Tony in public was definitely one of them. Ordinary people were fine, because they were completely crushed by Tony in terms of money, power, and women. They didn't care about their face when they were far behind, and they didn't feel embarrassed. The worst was the bigwigs who felt they were very successful. They were attacked by the young master's sarcastic but sharp words, which was like slapping in the face. For example, Senator Stern's face was a little red, like a balloon that was gradually expanding. The scene was extremely comfortable. In fact, today was probably not just a carnival for the common people. Right next to Tony, several people in suits and military uniforms were also smiling, not minding their happy expressions. As mentioned before, Stark Group is not without supporters. The idea of Congress to use Iron Man armor was not a consensus among all the top leaders. Those who were obviously military bigwigs might be the ones sent by the military to support Tony. Of course, they would not directly stand up and say anything. After all, there are still some rules that must be followed. For example, the military is not allowed to participate in politics. The size of the US military is too large. If it participates too much in political affairs, I believe that not many people can sleep well. But as long as they sit there, they represent the attitude of some people in the military. This statement is more obscure, but those who should understand it. In fact, to put it bluntly, the really important things in this hearing are not in front of people at all. This live broadcast is more like a talk show used to stir up public opinion. The real game has already started, and it is hidden behind the scenes. Is the surface of the hearing useful? Maybe, but it is not decisive. Even if no one from the military came today, Tony can still be arrogant, because in the struggle behind the scenes, the forces supporting the Stark group are more powerful than imagined, otherwise Tony would not be so arrogant. After all, Tony is not really a brainless and cool male protagonist. If he is arrogant without any support, he will die miserably. In short, it can be seen from the hearing that Tony's situation is much better than imagined. The hearing is still going on. At this time, a heavyweight guest appeared, Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Defense. The business of its companies covers a wide range, including arms. In this regard, Hammer and Stark Group have fierce competition. However, in general, the U.S. military still prefers Stark Group, but Hammer Group also has its survival strategy, which is price advantage. Often, for products of the same grade, Hammer Group's quotation is half lower than Stark Group. Of course, the world is always fair, you get what you pay for, and you can't expect a half-price product to be really good. Therefore, in the industry, Hammer Group's products are often associated with copycats and inferior products. It can only be a small fight. This time Stark Group's withdrawal from the arms market is a huge opportunity for Hammer Group. Unfortunately, this opportunity has a frustrating limitation, that is, the huge amount of patent fees. Yes, Stark Group did withdraw from the arms market, but it does not mean that Stark Group really gave up its own wealth. Scientific research strength is the biggest advantage of Stark Group. Stark Group has a large number of patents with high practical rates. These patents themselves are a huge fortune. If the Hammer Group wants to meet the armament needs of the U.S. military, it must develop good weapons, and all of these cannot get around the Stark Group's patents. What's more, the Stark Group will not only authorize the Hammer Group for patents. Other arms dealers can also obtain authorization from the Stark Group, which has led to the development of the Hammer Group not being as expected. It's not that the Hammer Group has never thought about buying out the Stark Group's patents, but he is too petty. He always wants to take advantage of the fire. It's strange that the Stark Group will pay attention to him. In addition, Justin's favorite thing is to take advantage of legal loopholes and copy the Stark Group's products. He has no scientific research ability, and likes to imitate Tony, pretending to be a technology giant, which makes Tony very unhappy with him, so every time they meet, he will make him doubt his life. This has led to an extremely tense relationship between them. This time, Justin appeared here to prove that the armor on Tony is a weapon, and also to advertise his own steel armor project. He hopes to get the support of the U.S. military and Congress. After all, this kind of scientific research project is not fast, but it burns money quickly. If it uses its own funds for research and development, it will not only put a lot of pressure on the company's funds, but also be full of uncertainty. If the self-funded research and development is successful, and the military does not bite in the end, then the Hammer Group will be a pure loss. If Congress and the military pay for it, it will be different. At least the risk is much smaller. This is the pattern, and the Stark Group will never be petty. In short, every move of Justin Hammer on TV makes people feel a strong sense of copycat style. He imitates Tony's dress, movements and even the way he speaks, telling some self-righteous jokes to show his own humor. Unfortunately, the reaction is not very good. The genuine product is right next to it. Why do people pursue a copycat? Just when Hammer was eager to show his ass like a bald peacock, Tony had already hacked into Justin Hammer's own video system in public and exposed the dark history of Hammer Defense. When demonstrating multiple attempts on armor in the video, Hammer's company was one of them, and the armor test was also unsuccessful. The tester's armor turned 180 degrees and caused his spine to be injured. With this kind of IQ, going to trouble the young master, it can only be said that Justin is thick-skinned and not afraid of being beaten. Justin lived up to expectations and exploded all of a sudden. He wanted to resist the invasion of Tony, but the technology was really too much, so he had no choice but to use the ultimate move, pulling out the wires. Lost face. With the power of victory, Tony on TV once again slapped Justin Hammer, the big boss, in the face in public, and then stood up calmly amid the applause of the crowd. He stretched out two domineering scissor hands to countless cameras. "I can maintain world peace alone." Most people present stood up and applauded. The same thing happened. The host of the hearing, the main force behind the offensive against Tony, Congressman Stern, lost his mind and exploded on the spot. He yelled into the microphone, "Who's you, Stark? Who's you beep, beep." The news channel decisively took the mute measure. In fact, the two who's were also guessed by Luke by looking at their lip movements. The TV was full of beeping muted sounds. Obviously, this farce ended with Tony's great victory. He lost the hearing cleanly, which made the attack of the old energy group a joke. But as I said, the hearing is not important. What is important is the game behind the scenes. But as far as I can see, the Stark group should have the upper hand. Kai didn't know about this either. After all, the political games behind the scenes were too profound and Kai didn't understand them very well. But what's interesting is that those people actually found Kai. Maybe they did everything they could, or maybe they really had no other choice. They found Kai and hoped that Kai would stand up against Tony. Kai was stunned at the time. He didn't understand. Don't these people know about his relationship with Tony? You know, Kai is the first person besides Tony to use the mecha invented by Tony, and Tony even developed a series of war machines for Kai. But the lobbying brokers were very confident, saying that interests are paramount. They guaranteed that as long as Kai could stand up, Kai would get unprecedented support. They even wanted to support Kai's career and let him become the chief of the New York Police Department within a year. Then the brokers were thrown out by Kai. Not only Kai, but also the Wayne Group was lobbied. The Wayne Group is a comprehensive consortium with a very wide range of business, including the energy industry. Even the North Sea oil fields in Scotland, the Wayne Group has shares. Although the Wayne Group is Kai's private property, it is managed by agents. It is impossible for such a professional manager to control such a huge wealth of the Wayne Group without any ideas. So several agents were tempted. If it were an ordinary consortium, it would be really hard to say if it encountered such a situation. But don't forget that the Wayne Group itself is not ordinary. Soon, Kingsman, who was in charge of the group, was dispatched. Several agents were arrested or resigned inexplicably due to various accidents. Wayne Group is a private enterprise and does not need to be responsible for the stock price. It is naturally familiar with handling such things. Then, Wayne Group began to cut off from the old energy industry, quickly withdrawing from the industry in a very secretive way, and injecting a large amount of funds into Stark Group's new projects. At the same time, Stark Group also began to increase the shares of its energy companies. For a time, a large amount of funds flowed in, causing the stock price of energy companies to soar. This can explain why Tony was so arrogant at the hearing. People who eat alone are naturally hostile to everyone, but if Stark Group is willing to share with everyone, most people will naturally turn to Stark Group. And due to the promotion of energy companies, the originally stable stock price of Stark Group has soared again. If calculated only by the growth of market value, Stark Group not only recovered the investment in purchasing energy companies and new energy projects, but also made a lot of money. In short, Tony is still the richest man in the world, and the gap with his second place is still widening rapidly. Tony Stark's melons are indeed delicious, but they have nothing to do with ordinary people. After all, it is a fight between the big guys. No one pays Tony Stark for winning or losing, so everyone should just do what they want to do except for watching for fun. The gang members are the same. Those things are too far away from everyone. They also need to eat and live. So they still have to do things. They have to do things, and the police can't be idle. And recently Kai has encountered some new situations. The New York prison was robbed. Or to be more accurate, the New York prison was suddenly attacked, and then the prisoners rioted, resulting in nearly hundreds of prisoners escaping. This incident was quite a big deal. If Tony's hearing was not more attractive, the New York police might be scolded for not being able to take care of themselves. But even so, the local media in New York still scolded the New York Police Department. To be honest, the attack on the New York prison has little to do with the police department. After all, they are two systems, and the American prison system is notoriously chaotic. After all, in the United States, prisons can be privately owned, and they are very profitable. According to statistics from a few years ago, the total industry revenue easily reached $5 billion. The privatization of prisons in the United States has a long history. One of the important reasons is that there are too many prisoners, and the government has no money. So in order to save money, the government developed the privatization of prisons. Now, the proportion of private prisons continues to increase. Private prisons really make money. For every prisoner a private prison receives, the government has to pay the corresponding fees for this prisoner. Moreover, after lobbying, the government and the prison have signed an unreasonable contract, that is, the occupancy rate of private prisons must be guaranteed to be 90%. In other words, as long as there are vacancies in the prison, the government must fill it up. This guarantees the basic profitability of private prisons. Not only that, prisoners are free labor. Prisons can open factories and let prisoners work to create wealth. These factories often have tax exemptions. But even so, private prisons are still not satisfied, so under the guise of human rights, private prisons began to charge prisoners. The more money you pay, the better the treatment. It's like a hotel. There really are prisons that are like hotels, with great facilities. This has led to extremely chaotic management of many private prisons. The prison that was attacked this time was such a private prison. These private prisons have nothing to do with the police. But the blame is still on the police. So during this period, the New York police were very busy, catching fugitives all over the world. Among those fugitives, there was a special prisoner. Daniel Rand, the rich second generation who failed to regain his inheritance. Recommendation votes. The recommendation votes these 2 days are really miserable. Dear friends, please help me. Chapter 705, The Hand and the Society Attack. Daniel Rand. Kai almost forgot about this person. After all, he was not important, and it was not unusual for him to be able to do some farming. But he did not expect to see this guy's name again when he was looking at the list of fugitives. Thinking of him, Kai thought of another person, Colin Wing. This woman impressed Kai much more, not because she was so beautiful. Although she was indeed very beautiful. But what really made Kai remember was that this woman was an accomplice of the evil, and at such a young age, she actually helped the Hand and the Society to traffic people. The people Kai hated most in his life were traffickers, even drug dealers were second. Although there was evidence that this woman was not very clear about what she did. But a crime is a crime, and Kai still sent her to prison. Kai checked and found that this woman and Daniel Rand were not in the same prison, so she was still in prison and there was nothing unusual. Strictly speaking, they are not in prison now, but just detained. After all, the court has not made a judgment. The judicial efficiency of the United States is notoriously poor, and the cases of the Hand and the Society are complicated, so it is not uncommon for the trial to take a long time. The reason why Daniel was in a private prison with a better environment was because his childhood sweetheart Joey Mitchum hired the best lawyer. In contrast, Colin Wing did not have that treatment. Even if Daniel had not begged hard, Joey Mitchum would not even help Colin Wing find a lawyer. In short, Daniel stayed in a private prison, and it can be said that he had everything except freedom. But this guy was still not honest, always thinking about redress. I just don't know what grievances he could redress. It was also because of this that this guy was very active when the prison attack occurred. According to subsequent investigations, this guy was very active. At least a dozen prison guards were knocked down by this guy. Although he did not directly cause casualties, 7 prison guards were knocked down and injured by him, and then they were killed by the rioting prisoners. In other words, this guy was not cleared of his crimes, and he was charged with a new case. Originally, Kai would not pay special attention to him. After all, there were many escaped prisoners, and there were countless prisoners with more serious crimes than him. No one would waste police force just for him. But what happened next forced Kai to shift his energy to him. What did you say? Kai has been chasing those fugitives these days, and the process is going smoothly. In fact, it is not difficult to chase these people. Just ask Tony for help. It's not that Tony has detective ability, but he has Jarvis. As the only artificial intelligence in the world, Jarvis's network intrusion ability is absolutely first class, but Tony rarely does this, so the outside world doesn't know about it. But Kai knows it, and since he knows it, he naturally can't waste it. Just give the information to Jarvis and let Jarvis invade all the cameras, mobile phones and other things with cameras connected to the internet in New York. Through the analysis of huge amounts of data and related algorithms, it is not difficult to find those fugitives. Of course, this is illegal, but will Kai care about this thing? Of course not, as long as it is not discovered, it's fine. Tony himself was not very interested in this thing, after all. It violated the privacy of citizens, but thinking about the harm that those fugitives would do to society, Tony still agreed. Tony would not be idle to tell others about this matter, so it didn't matter at all. But just when the police were making good progress, the prison attack case appeared again. However, this time the scale of the attack was much smaller than the first time, or it was much more precise. There was only one prisoner who was robbed, and that was Colin Wing. When was she kidnapped? Kai took the phone and listened to the statement from the prison on the other side. 3 o'clock in the morning today, 3 o'clock in the morning. I know. Then Kai hung up the phone. The people on the other side were confused. What does it mean? Are the police now so lazy? They also specially prepared a lot of useful evidence and speculation, but Kai didn't ask it all. After hanging up the phone from the prison, Kai immediately called Tony. Shit. Quick, let Jarvis find the information of the recent prison robbery, and help me find the prisoner and his whereabouts. Why didn't I think of using artificial intelligence before? Because it is really convenient. Artificial intelligence can invade any network device, and it also has superb computing power. Compared with using the police to investigate cases, manual work is really much faster. I beg you, my name is Stark. Not that damn Chinese. Also, please don't show off your Chinese in front of a genius, because it is not standard. This is a joke that Kai thought of inexplicably 2 days ago. After Kai explained the meaning to Tony, he used this to tease Tony whenever he had time. Tony is a person who can't admit defeat, so he resolutely learned Chinese, and then laughed at Kai for being half a bottle of water. Kai's Chinese is indeed not standard, and his Mandarin is not good enough to begin with a strong accent, and a lot of local dialects and slang. Kai sometimes feels ashamed to be questioned by a foreigner about his non-standard Chinese, but the problem is that Mandarin sounds easy to learn, but language habits are really hard to change. And, is it necessary to speak Mandarin with a group of foreigners? Okay, let Jarvis work. Bah. You are a policeman after all. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment in handling cases like this? Tony is obviously not so easy to deal with, and immediately retorted. It's good that we can handle the case, Kai said. This will be very troublesome. Although Jarvis is very powerful, it is not impossible to be discovered. If it is really leaked, it will be very troublesome. Artificial intelligence. Jarvis is not strictly speaking. He is just an extremely powerful program. Facts have proved that even for Tony, real artificial intelligence is an extremely difficult subject. But even so, if the true face of Jarvis is discovered, it will be a very sensational event. What's more, they also violate citizens' privacy at will. This kind of thing will be very troublesome even if the Federation is involved, not to mention Tony and Kai. This is also the reason why Tony doesn't want to help. Don't worry, I don't plan to use it all the time. I won't use it when the fugitive is caught. Okay, Kai also has a very clear understanding of this. If this incident is not too troublesome, Kai would not think of using Jarvis. So many fugitives, and they have to be arrested as soon as possible, which is really a bit difficult for the New York police. Remember what you said, I will let Jarvis send you the results. Tony hung up the phone immediately, as if he was afraid that Kai would go back on his word. Kai pouted and put down the phone a little helplessly. Soon several videos were sent to Kai's computer, including a video of a prison break. In modern society, prison breaks are rare, because the success rate is not high. Once a prison break is successful, it will immediately attract the attention of the entire judicial system, and the chance of escaping afterwards will be very small. Moreover, once caught again, the sentence and treatment to be faced will be much different. For example, the prison escapee will be placed in a federal prison with a higher security level and will not be allowed parole. Moreover, prison break itself is an attack on the judicial institution, which is a serious crime. Not only will it result in a longer sentence, but the prison system will also give worse treatment after being imprisoned again. In short, prison break is not a pleasing act. In the video, Daniel, wrapped in a piece of cloth, entered the prison at night. It seems that this guy intends to sneak in, but he was discovered halfway, and the sneaking into the prison became a forced entry. Then he knocked down several prison guards and left with Colin Wen. And the one who met him was Luke. Kai was stunned. What's wrong with this black guy? How did the defenders get involved in this? The defenders were a small group organized by Matt. They had been active in Hell's Kitchen and Harlem. Their existence was definitely a good thing for the police because they specialized in fighting evil forces. Kai had a very good impression of them. Although these guys fought against crime, they were measured and not merciless like the Punisher Frank. Although Frank's approach was very refreshing, it was too bloody. The public opinion began to sympathize with the criminals. The so-called human rights defenders who were bored were shouting the life of criminals is also life every day. During that period, the police had to be careful in enforcing the law, for fear that if they were too heavy-handed, they would be used as an excuse. Under the attack of public opinion, not only did the criminals become victims, but they even became innocent people. The police became hated by everyone and had to be punished. The defenders were much better. Although they would beat people, they generally would not cause any trouble. At most, someone would resist fiercely and go to the hospital. This little thing can't cause any trouble. This world is actually very realistic. If no one died, it means it's not a big deal. Those so-called human rights fighters who use this as an excuse can't achieve the expected public opinion effect, so naturally no one pays attention. No one pays attention, which means there is no profit. Haven't you seen that the initiators of Black Lives Matter have become rich now? And there is no way to explain the source of these properties. Who cares about things that don't make money? But I never thought that they would get involved in such a thing. This is a solid crime. There is no way to wash it off. Prison Break. Kai was patient and continued to watch, and found that not only Luke, but also Matt and Susie were involved, and even Jessica, who had just been released from prison, was involved. That's right, Jessica was released from prison. Originally, Kai planned to let Jessica stay in prison for a full year, but after entering prison, Jessica behaved well, and even with the help of Harley, her psychological problems recovered a lot. After that, Matt appealed for Jessica for some unknown reason. Although the appeal did not make Jessica innocent, Jessica still received a commutation of sentence and was released from prison early. But I didn't expect that it would be related to the prison break again. This is really too ignorant. So the re-education in prison is useless? Why did Kai go to such great lengths to arrange it for her? The next few videos explain why these people were mixed together. It was the Hand and the Society. The ninjas of the Hand and the Society went out again and fought with the defenders several times. Both sides won and lost, but overall the defenders had the upper hand because no matter what, the defenders did not die. The Hand and the Society did lose a lot of ninjas. At the end, Jarvis gave the final position of the defenders. In a Chinese restaurant in Clinton District, Matt was gathering here with the defenders, including Matt's master Gun Sao. This group of people had just fought with the Hand and the Society at the Midtown Circle Financial Company. This time their attack could not be considered a success, and could even be called a disastrous defeat. What's wrong with that woman? Daniel was a little exasperated and asked Matt and the stick man while holding the injured Colin Wing. Matt was wearing a mask and nothing could be seen on his face. But the stick man was pale and one of his hands was missing. He was leaning on the chair of the Chinese restaurant, panting. Isn't she your companion? You said she was dead. What's going on now? Daniel did have reason to be angry. Just when they attacked the base of the Hand and the Society, the woman appeared. Matt and the others were shocked and speechless when they saw the woman. This was nothing. The key was that the woman was really strong. Even Luke, who was indestructible, was beaten by her without any ability to fight back. If it weren't for the indestructibility, he would probably have been beheaded by the woman. They really succeeded. The stickman seemed to have suffered a great blow, and his whole person lacked energy. Matt couldn't help but look at the stickman. Why is this happening? Why did Erica become like this? The woman they were talking about was Matt's ex-girlfriend Erica, a killer. She had met Kai once before and was hunted by Kai. However, she died some time ago, at the hands of the ninjas of the Hand and Society, in order to save Matt. She died in Matt's arms. But such a dead person is not only alive now, but also seems to be a completely different person. Not only is she merciless to Matt and his men, but she has also become extremely powerful, with strength and speed that have completely surpassed the human category. Not only that, she is always surrounded by an extremely cold and evil aura, which makes Matt feel like he is falling into an ice cave when facing her. He can feel the piercing coldness even in his bones. It is not a power that mortals can possess at all. It's the beast. The Hand and Society used the power of the beast to resurrect Erica, and they finally turned Erica into Black Sky. Hey, old man, you always say Black Sky? Black Sky? What exactly is Black Sky? Jessica rubbed her chin that was almost dislocated by Erica's kick, and shouted in a dissatisfied tone. Black Sky is the ultimate weapon, the ultimate means of the Hand and the Society. It will only become stronger and stronger until it drags the whole world into endless darkness, The old man with a bleak face repeated the legend of the True Pure Society. After all, this was the first time he had seen black sky. The hand and the society needed very harsh conditions to create black sky, and there were only a few times in history. Naturally, the old man with a cloak had never seen black sky. Be careful. They are coming, Matt suddenly shouted. Outside the Chinese restaurant, a luxury car stopped at the door of the Chinese restaurant. A woman in her 50s got out of the car after the driver opened an umbrella and walked towards the door of the restaurant. And there was a person behind her, but she was invisible to normal people. If someone noticed there, they would only see a mass of nothingness, nothing. But this was useless to Matt. He didn't need to rely on light to distinguish people. Matt was very familiar with this person. It was his ex-girlfriend, Erica, who had just beaten them to a pulp. A group of ninjas appeared from all directions at some point and surrounded the Chinese restaurant. Chapter 706 Alexandra. Matt didn't understand why Erica was mixed up with the Hand and the Society, when the Hand and the Society had been chasing her before, and she even died at the hands of the Hand and the Society's ninjas. But now, Erica was not restrained at all, and she even carried a weapon. She didn't look like she was being coerced at all. Matt felt very clearly that Erica got off Alexandra's car. From the postures of the two, Erica was more like a bodyguard for the old woman Alexandra. What was going on? Alexandra walked into the Chinese restaurant leisurely, just like an ordinary old lady coming to a Chinese restaurant for dinner. After she entered the Chinese restaurant, she casually found a seat and sat down. Looking at her posture, there was really no difference from an ordinary old lady, just as weak and staggering. Generally speaking, Chinese food is not my first choice, but I like fortune cookies very much. Alexandra seemed to be unable to see the tense atmosphere at the scene, and she looked at everyone very calmly. American Chinese food is a magical existence. You can eat a lot of Chinese food in the United States that you have never seen in China, such as General Tso's chicken, stir-fried chop suey, and a dessert that almost every Chinese restaurant will serve at the end of the meal: fortune cookies. The square shape, golden outer skin like egg rolls, hollow inside. After opening it, there is a small note with words. Sometimes it is a fortune-telling. The content is nothing more than wealth, career or study. Sometimes it is a lucky word. Sometimes it is a proverb or chicken soup. To put it bluntly, it is to fool foreigners. When Kai first heard about fortune cookies in a Chinese restaurant, he was also confused. It is probably a derivative version of putting coins in dumplings, but foreigners like this and wishfully believe that there are fortune cookies in Chinese food. Compared with Alexandra, the others were not so calm. They stood up and stood apart, vaguely surrounding Alexandra in the middle. Luke obviously didn't know this old woman. He whispered, "Who is she?" Matt knew Luke was asking him. But how could he know? The Hand and the Society is like an iceberg floating on the sea. You think you can see the iceberg, but actually there are more hidden under the sea. The old man with the stick spoke at this time. Alexandra, she has been leading the Hand and the Society. When they are scattered, each finger will rule its own territory, increase power and influence, and when they are together, she is the commander of the 5 fingers. Thank you for introducing me, old man with the stick. Alexandra was not in a hurry to let the old man tell her about his background. Instead, she said very elegantly, "I really think we should have a good talk. Talk calmly like adults." To Alexandra, the long-lasting war between the Hand and the True Pure Society is indeed as ridiculous as a child's fight. For so many years, the True Pure Society has been committed to fighting against them, but for hundreds of years, has the True Pure Society really hurt them in the slightest? On the contrary, the True Pure Society itself is almost dead. Alexandra really thinks that such a struggle is worthless. She would rather talk about something valuable. "What do you want?" The old man with the stick did not become irritable as before when he heard about the Hand and meeting. He carefully faced Alexandra and asked his doubts. "You really surprise me, old man with the stick. You are so old, but you are still smart." Alexandra stood up and looked at the old man with emotion. This old man has been against her since he was a child. Until now, he still does not give up. This is really touching. "What about you? What will you become when you are old?" Determined, Alexandra walked past the old man with the stick and came to Daniel. Mr. Rand, I'm sorry that you left our meeting so suddenly. The reason why Alexandra said this is because it was them who rescued Daniel from prison. However, after rescuing Daniel, their meeting was not very harmonious. It was Matt and Luke who rushed to rescue Daniel at that time, and it was because of this that Daniel joined them. Then there was the rescue of Colin Wing. You tried to kill us. Oh, Alexandra turned her head and glanced at the defenders who were already wounded. They may die, but you won't. My organization has always respected the guardians of Kunlun, always. Your respect is worthless to me. My only goal is to destroy you. Yes, but your repeated failures show that your goal cannot be achieved. Alexandra didn't care about Daniel's hostility. So, maybe you should consider other possibilities, Mr. Rand. There are no other possibilities. Daniel was like an awkward child, with a tough tone but lacking confidence. In comparison, Alexandra seemed to be much more at ease. She kindly took Daniel's arm and taught him like a kind elder. Dear, there are always choices, and that's why life is so interesting. Enough. Alexandra. Enough. You can't get him. The old man with the stick couldn't listen anymore, he roared. Daniel still had little experience, and for a moment, Daniel was indeed scared. But Luke suddenly spoke up to chase them away, which made Daniel sober up. Daniel was obviously not stupid enough to follow Alexandra, and he broke free from her hand on his shoulder. The faint smile on Alexandra's face disappeared, and she took back her hand. That's a pity. I wanted to solve the problem in a more peaceful way. But, the only language your friend knows is violence. So, do it. As soon as the voice fell, a pitch-black blade slashed at Cage's neck from behind. Matt, however, seemed to have expected it. The short stick in his hand suddenly shot out and hit the air behind Cage. With a muffled bang, a black shadow took 2 steps back, and a figure was seen holding a knife with both hands crossed in front of his chest. Obviously, Matt's attack just now was blocked by her. And this black shadow was Matt's ex-girlfriend Erica, who had been invisible just now. Cage's reaction was not slow either, and he turned around and punched him. Erica's pitch-black samurai sword suddenly met his arm. Ding. A crisp sound of metal clashing sounded, and in a string of sparks, the black samurai sword was opened. Cage retracted his hand with a painful expression, and looked at the shallow wound on it. His face became darker. Not only him, Matt and the stickman also looked very ugly. Being beaten by one's own people, this feeling, is simply unbearable. What's worse is that they found that Erica was stronger than before. Alexandra stood at the door, expressionless, and said calmly, "Give up, you won't be her opponent." She had only one goal today, that is to take Daniel away. As for the others, she really didn't care. In her hundreds of years of life, she had faced many enemies, and the strong ones were like cart crossing the river. This group of people really didn't count. Their life and death had never mattered. The only reason they were still alive now was that she didn't want to push Daniel too hard. If Daniel really broke up with her, she would be the one who suffered the loss. She didn't have much time. As Alexandra spoke, black shadows filed in one after another. The ninjas who had been surrounding outside finally joined in. Jessica and Susie, who had been protecting the injured Colin, also had to join the battle. Colin Wen was now a complete burden. In order to protect her, the 2 female heroes had to take out their energy to take care of her. So, 2 extremely strong fighters were restrained by a group of ninjas, and they were at a disadvantage. Daniel was not a person who was willing to admit defeat. Seeing his girlfriend trapped, he immediately rushed up with a roar. But his skills were really not good enough. Look, after only 2 moves, Daniel retreated in embarrassment, and his clothes had been torn, faintly soaked with blood. Alexandra was still putting pressure on him. She said to the stick old man who had the most experience and the most seniority at the scene, "How strong is he, Kong? As a remnant of this Henshin society, you should know it better than anyone else. Don't resist in vain. Let Daniel go with me, then you can still live. After all, we have known each other for so long, and I don't have to kill you. The older you are, the more you know the importance of things." The old man with the stick sneered, "Yes, I am the last member of the true pure society, and I have a broken hand. It doesn't matter when I kill you, right?" Alexandra sighed. "True pure society. Don't take yourself too seriously, old man with the stick. From the beginning to the end, we have never regarded you as a threat. The only reason you can exist is that we need you to exist." The old man with the stick was also an old man, so naturally he thought what she said was bullshit. But the fact is that Alexandra really didn't lie. She was telling the truth. As for the true pure society, the hand and the society never took it to heart. As for why they arranged an enemy for themselves, the reason is also very simple. In the eyes of Alexandra and the other 5, the hand and the society is just their tool, but tools also need people to control them. And as long as they are people, they will have ambitions and variables. The hand and the society is a bit too big for the 5 of them. If they are not curbed, it will be easy to get out of control, which is not good for them. So someone needs to be a gardener to regularly prune the hand and the society so that the hand and the society will always remain within the range that is convenient for them to control. If things had remained the same, Alexandra and the others would still have retained a true pure society. But things have changed now, haven't they? The old man with the stick sneered and said nothing more, just rubbing his hand gently on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Over there, Cage and Daniel went forward to besiege Erica, but they were defeated by the elusive black samurai sword and fell into a disadvantage. Alexandra saw that the situation was under control and spoke again. Daniel, I can see that you have formed a bond with them. Although this can give you some comfort, it is only temporary, just like now. They are bound to let you down. They will not make you stronger. Let me give you a suggestion. The more bonds you have, the easier it is for you to be defeated. As he spoke, a ninja broke through Jessica and Susie's defense and rushed towards Colin Wing. Daniel was immediately horrified. Fortunately, Susie reacted quickly and grabbed the samurai sword on the ground and threw it over at the critical moment, piercing the ninja's chest and saving Colin Wing. Daniel was distracted just now, and Erica took the opportunity to cut his chest with a knife. If Matt hadn't thrown out a short stick with a rope to pull Daniel away in time, Daniel would probably have died. The old man knocked down 2 ninjas and shouted at Alexandra, "What do you want to do with him?" "I'm sorry I can't tell you that, but I can tell you what I can do for him. I will pool all the resources of the organization. Do you remember the last time the hand and all the fingers of the club came together, right? Old man, a big purge," the old man said with a grim face. "And New York is such a densely populated city, can you imagine what the consequences of a big purge here would be?" Daniel was frightened by the meaning of this, and he asked loudly, "What do you mean by this?" "It depends on you, Daniel. As long as you follow me, think about how many people you can save." Matt suddenly shouted, "Get down." Everyone subconsciously did as he was told. Bang 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 bang. A series of bullets were fired from the street, shattering the glass of the Chinese restaurant and sending debris flying in the restaurant. Alexandra still had a calm smile on her face, standing in the corner. She knew that her brothers could no longer hold back. But the next second, Alexandra's face changed. Because those bullets perfectly avoided the defenders and all hit the ninjas who were fighting with them. Just when Alexandra thought that her accomplices were going to kill her, a short Asian old lady ran into the Chinese restaurant in a mess. Behind her were her men who were constantly shot to the ground. "What's going on?" Alexandra recalled Erica to block the bullets for her, while loudly questioning the Asian old lady. The old lady was just about to speak when suddenly there were bursts of crisp buzzing sounds in the air. Then those ninjas who were still using cold weapons to block bullets fell to the ground instantly. Luke was sharp-eyed and saw how those ninjas fell down. They were hit by bat darts one by one. "Batman!" This shout immediately cheered everyone up. Although Matt and his friends have always claimed to be teammates with Batman, they know that Batman doesn't really take them seriously. After all, Batman rarely participates in the group activities. Bang, bang, bang. A figure holding 2 guns walked in from outside the Chinese restaurant, and at the same time, the 2 guns kept spewing flames. Gunshots rang out, and the remaining ninjas were killed one after another. "Director Wayne," this was Jessica's cry. Soon the ninjas were cleared out at a very fast speed, leaving only a few ninjas standing in front of Alexandra and the Asian old lady. The person who came was Kai. And his vest. Kai walked into the Chinese restaurant and removed the magazine of his pistol. "Ah. It's really hard for me to find them." "Daniel Rand and Colin Wing," Kai said. "Escape from prison, jailbreak, wounding, assaulting police. You are guilty of aggravated crimes. I hope you can find a good lawyer, otherwise, you will be in jail for life." Daniel's face turned blue. He still remembered how he was sent to prison last time. Then Kai turned to look at Alexandra. "Madam, it seems that Daniel can't go with you. He needs to be punished by law. In addition, I just heard that someone said that he planned to do something in New York. Then can you tell me what you plan to do to my city?" At the end, Kai's words were already chilling. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Kai. Kai said to this person, "I beg you, you can kill them easily. Why do you let me come?" Everyone saw the person clearly. It was Batman. "Okay, but it's not necessary." Batman was as cold as ever. "The monthly votes are so miserable. Everyone, please help me. The recommended votes are also a new low. Everyone. Chapter 707, Defeat. Batman, the old Asian lady screamed. Daniel knew her, Mrs. Gao. She was the one who arranged the death of his parents. It can be said that this old lady has a deep hatred for him. But this time, Daniel was not impulsive. After all, the big guys have appeared, and he doesn't seem to have the qualifications to jump around. Mrs. Gao did have reason to be angry, because just now, almost all of her elites were lost to these two people, especially Batman. Mrs. Gao asked herself that she had never provoked Batman, but this guy repeatedly disrupted their actions. The last time, Zin and their resurrected ninjas were all killed by them. What's more, because of Batman, part of their secrets were exposed, causing many forces in the United States to track their whereabouts, which made the situation of the Hand and the Society very difficult these days. And now at this critical moment, this guy ran out again. Batman was as cold as ever, and he seemed to be completely unaware of Mrs. Gao's resentful eyes, and he was very calm. Kai spoke up instead, "Don't change the subject. Just now you said, what are you going to do to New York? I'm curious, tell me." Alexandra stood behind Erica, her face livid. She had never thought that things would develop in this direction. To be honest, she really didn't plan to do anything to New York. What a joke, they are hundreds of years old, don't they know the severity? What is modern society like, don't they know? In ancient times, they dominated one side, and if they did something unscrupulous, their influence would be limited. They did it. People in other places didn't know at all. But if they really did this in modern society, the US government, SHIELD, and SHIELD would come to their door tomorrow, and by then, even if they succeeded in extending their lives, they would not be able to survive. What's more, it's not that easy to really carry out a large-scale killing in New York, and the New York police and other superheroes are not just decorations. So those words were really just talk at most. But in the end, this threat was actually heard by such a troublesome person. How should this end? Fortunately, Alexandra was also hundreds of years old. She had seen all kinds of scenes, including the most embarrassing ones. So even if she was cursing in her heart, she had to pretend to be serious and said, "That was just the last resort. We don't want to do that unless we have to." As she said that, she looked at Kai. She remembered that Kai had just said that he would arrest Daniel, so she immediately changed her direction and planned to fool, or, no, to make a deal with Kai. "Chief Wayne, you are a policeman. You should not want that kind of situation to happen in New York, right?" Kai's face changed, and his eyes stared at Alexandra without blinking. Seeing Kai's change, Alexandra thought she had taken the initiative and fooled this difficult policeman. There was also the shadow of this policeman in the hospital at the beginning. The Hand and the Society had thought about dealing with him at the beginning, or at least expelling him from his current position. The position of Hell's Kitchen was too important to the Hand and the Society. Unfortunately, it was useless. The pawns of the Hand and the Society in the New York government were all troubled by this request. Because there are too many big shots behind this policeman, and these big shots will never help the Hand. If they can convince or bluff this policeman, then their chances of success will be greatly increased. We don't want to be your enemy, and we don't even have too many needs for New York. As long as you hand Daniel over to us, I can promise that the Hand will never be your enemy, and we are even willing to use the resources in the hands of the Hand to fully support you. Please believe that the resources in our hands are definitely beyond your imagination." Kai couldn't help showing a surprised expression on his face when he heard this. For him, your Hand actually paid such a high price. Alexandra was extremely disdainful of Kai's wavering in her heart. Because Kai didn't realize how important Daniel was. As long as she had him, those things she promised were not important at all. At this time, Alexandra was full of superiority. But the next second, Kai's next words made Alexandra's face change drastically. "Then he can't be handed over to you." As soon as Kai finished speaking, Batman moved. Mrs. Go had been paying attention to their conversation. She approved of Alexandra's approach. After all, nothing else mattered more than her own life. But Kai refused. Seeing Batman about to take action, the old woman's face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Attack with all your strength, kill them," but it was too late. At the moment when Kai's voice fell, Batman passed a hand across his waist, and several black shadows flew out and cut towards the gangsters in the restaurant. A series of screams rang out, and several ninjas shrank their bloody hands, and a few of them had two fingers falling off. Only the two ninjas who stood in front of Mrs. Go stood in front of the old woman and subconsciously blocked a flying batarang. Then two people felt pain in their thighs and knelt down involuntarily, while the two behind them covered the batarang that had just been inserted into their lower abdomen and fell down screaming. The huge black shadow with a cloak blew a gust of wind in the narrow space and suddenly pounced in front of Mrs. Go. To be honest, if possible, Mrs. Go didn't want to fight Batman, even though Batman had a lot of conflicts with him, because they were not sure to kill Batman. Batman was too mysterious. They used all the resources, but they couldn't find any information about Batman. This unknown enemy was the most terrifying. But now the situation is different. Daniel is too important to them. Without Daniel, they will all die. People are going to die, so naturally they can't care about anything. Mrs. Go's face was gloomy, and the cane in her right hand suddenly rose. A sharp three-pointed thorn popped out from the end of the originally flat cane, stabbing towards Batman's chest like a meteor. Batman didn't even look at the three-pointed thorn, and his big hand continued to pinch Mrs. Go's neck. Just kidding, this armor was made by all the scientific research power of Kingsman. If it can be pierced by a cold weapon it will, then everyone in Kingsman's scientific research department can die. Besides, don't forget that Batman's armor is made of hardman metal. There is nothing harder than it in the world. Mrs. Go had expected this. She suddenly turned 360 degrees, pulled back her left hand, and turned a huge arc in the air, shouting, "Ha! Bang!" In the dull and explosive sound, a ball of ki condensed on Mrs. Go's palm and then slammed on the chest armor of Batman Kai. Boom! Batman's body flew backwards uncontrollably. However, Batman quickly controlled his body, rolled in the air to unload the force, and landed lightly on the ground. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this old lady would have such a hand. At that time, Daniel empathized with him and touched his chest with a grin. Among all the people here, only this old lady had beaten him. "It's a bit like Tai Chi," Batman said calmly. The move just now looked very impressive, but the actual damage to Batman was almost zero, and he couldn't even catch his breath. This armor was too crazy. Seeing that her attack had no effect, Mrs. Go immediately screamed, "Alexandra!" She needed Black Sky's help. Black Sky? Alexandra also knew that this was not the time to intrigue. The five fingers were not united, which was nonsense. They were all immortals, so who was nobler than who? Why should they listen to Alexandra? So they actually lived their lives separately for most of their lives, and the hands in clubs were also divided into 5 parts. Intrigue was inevitable. In fact, if there was a chance, Alexandra really didn't mind chopping off 1 or 2 fingers to make the others obey. I believe the same is true for others. But now, they are already grasshoppers on a rope. After receiving the order, Erica's body shook, and suddenly, a black knife appeared behind Batman. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced Eric's temple directly. "Erica!" Matt screamed in grief. Erica's body fell to the ground, and it seemed that she was dead. The old man with a stick stopped Matt from rushing towards Erica. "No, she is Black Sky, the strongest weapon of the hand. Erica is just its container. She is dead, and you buried her with your own hands. What appears now is just a body full of darkness." No, Matt wanted to break free, but the next second Erica stood up as if nothing had happened. The wound on her temple healed after a burst of black smoke came out. "You should listen to this old man." Kai fired a shot and forced Alexandra, who was about to support Mrs. Gao, to retreat. Then he said to Matt, "I can feel that this woman has a very deep darkness in her body, and that thing is full of malice towards everything. She is no longer a human." Bang, bang, bang. Kai shot Erica 3 times in a row. As a result, the woman waved a black knife in her hand and cut off all 3 bullets. The action was very cool. Perhaps Kai's attack attracted her hatred. Erica left Batman, who was beating Mrs. Gao, and rushed to Kai. Or maybe she thought Kai was the weakest? "Be careful," Jessica immediately warned. She was beaten badly by Erica. Naturally, she was worried about Kai. After all, in Jessica's eyes, Kai has always been an ordinary person. Even if he is a superhero, he relies on Tony Starlin's sponsorship. He can't compare with Erica at all. Before Jessica's voice fell, there was a slight sound of electricity in the air. Then a group of lightning burst out from Kai's body, and the lightning swept the entire Chinese restaurant. Thunderstorms broke out in the places swept by lightning. For a while, Everyone didn't care about anything and just turned around and ran out. Snap. Boom. After the thunderstorm, Kai floated in the void. His body was wrapped in thunder, and he also changed into a slightly exaggerated Thor's armor, holding Thor's hammer in his hand. Majestic. On the other side, Erica also stood up with difficulty. Black smoke continued to come out of her body. It didn't look like she was electrocuted. Erica held the two knives and looked at Kai floating in the air with fierce eyes. On the other side, the two old ladies looked at the man standing in front of them with a little despair. Batman. The two old ladies knew what happened to Kai. But that's why they felt desperate. If Erica couldn't deal with Kai, she wouldn't be able to support them. Then they would have to face Batman alone. They couldn't beat him. The key is. Erica held the two knives and looked at the enemy in front of her coldly. Just when everyone thought she would launch an attack, the woman suddenly dropped a smoke bomb. Kai turned the hammer in his hand, and a hurricane blew away the smoke, but found that there was no one. She ran away. Everyone was stunned. Then there was a speechless moment. Matt looked at the old man with a stick. Didn't you say that the black arrow was a weapon? Why did she run away? Matt asked this, actually with a glimmer of luck, hoping that Erica's consciousness was still there. The old man with the stick was also confused. He had never encountered such a situation. But he knew what Matt meant by asking this. Don't think about it. Matt. Erica is dead. You buried her with your own hands. Have you forgotten? But Matt wanted to talk about Erica's escape. The old man with the stick interrupted him decisively. Now there is a demon in Erica's body. What's so strange about a demon escaping? She is a weapon, but it doesn't mean she has no will. On the other side, Alexandra and Mrs. Go saw Erica running away and screamed. Black sky. Alexandra used the last bit of resources of her 5 fingers to revive Erica and let the beast descend on her. This was putting all the last hope on her. Now, the strongest weapon ran away. You can imagine how desperate Alexandra was. Want to run? You underestimate me too much. Kai saw Erica running away, and he was not panicked at all. He just raised his hand and pointed it at the empty street. Boom. Snap. Lightning swept the streets, and then a black shadow appeared in the lightning, howling as it was whipped by the lightning. It kept rolling on the ground, and countless black smoke came out of her body, as if she was resisting the attack of lightning, but it was all in vain. Kai flew over and swung his warhammer to hit him. Erica saw Kai's attack, gritted her teeth, and rushed towards Kai resolutely, without dodging or avoiding, but her body blurred in an instant, and the battlefield passed through her body without touching anything at all. Void. At the same time, Erica's black knife also chopped at Kai's neck. Kai let out a light exclamation, raised his empty left hand, and faced a black samurai sword. But the black samurai sword also blurred for a moment, passing through his palm, and was not stopped either, and continued to chop at him. Huh? Kai was surprised again. Can you still play like this? Even so, Kai was still not panicked. Don't forget, he is now the god of thunder. Ling. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Erica's knife still chopped Kai's neck. But unexpectedly, the knife did chop up, but just like looking at steel, it did not cause any damage to Kai. Instead, it made a sound of metal collision. Right now. As Kai felt the entity of the blade, he punched Erica in the abdomen. Boom. Erica fell to the street with blood spitting out of her mouth. Monthly tickets. I want monthly tickets. Recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets are free. It will be a waste if you don't vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Appearance. This time, Erica was unable to stand up again. Instead, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. At the same time, her body inexplicably stopped for a moment. She suddenly lost her strength and felt extremely awkward. A big hand flashing with lightning grabbed her neck. Zzz. The numbness and pain caused by the strong electric shock came from her neck. Her body instantly straightened up, and a hot stream instantly surged down her legs. The terrible thing was that Erica, who had been successfully transformed, could not faint. Instead, she became more energetic as the electric shock continued. The pain was doubled. On the other side, the battle between Batman and the two old ladies was also coming to an end. To be honest, Kai was a little reluctant to do this. Although the two old ladies were definitely the kind of supervillains who would not be satisfied even if they were skinned alive, it was not easy for a grown man to beat up two old ladies. So Kai, no, it was Batman who always maintained a calm attitude to deal with the two old ladies. So the defenders who were watching on the side were stunned to see Batman teasing the two behind-the-scenes bosses who had pushed them into a desperate situation like he was dealing with two children. Madame Gao and Alexandra both found in despair that their key attacks were completely useless against Batman's armor. The key that penetrated into it was like a drop in the ocean, and Batman's movements did not pause at all. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. Finally, Madame Gao's old body could no longer support this high-intensity battle. After an attack failed, Batman seized the opportunity and pinched her neck. The old woman's breathing stagnated, and she was like an old chicken being pinched by the black giant hand and lifted up. The light blue lens on Batman's helmet flashed in front of her. General, after saying that, Batman's hand trembled, and Madame Gao suddenly felt a tremor, and then she was horrified to find that she could not move. Every bone in her body was dislocated. Batman threw Madame Gao aside like throwing away a noodle. Then he struck Alexandra's chest with one palm. Alexandra's physical condition was actually worse than that of Madame Gao. Her organs had aged severely. Although she looked only in her 50s or 60s, her organs were equivalent to those of a normal centenarian. She could die of organ failure at any time. But she was a little better than Madame Gao, but that was all. Alexandra danced with both palms in front of her body, which was impenetrable. In the eyes of others, it was like a wall made of palms. But in Kai's opinion, only the fancy was worthy of praise. When others hit you, you just defend. What's the point of doing so many fancy things? Isn't this giving the enemy a chance? Kai could see that these two old ladies did have kung fu skills, and they obviously had some skills, but in terms of application, it was simply horrible. It seemed that they had only learned martial arts, but rarely used them in actual combat. No matter how many ways you come, I will only go to one place. Batman's palm seemed slow, but it penetrated the impenetrable palm wall and was imprinted on the old lady's chest. Bang! With a slight sound, Alexandra's body suddenly stopped, and then she fell to the ground and didn't move. Others might think that the two were dead, but Matt and the old man knew very well that the two were alive and well. But their bones were shaken apart by a strange vibration. But it didn't cause any collateral damage to them. The two simply regarded this attack as a magic. They regarded Batman as a god. It was so awesome. Although Daniel on the other side didn't see it as clearly as the two masters and apprentices, he could also see some clues. Suddenly I felt that my iron fist was so low. On the other side, Kai also came over with Erica, who was already weak and could only emit black air. Matt rushed over immediately. Erica, but halfway through, he was blocked by Kai's Thor's hammer. She is no longer Erica, Matt, Kai said calmly. But, I understand your feelings, but this is just Erica's body, and the thing inside is a demon. Kai felt that Matt was a little too concerned. After all, Kai could clearly feel the familiar breath from this woman, the breath from hell. You are not interested in a simple piece of meat controlled by a demon, are you? Matt was stunned. He looked at Erica stupidly, and his mind was turning over and over. Finally, he made up his mind. He didn't know if it was right for him to do so, but he couldn't go against his heart. Kai? I still want to try. As long as there is a chance, I will not give up. But Kai suddenly raised his palm. Wait, someone in trouble is coming. At this time, on the other side of the dim street, a man in a luxurious suit and black leather gloves was walking slowly towards this side. In one word, handsome. This is the first reaction of everyone when they see the man. This man has a classical elegance that makes people unconsciously relax their vigilance. However, all the people here today are not ordinary people. They are not affected by his temperament. Instead, they look at this man as if they are facing a great enemy. The man walked not far away from everyone and stood still. Then he smiled at everyone very elegantly. Hello everyone, I'm very sorry to bother you in this way. But, after all, it's my duty. I hope you can give me some convenience. Batman suddenly stood in front of everyone and stopped him and everyone. Hannibal. Batman's voice was solemn, as if it was very tricky. Hearing this name, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then took a breath of cold air. The name Hannibal became famous much earlier than Batman. But unlike Batman, Hannibal has a very bad reputation. A murderer, a cannibal, a pervert, and so on. Anyway, Because of the impression of movies and TV dramas, Hannibal's reputation is really not good. But in fact, he is also a superhero, because he has never hurt ordinary people, only targeting bad guys. In fact, his reputation was completely ruined by that movie. Of course, it is true that he is not a good guy. It is difficult for people to think that he is a good person, or even a normal person at his crime scene. Well, although this is not my real name, since everyone calls me that, I will happily accept it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hannibal. But I still have to make it clear that I don't eat people. Really, I don't have any special fetish for human flesh, and I'm not a pervert. Although I did kill someone, Hannibal's self-defense did not make people feel at ease. After all, when the murderer is caught, how many people will admit their crimes? Batman, we meet again. Then Hannibal greeted Batman like an old friend. Humph, Batman did not refute, but just snorted coldly. Everyone understood that these two people were definitely not friends. Don't be so unfriendly. There's no essential difference between what we do, right? I never kill anyone, Batman said coldly, and you kill people recklessly. None of the people I kill are innocent. You should know this. If they live, more people will suffer. I am doing good things. Besides, the police officer next to you has killed many people. I think he is a good person. Kai raised his hand. Well, I am a policeman. I don't call it killing people. It is legal killing. It is recognized by the federal government. Interesting statement. It's a pity that I didn't think of this at the beginning. Now I have a criminal record. It seems that I can't be your colleague. Hannibal is like a talkative gentleman. Everyone can feel his kindness, but they can't break free from the invisible pressure. This person can give people a sense of oppression even if he just stands there. Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here? Batman interrupted the conversation and said very coldly. Come to work. I just didn't expect you guys to get there first. Kai was stunned, then said, fortunately, Jessica on the other side obviously didn't know why, and asked Luke in a low voice, what's fortunately? Luke watched the news, so he knew. I heard that every time this guy takes action, the scene becomes very bad, which gives the police a headache. How is it better than the Punisher? Jessica asked again. Luke thought about it and said, it's more terrifying than that. It's said to be like a horror movie scene, with blood plasma, hands, feet, internal organs and other things everywhere. Jessica shuddered, then shrank her head and didn't speak. Are you doing this for these people? Kai asked. They are connected to the devil, which is my business. Hannibal didn't mean to hide it. Kai looked at Batman. Batman nodded. He does track those inhuman things. Kai nodded. Then he asked, what are you going to do? Hannibal smiled and said, of course, get rid of her. As he said that, a stream of dark and sticky black smoke emerged from his shadow, and then an impatient roar came from the black smoke. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying breath and retreated. Matt reacted at this time. This Hannibal obviously would not treat Erica gently. No, Matt rushed to Kai and blocked Hannibal regardless of the old man's obstruction. Kai was holding Erica. Hannibal turned to look at Matt. Then he asked Batman, this is his ex-girlfriend, Kai said on behalf of Batman. Hannibal nodded, indicating that he understood. This, sir. I'm sorry. But this is no longer your girlfriend. I hope you can understand this. I will save her. Matt said that he would never give up. I can feel your will. But it's too late. Hannibal was not angry, but said very good-tempered. Matt's heart sank, but he couldn't help asking, why? Her soul is gone. Do you understand what I mean? Also, I am a person who firmly opposes resurrecting the dead. It is an extremely dangerous act and is likely to bring some unpredictable dangers. Matt was not interested in the second half of Hannibal's sentence. He was more concerned about the first sentence. What does it mean that the soul is gone? Is there any ambiguity in this sentence? The soul is gone. It is gone. Then where is her soul? Matt continued to ask. Matt's current attitude made Kai and Batman look at him, obviously surprised by Matt's attitude. Hannibal also put down his smile. Where? I don't know. But I only know one thing. No matter where it is a place you can never touch. So, sir, I have fulfilled my obligations. Now I hope you won't hinder me. But Matt was already in a dead end at this time. How could he give up? Don't even think about it. But the next second, a monster that looked like a python, a crocodile, and had the characteristics of a dog directly rolled him up. Then countless blood-red pupils opened on the monster. Matt froze for a moment, like a prey with its throat bitten by a predator. He couldn't help sweating, and at the same time, all kinds of negative emotions kept pouring out of his heart. Despair, fear, and sadness all rushed into his heart. That taste, awesome. Seeing the monster appear, everyone took a fighting stance. Batman raised his hand and asked everyone not to do it. You can give it to me. Let Matt go. Batman took Erica from Kai and threw her out. Hannibal nodded. I'm not interested in this vigilante. He has a pure and noble soul. He is not my target. After saying that, Hannibal walked towards Erica. Erica immediately struggled as Hannibal approached, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Well, an ancient demon. Although it is just a projection, it is also good food, Hannibal commented. Judging from the feedback from the Hounds of Tyndalis, this demon is extremely ancient, older than many demon lords. Of course, ancient does not necessarily mean powerful, although a demon that has lived to this point will not be too weak, but Erica is just a projection of the demon, that's another matter. Next is the eating scene. However, Hannibal suppressed the desires of the hounds this time and didn't make it too ugly. He just extracted the demon power from Erica's body and didn't do anything bad to Erica's body. Soon the two terrifying monsters finished eating. They were very satisfied with this meal. The power of this demon is extremely pure. Although it is not much, it is of high level. It is absolutely a great tonic for the hounds. This is much stronger than eating hundreds or thousands of people. This power can push the hounds to evolve into a stronger form. Can you give these two corrupt souls to me? Hannibal pointed at Mrs. Crow and Alexandra and said. Kai and Batman looked at each other. Finally, Kai said, it's up to you. Anyway, it will be a trouble even if I catch them. They have the secret of immortality. Once it falls into the hands of Kai, an official, it will be a big trouble. How many people can resist the temptation of immortality? Then everyone saw why Hannibal has such a bad reputation. The scene of two hounds eating. It's amazing. Batman couldn't stand it anymore, and he gestured to everyone, and then took everyone away. It's the weekend. The recommendation is so bad that I vomit blood. Please support me. Chapter 709 Iron Fist? Fake. From that day on, no one saw Gao and Alexandra again. Only blood and flesh were left on the ground as evidence of their existence. Matt stared weakly in the direction of Hannibal. Even when they were taken to a secret place by Batman, Matt still maintained this posture. Luke put Matt down from his back and asked worriedly, Matt, are you really okay? Batman glanced at Matt and said, it's okay. He was just eroded by the power of the Hound of Tyndalis. He will be weak and depressed during this period. It will be fine after a while. Matt was a mortal body. He was eroded by the magic of a high-level demon like the Hound of Tyndalis. He only had such a little sequelae. He was definitely lucky. Of course, it was also intentional by Kai. Otherwise, even if Matt didn't die, he would be plagued by diseases and gradually become a useless person. On the other side, Jessica placed Erica's body next to Matt. Matt seemed to have finally come to his senses. He groped and hugged Erica. Head down. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. After all, Matt saw Erica fall in front of him, twice. No one could empathize with such an experience, but they could understand it. After a long while, Matt looked up at Batman. Why? Batman didn't say anything, but looked at Matt coldly. He didn't explain, and he was too lazy to explain. He felt that he had done enough. He even took out another vest to play this scene. You know, according to Kai's real thoughts, Erica should have been burned to ashes by the lightning of Thor's hammer. If it weren't for taking care of Matt's feelings, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He played 3 roles by himself. It was quite embarrassing to act with himself. Kai also folded his hands and looked at Matt. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh and said, Matt, Erica has been dead for a long time. Erica now is her true form. Why? Matt was obviously insane. Why not give it a try? Erica was still alive just now. Why did you just give up on her? Batman remained unmoved, and Kai shrugged. If it weren't for Matt's usual behavior, Kai would have beaten him up right now. How to save a dead person? Isn't this embarrassing? But someone still took action. Bang! The old man with the stick slapped the weak Matt to the ground. Are you awake? The old man with the stick is a person who regards the mission as everything. He can personally assassinate Erica for his mission, and he can also lose his life for the mission without hesitation. But he is not a person without feelings, otherwise he would not have left without hesitation after he found out that Matt would become his weakness. Similarly, He would not have sent her away immediately after discovering the darkness hidden in Erica and handed her over to a diplomat couple for adoption. These just show that he has feelings for Erica and Matt. It's just that before, fighting the Hand and the Society was more important than anything else. But now, Madame Gao and Alexandra are finished, the Hand and the Society only has 3 fingers left, and Black Sky has been lost. Victory's already in sight. He can now give up suppressing his emotions. Erica's death, is he really indifferent? Of course not. But he is very sober. Erica is dead, she has been dead for a long time. It's just that Matt can't accept it yet. Matt was slapped in the face and seemed to be a little sober. He sat on the ground against the wall, looking at the dark night sky in silence. The winter in New York is really unfriendly. Look, it's raining. It hurts so much when it hits his body. Matt is in tears. In fact, Kai can still understand Matt's state. I just don't understand why the most sober person often becomes so unwise. Maybe this is what people are like. Complex and full of emotion. After sighing, Kai walked in front of Daniel. Daniel was stunned and looked at Kai inexplicably. Have you two forgotten something? Kai's words made everyone look at him. It was unclear what he was going to do. You're under arrest. Kai took out the handcuffs directly. Wait. I'm not a bad guy. Daniel didn't resist because he knew he couldn't resist. He was beaten badly by Erica, and Erica was beaten down by Kai as if it was a game. Isn't this strength comparison obvious? But you're not a good guy either. Kai twisted Daniel's arm, pressed him against the wall directly, and handcuffed him. Good guys don't escape from prison, injure people, attack police officers, or rob prison. Luke immediately shouted, Hey! Man, we just fought side by side. We are comrades, aren't we? He thought they were comrades, so he naturally had to take care of them. And Luke didn't think Daniel was guilty. Huh? Comrade? How can you say that? I'm a policeman. Remember, I've always said I'm a policeman. When your comrade escaped from prison, he beat up more than a dozen prison guards, 7 of whom were killed by other prisoners. You say he's not guilty? And he broke into the prison. He almost caused a prison riot. You say he's not guilty? Federal law is set by the family? Oh, right. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Jessica, Kai shouted at Jessica. Jessica's body trembled, and she stood at attention immediately. Sir? I didn't do anything, Really? Kai shook his head and said helplessly, next time you say this, remember not to be caught on camera. You said what should I say about you? You just got out of prison. According to Jessica's fierce character, if ordinary people scolded her like this, she would definitely cheat or retort. At least a sentence of who are you, what do you care about would be inevitable, but facing Kai, I don't know why, she just stammered and seemed very guilty. Well now, you have to go to jail again. Please, you have to learn something. Kai decided to throw Jessica into jail again to learn the rules, at least not to be so reckless. It has nothing to do with Jessica. I asked Jessica to go, she doesn't know anything at all. Luke shouted immediately when he saw that his goddess was going to be arrested. Kai looked back and then looked at Jessica. Is he telling the truth? Jessica was still loyal. She planned to fight on her own. After all, jail was not that hard for her. But when she saw Kai's eyes, she was scared all of a sudden. No, it's me, okay. I know. Looking at this, Kai didn't know much. He took out a pair of handcuffs and said to Luke, do you want to put them on yourself and go with me, or do you want me to beat you up and take you away? No. Daniel also stood up at this time. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with him. Kai punched this guy directly, hitting Daniel and curling up on the ground with his hands on his abdomen. Be honest. You are the one who has the most trouble. Damn, you have little ability, but you have a big temper. How did your master agree to let you become a disciple? Don't you think you are a fake? Kai didn't believe that the master of this foreigner was Camelot. Nonsense, that's Camelot. Would they let a foreigner become their disciple? Are there not enough Chinese people or something? Why do they have to let such a foreigner who is ordinary in everything be their disciple? Kai suspected that Kunlun was probably some Kunlun Institute of Technology, which was used to deceive foreigners. I don't allow you to insult Kunlun. Daniel was quite responsible and immediately exploded. You should not insult Kunlun. Kai was not going to tolerate him. Daniel really couldn't stand it anymore, so he used the power of the Iron Fist directly. He saw his hands emit a bright yellow light, like two incandescent bulbs, and instantly tore off the handcuffs, and turned around and punched Kai. Kai was indeed shocked. What the hell was this? Then he was beaten and flew away. It was a bit painful. Daniel. Stop, Jessica shouted immediately. Matt didn't care about being hurt at this time, and stood up to stop Daniel. He insulted my master, Daniel shouted with a ferocious face. Luke was a little surprised. Why didn't you work so hard when you dealt with those ninjas? You are so powerful when fighting your own people. Batman watched coldly from the side. Crash. Kai was smashed into the wall, but he pushed away the rebel and stood up like nothing happened. He twisted his neck. Huh. Camelot? You dare to say that? Boy, you are dead. Then a flash of thunder passed. Matt hurriedly said, Kai, unfortunately, it was too late. A flash of thunder passed, and Daniel was already flying out with lightning all over his body, and then crashed into a wall and was buried in the rubble. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him, Kai said calmly, You won't die, just a few broken bones at most. Everyone felt helpless, only Susie stood aside silently, with a serious lack of presence, as if she was not there. Only under the mask that no one else could see, Susie looked at Kai with shining eyes, and didn't think anything of Kai beating her companion, but thought it was very handsome. Needless to say, Luke, Daniel and Colin Wing were all arrested. But the difference was that Daniel and Colin Wing were both sent to the hospital, while Luke went directly to prison. Matt was helpless about this. He wanted to plead, but Kai's words pushed him into a corner. You studied law, and you said you believe in law. Come on, tell me, how are these three guys innocent? Strictly speaking, Matt himself is also an accomplice. Although he didn't participate, he knew but didn't stop it, and he would go to prison. If Kai hadn't seen that he was miserable enough, he would have gone to prison to sober up. It just so happened that during this period of time, the defenders all took a break. They were lawless and acted like fools all day long. Sooner or later, he would get into trouble, so it's better to calm down. Matt also needs some time to heal his heart. With Daniel and the others arrested, the prison escape incident has been resolved. As for the remaining fugitives, there's really nothing we can do. The others have all escaped from New York City, so we can only hand them over to the FBI. Anyway, Kai has done his best. This also led to the New York police performing very well in this matter. Although the New York media is notoriously harsh, the police do not get any praise for doing a good job. As long as something goes wrong, the media would like to fire all the police on the spot. This habit is not only aimed at the police, such as the New York Knicks and the NBA. Once there is a little bit of trouble, the New York media would like to scold those stars. In fact, New York has never been easy to get along with, but at least the media did not use this incident to target the police department. The top management of the police department is really satisfied. But Kai has no time to care whether the top management is satisfied recently. He is mining now. Tony. Did you get it done? Kai stood in a deep underground pit in Hell's Kitchen. To talk about this, we have to start with Hannibal. Did he let the Hound of Tyndalis take care of the two old ladies? With the evil taste of the Hound of Tyndalis, the time for the two extremely evil souls to perish would be calculated in weeks. Under the kind of soul torture, no one could keep their souls awake, and the two of them almost gave up everything. So Kai knew the secret of the hand in society. The secret of 5 fingers to keep longevity. In the distant past, the human wise men in the East discovered the multidimensional space and found a mysterious city in the Kunlun Mountains in a mysterious dimension, Kunlun. At that time, people believed that it was the palace of the immortals, so the ancestors began to develop the city, and thus learned the mystery of Ki and the dragon power existing in Kunlun. So Kunlun developed. Every 15 years, the entrance to the multidimensional space will open and Kunlun City will appear. In order to protect the entrance in Kunlun City, the person who controls the dragon power, that is, the Iron Fist, became the guardian of Kunlun. 5 disciples of Kunlun Mountain, Alexandra, Madame Gao, Botu, Sauanda and Murakami, were expelled for trying to use dragon bone fossils to achieve immortality. These 5 people are the founders of the Hand. In the process of pursuing dragon bones, the Hand caused many tragedies, the most tragic of which was the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which caused the destruction of the ancient city of Pompeii. After learning about the evil deeds of these 5 people, Kunlun felt that he could not stand idly by, so he sent out his most powerful weapon, the Iron Fist, to hunt down the 5 traitors. After learning this, Kai was speechless. One person went around the world to hunt down 5 people? Ability aside, just saying that it is an extremely difficult and low probability event to find these 5 people in the whole world. What does Kunlun think? Or is it just pretending? After all, these 5 guys are two-handed, and there is really no threat. They are not making trouble in China. But according to the concept of ancient Chinese, it is really possible that they don't care. And those 5 people are not fools. Can't they hide? Look, the others have been hiding for hundreds of years. The 5 others have different identities, such as African warlords, arms smugglers, and even the controllers of big jaguars. The 5 fingers all have their own territories. In short, Kai thinks it's ridiculous. And the reason why they ran to New York is very simple. They found dragon bones in New York. The dragon bones are still in Hell's Kitchen. Since Kai knew this news, he naturally couldn't let go of those things. Even if they were useless to him, he couldn't just leave them alone. It's a pity that I don't know which generation of silly Iron Fist sealed the dragon bones. Why do you say that the Iron Fist that sealed the dragon bones is silly? Because this guy just sealed it, and he even recorded the method of unlocking the seal on the seal. All of them were carved on the stone. He also added special power so that the carved words would not be washed away by time. What is this? Give people a chance actively? More importantly, this silly man actually made the seal so hard. Kai didn't think too much at first, and planned to destroy the seal, but it caused an earthquake. Fortunately, Kai was just testing it, otherwise, the whole New York would be in trouble. That thing is actually connected to the entire New York's earth veins. By the way, are all Iron Fists so awesome? What's up with Daniel? He bought the title of Iron Fist, right? In desperation, Kai can only pin his hopes on one of the smartest people in the world. Tony. Almost. I'm analyzing it. Very soon, Kai won't go to find Daniel, a fake anyway. Kunlun. It has been a sacred mountain in China since ancient times, but they actually chose a foreigner as Iron Fist. Although this title is low, it still makes Kai very unhappy. Is it difficult to choose a Chinese? Why is it a foreigner? And he's so rubbish. Tony is indeed smart, and he quickly came up with a solution. A bunch of professional terms, Kai doesn't understand, but it sounds like there's a play. A new week. Really, you can vote for more recommendations. Please, everyone. Chapter 710 Azure Dragon. Kai didn't know how Tony did it. He first brought in several trucks of equipment. If the hand and the society hadn't been thorough and dug out the ground around the dragon bone seal to create a huge underground cavity, there would not have been enough space for so many equipment. Kai now admired the hand and the society. They actually dug a super tunnel hundreds of meters deep underground in New York. After seeing this thing, Afu immediately suggested to Kai that they could use this place as a secret base. Kai thought it was a bit exaggerated. What's the point of building such a large underground base? It's totally unnecessary. But Afu thought that it would be better to use it if it was just left here. Such a large space, and it's also hidden, can be used as their new base. If it is discovered by other forces, it will be a trouble. After all, no one will ignore such a good place. In order to dig here, the hand and the society even bought the land above, and not only that, they also built a comprehensive building on it. Although this place belongs to Hell's Kitchen, it is close to 8th Avenue and is still in the business district, so it still has commercial value. 8th Avenue is famous for its large number of gay bars and communities, as well as illegal red light districts. Although it has improved a lot since 1990, its commercial value is still not as high as other places in Manhattan. It is also because of this building that no one has ever suspected that there is something fishy going on. The construction period of this building has always been synchronized with the construction period of the underground tunnel. In order to secretly build the tunnel, the hand and the society got some illegal immigrants from somewhere. After the tunnel was successfully built, all these people were loaded into containers and thrown into the open sea. Even the shooter who designed the building and underground tunnel for the hand and the society was silenced by them. This group of people is simply worse than beasts. It is precisely because of this that the tunnel was perfectly hidden. Now the only people who know about the tunnel are the other 3 fingers of the hand and the society. However, soon these 3 fingers also disappeared mysteriously. As for where they went, we have to ask Hannibal. After getting the information from Madame Gao and Alexandra, the destruction of the remaining 3 fingers has become inevitable. So now there is no one in the world who knows about this tunnel. So Kai was persuaded by Afu. As for Tony, he supports this plan. He had always believed that Kai and he were allies in targeting S.H.I.E.L.D., Emmy and Kai had been under surveillance by S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. This was inevitable. Tony and Kai knew this very well. So Tony also joined in the construction of this secret base. Of course, before that, the seal needed to be opened. Anyway, Tony fiddled with it for several weeks and finally succeeded. He made a device similar to a particle collider, using high-speed particles to destroy the seal at the microscopic level. The principle is very complicated. If you really want to explain it all, it will probably be a paper of dozens of pages. Kai didn't understand it and was not interested in listening. Anyway, after a burst of extremely cool special effects, a blue beam of light shot out from the device invented by Tony, hitting the seal. After about 3 minutes, the sealed stone door began to burst out with a yellow light that was somewhat similar to Daniel's fists, and then the light completely dissipated in a shaking. The sealed stone door also began to weather and crack, and finally turned into ash. Behind the stone door, there was a hollow emitting a faint blue light. Walking into the hollow, Tony and Kai were shocked by the scene in front of them. It was so beautiful. They seemed to be in the starry sky. The walls around them were inlaid with crystal-like things everywhere. Each of these crystals seemed to contain a piece of starry sky. The smaller crystals contained a little starlight, but the larger crystals seemed to contain nebulae. On the top of the cave, there was a large piece of crystal, which looked like a spine, and in the spine there was a bright galaxy. It was magnificent. These starry skies were not dead things. They were slowly moving, the nebulae were rotating, the galaxies were flowing, and the stars were shining. For a moment, people couldn't tell up and down, left and right, and even their own existence was reduced to the utmost. What is this? Tony swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty. Kai had never seen such a scene. He was also stunned by what was in front of him. This thing. Kai had never heard of it. I don't know. Soon the eyes of the two people adapted to the light in the cave, and at the same time, they could see from the shape of those crystals, this thing was really a dragon's bone. Kai saw a dragon head with antlers in the depths of the cave. Even though it was just a skeleton, it was majestic and awe-inspiring, as if it would come alive at any time. Is this really the bone of a creature? Tony scratched his hair and looked around. The bones were scattered throughout the cave. Most of them were still in the rocks, and only some bones were exposed outside the rock layer. But based on these bones, the size of the skeleton could be roughly estimated. It was at least 100 meters long. This was just an estimate based on the bones. If flesh and blood were added, the creature would be even larger. Kai did not answer Tony, but walked to the position of the dragon head, as if he wanted to put one hand on the dragon head skull. He could feel the unparalleled power contained in this dragon bone. However, his gold finger, which had a weak sense of existence, rarely showed abnormal movements. It longed for this power. Kai had never encountered such a situation before. But that desire went deep into Kai's soul. After all, Kai's soul itself was bound to the gold finger. So Kai couldn't control that desire. This was even more unimaginable. So he instinctively resisted this impulse at first. But as he resisted, the impulse became stronger. Just when Kai was trying hard to suppress his impulse, suddenly, the light in the terror began to flicker, and it was very rhythmic, as if breathing. The power was actually responding to Kai's impulse. This time, Kai could no longer control his impulse. His body lost control in an instant. His hand was placed on the skull. Buzz! A very strange rhythm suddenly appeared, and then the starlight was bright. Tony was also affected by the power, and he fell into a state of unconsciousness at the first moment. Then the light became brighter and brighter. Then, the starlight gathered, and a monster appeared in the starlight. The monster's head was like a camel, its horns were like deer. Its eyes were like rabbits, its ears were like cows, its neck was like a snake, its belly was like a clam, its scales were like carp, its claws were like eagles, and its paws were like tigers. Dragon. Unlike Western dragons, this is a real Chinese dragon. And it is a green dragon. Green dragon. Perhaps people who are not familiar with Chinese culture will think that green dragons are very ordinary. But in fact, in ancient mythology, the azure dragon is called the ancestral dragon. There is doubt, and there is also the saying of Ying Long. In short, the azure dragon has extraordinary power in ancient Chinese mythology. After this azure dragon appeared, it first circled and wandered in the air. Its blue scales were colorful. It looked blue, but it was rich in changes. Countless clouds gathered to support the azure dragon's huge body, making the azure dragon full of sacred breath while wandering. Then the Azure Dragon looked up to the sky and roared. This roar directly caused another change in the sky over New York. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning and thunder, and strong winds blew. On the sea outside New York, the tide suddenly changed its pattern and suddenly rose. Countless whirlpools formed in the sea, and huge waves hit the coastline. Fortunately, it is winter now, otherwise. Then the Azure Dragon looked down at Kai. Kai couldn't move his body, and watched the Azure Dragon come to him. The huge dragon eyes stared at him without blinking. There was dissatisfaction and helplessness in that look. Then the dragon roared, and suddenly drilled into Kai's body. At that moment, Kai felt like he was going to explode. Severe pain filled Kai's perception, and at that moment, he really had no time to think about anything. After an unknown amount of time, Kai woke up. He opened his eyes and found that Tony's slap was right in his face, almost touching his face. It was a completely instinctive reaction. Kai slapped Tony with a backhand slap. If it weren't for Afu's quick reaction and pulling Tony away, Tony would have almost passed away. Fuck. Are you going to kill me? Personally experiencing the sonic boom when Kai's slap was slapped in front of him, even Tony, who was braver than the sky, was almost scared to death. If he had been hit hard, he could basically go to see God. Ahem. I'm sorry, there's something wrong here. I can't control this strength. Kai's body is very weak now, and his face looks very bad. Tony also noticed that he was not right, and hurried forward. How are you? What just happened? It should be a good thing. Kai stood up, and Afu quickly supported his master. That thing just now, should be the soul of a dragon. Dragon? You said it was a dragon? Tony's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. It's not dragon, it's dragon. When Kai said dragon, he said it in Chinese. Tony learned Chinese and knew that the Chinese dragon and dragon have the same meaning. So he said dragon. Isn't that different? No, dragon does mean dragon, but the Chinese dragon and dragon are two completely different things. The difference is very big. You learned it wrong. This is a mistake in itself, because the two are completely different in status, form and meaning. In short, in ancient Chinese mythology, the status of dragon is extremely high. You only need to know one thing, that the emperors of ancient China would use dragons to symbolize themselves. And the Chinese even call themselves descendants of dragons, and you can understand the difference? Tony nodded, not quite understanding. That one just now, yeah, it was a dragon, then you, not bad. Kai touched his forehead. His head hurt a lot now, a piercing pain. But fortunately, the pain was fading. Although I almost died, I also got some benefits. What benefits? Tony's thirst for knowledge was very strong. Kai forced a smile, raised his hand, and then lightning flashed on his hand. What kind of benefits is this? Aren't you Thor? Kai had known for a long time that he got Thor's hammer and became Thor, or he was the first person to know it, and he happened to be there that day. No, I turned into Thor before because of that hammer. Now I am Thor myself. Do you understand what I mean? Tony frowned and thought for a while, then looked at Kai shocked. You mean, you turned into Thor before, and now, you are Thor yourself? Transforming into Thor and being Thor are two completely different meanings. To put it bluntly, Kai used the power of Thor's hammer to transform. To put it bluntly, it's someone else's stuff. But now, Kai doesn't need Thor's hammer, and he's Thor. It's his. This is considered a transfer of property rights. Is Thor's hammer okay? This was Tony's first reaction. I didn't take it, so it's fine, Kai said unhappily. Then Kai didn't want to talk anymore. He was in so much pain now and needed to relax. Tony saw this and didn't bother him, so he left directly. It's the same to talk about the dragon bone tomorrow. Anyway, the thing is here and it won't run away. After Tony left, Afu came over. Master, well, it's okay, Kai smiled. This is not a forced effort, it's really okay. On the contrary, it's very beneficial. The blue dragon before did enter Kai's body, and not only that, this old man also gave all his power to Kai. But maybe there was something wrong with the soul of this blue dragon, and the benefits it brought to Kai were not very large, only a dozen energy points. Of course, if it were normal, with so many energy points, I don't know how much time Kai would have to spend slowly to collect them. But compared with the momentum of the Azure Dragon, this gain is nothing. The Azure Dragon really improves Kai's potential. The two most straightforward points are about the godhood and the body. Kai's body is not his own, but that of a modern human named Adam. Although Kai spent a lot of energy points to transform this body, It is not his own after all, and it does not match Kai. After Kai's time travel, his body is that of an ancient Celt. Although the ancient Celts are not considered gods, their physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Kai has been training and upgrading for so many years in ancient times, and his physical fitness is no less than that of ordinary gods. But after escaping from the Forgotten Plateau, his body was crushed to pieces by the power of creation, leaving only his soul to escape. In that case, he could only use the signature spell of the great wizard Satan to occupy the dying atom. This caused the body and soul to be incompatible. Originally, this was nothing. At most, it caused Kai to be unable to maintain his deification for a long time. Like Ultraman, he transformed for 3 minutes and then ran out of power. But now, the power of the Azure Dragon Soul has completed this, and it makes Kai's body and soul more compatible. Just like the original. This seems simple, but it is actually very rare. At least Kai doesn't think he has the ability to do this. This is not a question of strength, but a question of strength level. Another point is the godhood. Kai now has a half-godhood, half of which is Thor, and one of which is the godhood of Set, the god of war and desert. In fact, saying that Thor's godhood is half is a bit flattering. This thing is borrowed at all. He himself does not have such a thing as Thor's godhood. At most, it is a temporary authority given by Thor's hammer, with a little shadow. The godhood of Set, the god of war and desert, is complete, but the problem is that it is not compatible with Kai. Kai's use of it has always been very primitive, just using it as a powerful fire. But now, the Azure Dragon actually relied on the shadow of the Thor's godhood to let him master the Thor's godhood out of thin air. In other words, he really became Thor. Well, that's not right. It should be that King Long forcibly mixed the godhood of the god of thunder and the godhood of the god of war together. Although it's unclear what kind of god Kai is. But Kai does master the godhood of two gods. In other words, Kai can drive the power of these two gods without any obstacles. This is certainly a good thing. But nothing is free. King Long is not a pushover. It has requirements. It needs Kai to protect the earth from the impending disaster. The source of the disaster comes from the Celestial Clan. Vote for recommendation. Although there will be no rewards for recommendation votes, I just like it. Of course, monthly votes are more preferred. Chapter 711, The Gods and the Immortals. The Celestial Tribe. This was the second time Kai heard this name. The first time he came across this name was in the Forgotten Plateau. It was an extremely strange place, which existed outside the timeline of the Earth. It was clearly on Earth, but it was a different world from the Earth. In every era, some creatures would enter there for various reasons. At the same time, it was the origin of the Earth, and it evolved all life on Earth. In short, it was a very, very mysterious place, and Kai also came into contact with the power of creation there. Although the name of the power of creation sounds friendly, in fact, this thing is a pure energy that can create everything and destroy everything. Kai's body was destroyed because of this energy, leaving only his soul to survive. If Adam and his comrades had not happened to appear there, Kai might have had to live in wild animals, and then this book would have become a rebirth beast evolution stream. And this power was left on Earth by the Celestial Tribe. Kai originally thought that his fate with the Celestial Tribe ended here. But he didn't expect to hear this name again from a blue dragon that had been dead for who knows how many years, and what he didn't expect was that the blue dragon actually asked him to fight against the Celestial Tribe. According to the information King Long gave him, Kai did know some information about the Celestials. The Celestials, the original race of the universe and legend, are a group of energy-conscious life forms in an unknown non-material form. Their form is extremely huge, and their energy composition is still unknown. They are extremely tall, but they are covered with armor. No one has ever seen what they look like under their armor or knows their origin. According to King Long, the Celestials came to Earth more than once. Several mass extinctions of life in the Earth era were related to these Celestials, including the mass extinction of dinosaurs. It is speculated that they accelerated a process of the formation of life on Earth. As for the purpose of their doing so, there is no way to know, only that they regard it as fate. But their coming is definitely a disaster rather than a blessing for the existing life on Earth. And their last coming can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. But this time, they encountered resistance. King Long is also one of the rebels. They call themselves Immortals. They have gotten rid of the shackles of reincarnation that all things in the world are bound by, and they wander between the universe beyond time and space. They are immortal, omnipotent, and live as long as heaven and earth. Only then can they be called immortals. The so-called immortals are actually mortals who pursue the path of transcendence, achieve the truth and return to the origin, and then self-recognize and form life. They are the first people on earth to transcend themselves from the world. These immortals are strong and weak. The strong can destroy the world, and the weak are no different from mortals. They just live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. But when they learned that the gods wanted to restart the destruction of the world, the immortals united without hesitation. They felt that the gods' forced interference in their world was unacceptable. So the war began. King Long didn't know why he didn't reveal the process of this war. But the result is that the gods were defeated. But the gods were not destroyed. Because only a small part of the gods came to the earth, a very small part. The immortals won, but they also suffered a major blow. The remaining immortals gathered together after the war to discuss what to do next. Because of the huge losses, the immortals had no confidence in the next attack of the gods, and could even be said to be extremely pessimistic. Because the gods always take the initiative, no one can guarantee when their next attack will be and what scale it will be. The immortals were not afraid of the celestials. They were even very confident that as long as they were given enough time to study the celestials, they would eventually completely defeat them. But the problem was that they didn't have time. At this critical moment, an immortal proposed a solution. Since they couldn't defeat them for the time being, why didn't they hide? Of course, he didn't mean for the immortals to hide themselves, but to hide the entire earth. And give the entire earth the most important gift, transcendence. Let it get rid of its fate and become a free land. And leave the hope of fighting against the celestials to future generations. After a fierce argument, the immortals split into two factions, one to implement the plan, and the other to find a way on their own. They felt that the idea of the previous group was too irresponsible. So the immortals who agreed with the plan came to the core of the earth and used their lives to carve a super magic circle at the core of the earth. They gave this magic circle the true meaning of transcendence, allowing the earth to transcend fate, and also left a super magic circle on the surface to hide the earth. The next step is to send all the races on the earth that are entangled with fate out of the earth. They are the creations of the gods, they are not transcendent. They are the weakness of the earth's defense, and the gods can still find the earth again with their cause and effect. So there is the disappearance of the gods. It can be regarded as a solved case. Kai now finally understands why all the gods disappeared without a trace in such a short world. But at the same time he is a little confused. Why is he still there? Even the ancient Celts disappeared, why did he, who has a deep relationship with various gods, still stay on the earth? This point was not explained in the information given by King Long. In short, this part of the immortals disappeared completely after completing the plan. And the other part of the immortals began to find ways on their own. But something unexpected happened, perhaps because of the war between the immortals and the gods, or perhaps because of the super development of the immortals, the world changed. The earth is no longer suitable for the immortals to survive, or to put it more simply, the earth began to reject them. Some immortals were discouraged and left this dimension to seek a higher level of transcendence. And the rest chose to stay. They were worried about this world, so they hoped to leave something for the earth to resist a possible disaster. There were not many immortals in this group, and King Long was one of them. King Long was not very proud of Kai, because he was not a descendant of immortals. A blonde barbarian was not an ideal successor, not to mention that Kai still had the aura of those gods. But there was no way, he had no time. It was originally seriously injured in the ancient war and should have died. But in order to leave some foundation for the future, it forced itself to stay here. 10,000 years had passed, and it had almost reached its limit. As a result, Kai opened the seal, and there was no chance to pick and choose. However, King Long still found something on Kai that he had not expected. The golden finger. That thing seemed to be a means left by the immortals. Thinking of this, King Long felt more balanced. At least he did not choose the wrong person. Kai also had doubts about the golden finger, but King Long gave too little information. Kai could only speculate that his golden finger, or the fact that he would travel through time, did not seem to be that simple. But, it seemed that Kai did not care about this matter that much. He was shot on the chest by the drug dealer with 6 bullets, and Kai remembered clearly that one bullet hit his heart. There is absolutely no hope. What is there to be unhappy about if he can live another life? As for fighting against the celestials, is there any need to hesitate? These things come to the earth to cause mass extinction. The celestials. What happened to this world? Can't it be just fine? Let's get the recommendation votes. I'm really tired. I was busy until 10 o'clock today, and I haven't eaten yet. When I got home, I was numb. I had no interest in writing at all. In the end, I wrote 2,000 words, but I still couldn't hold on. I can only update this much for now, and I will make up for the less tomorrow. Going to sleep. Let's get the monthly votes. Let's get the recommendation votes. Chapter 712, The Magical Use of Dragon Bones. Oh. Man. Oh. Man. Oh my god, I can't believe it. There is such a strange energy in this world. This subverts all my scientific knowledge. In the underground space, the entire space has become a construction site. A large number of workers who came from nowhere are operating some strange engineering machinery to work. Kai is very curious about where these workers came from. Afu smiled proudly. Although Kingsman's main activity area is in Europe, it does not mean that they have no power in other places. Although their power in the United States cannot be compared with organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D., it is not difficult to secretly send some engineers and equipment here. These people are all Kingsman's people. Even these people have worked for Kingsman for several generations, and there is no need to doubt their loyalty. The storage place of dragon bones deep in the cave is strictly confidential. Only a very few people can come in. Tony is one of them. After Tony left that day, he has been thinking about the dragon bones. The next day he ran here to study the dragon bones. Although he is not a biologist, he also knows that the dragon is definitely not an ordinary creature. What's more, he witnessed the incomparable scene. How could he turn a blind eye? As expected, the research results did not disappoint Tony. Since the last appearance of the Azure Dragon Soul, the brilliance of the original crystal dragon bones has dimmed a lot, and the density of starlight inside has also decreased a lot. But it is still beautiful. Tony carefully used a laser cutter to remove some small fragments for research. The final conclusion surprised Tony. He couldn't see any traces of organic matter from those fragments. In other words, that thing is likely not a living organism at all. But the soul of the Azure Dragon really appeared, and this cannot be faked. This is simply. Even if it is a fossil, you can see traces of cells after slicing, but there is nothing on these dragon bones, just like real crystal stones. But the weird thing is that Tony has never seen a similar crystal structure. These crystals are so wonderful. The energy inside is so great. Its characteristics are more stable than all known energies, and it can even slowly absorb energy from nature to replenish consumption. If I can replicate this crystal, it is equivalent to finding an inexhaustible energy source for mankind. Then you can forget about it. Kai shook his head and interrupted Tony's wishful thinking. This skeleton is the skeleton of a dragon. In other words, he is an immortal. He has transcended and cannot be measured by common sense. Unless you know how to become an immortal, otherwise, forget about it. Immortal. Tony had heard Kai talk about some things before, and knew about immortals and the gods. To be honest, if Kai hadn't told him so seriously, he would have thought it was a joke. How could there be such a thing in this world? But, after seeing the Azure Dragon's soul, Tony's acceptance of these gods, ghosts and strange things is still very high. So what kind of immortal is it? How should I know? If I knew, I would become an immortal too. Kai really didn't know. Could it be like in the novels of cultivation, to cultivate immortals? But that thing, there is not even a theory, how to repair it? The main reason why Kai revealed these things to Tony is that he thinks this matter is too big and he probably can't handle it alone. Tony is definitely a good helper, so Kai told him the things. Tony is a very proud person. When he heard that the Celestials created humans and wanted to destroy them, he was immediately unhappy. He neither accepted the view that humans were created by humans, nor did he want to accept extinction. According to him, what humans are like is also what humans are like. A group of aliens are full and have nothing better to do, so they come to worry about humans? Tisk. Why don't these people leave some clearer hints? If we can know how these crystals are formed, humans can achieve a technological breakthrough in a short time, and then there will be fewer troubles. Tony always felt that those so-called immortals might not be as strong as imagined, but some mutants in ancient times. The reason why the Celestials are said to be so powerful is that they have never seen the market and imagine some high-tech as weird and chaotic. He felt that if human technology can catch up, they will definitely be able to deal with those aliens. Kai saw through Tony's thoughts very clearly, but he didn't say much. Although he knew that things were definitely not that simple, apart from other things, an old dragon that had been dead for 10,000 years could actually help him condense his godhood out of thin air. which was not something that ordinary people could do. At least Kai couldn't imagine what kind of advancement that was. But it's always good to have dreams. What if? Don't think about those things, think about how to use these things. Kai is a realistic person. No matter whether Tony can research those things or not, one thing is certain, that is, these dragon bones must be used to their full potential. Anyway, they have been dug out, so they can't just be left there. Well, you're right. I have some ideas, but they need to be verified. It takes time. Tony did have a lot of ideas. Well, forget it. Since you can't do it, then follow my way. Kai didn't care about Tony's ideas. Scientists have a lot of ideas. Your way? What way? Tony asked curiously. Didn't I say before that these dragon bones have always been the treasures pursued by the hand and the society? Well, you said to use this thing to extend life. That's right. Kai naturally knew how the hand and the society used the power of dragon bones to extend life. However, their methods were extremely primitive, and even their method of using dragon bones was absolutely evil. The energy of dragon bones is extremely stable, and generally speaking, it is difficult to use this energy. So the 5 fingers of the hand and the society asked for help from the devil. Yes, it was the devil they worshipped. What good methods could the devil provide? It was not just some bloody and cruel methods, so every time the 5 fingers used the power of dragon bones to extend their lives, they had to commit a lot of crimes and conduct large-scale blood sacrifices to extract the power of dragon bones. This method is not only evil, but also very inefficient, and often only about 30% of the dragon bones can be utilized. Kai is different. He got the help of King Long. Although it is not a complete immortal inheritance, it is still possible to use the remaining power of King Long. Tony was also very interested after listening. How to do it? It's very simple. Kai broke off a piece of dragon bone from the rock wall with his bare hands, and then, in Tony's surprised eyes, he pressed a fragment of the dragon bone into Tony's chest. Tony's eyes widened as he saw the fragment of the dragon bone emit a faint blue light and then melt into his body. Then an electric current spread from his chest to his whole body. Although the current made him feel a little uncomfortable at the time, after the current passed, he immediately felt extremely comfortable, just like he had just finished a massage and sauna, and his whole body was comfortable. Tony was just about to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt an unpleasant odor in his mouth. Then he was horrified to find that he began to lose his hair. And not only the hair on his head, but even the hair all over his body began to fall off. This was not the end. Then Tony began to feel severe pain in his internal organs, and his skin began to fester. Layers of dead skin mixed with black blood, mud and skin fell down. Very scary. Fuck. Kai, you bastard. There's radiation here. You're going to kill me. Chapter 713, Rain and Dew. Kai was very calm. Do you think that's all? Tony looked at his miserable state and wanted to kill Kai. But now this guy is still talking nonsense. Is this what a human would do? But Tony didn't have time to complain. He just heard his stomach suddenly start to rumble, and then Tony ran to the bathroom with his butt clamped. Kai? I must kill you. Then he closed the bathroom door. Crackling. This diarrhea lasted for nearly an hour. When Tony came out again, he looked like a human. What's going on? Tony didn't believe Kai would hurt him, because there was no need. But he really felt very bad now. He was almost dead. Not only was his whole body in pain, but he also had a prolapsed anus. This is a good thing. Have you heard of washing the marrow and cutting the tendons? Kai said those 4 words in Chinese. Tony understood, but didn't understand the meaning. His Chinese level was not enough to understand the meaning of these 4 words. What do you mean? Kai explained it in simple terms. King Long is a fairy. He has transcended the shackles of living things. He himself is the purest energy between heaven and earth, and what these energies resist most is filth. Well, this filth is the impurities accumulated in our bodies during growth. You are a scientist, you should know that these things are the enemy of life and will damage lifespan. In addition, King Long represents vitality in ancient China. His power will repair the damage to your body. You guys don't pay attention to your living habits at all. Your body is basically rotten, so this power will strip off all the damaged tissues in your body and regenerate them, so this process will be a bit painful. Tony's living habits can be said to be terrible. Overeating is not considered as overeating, but when he was young, he was extravagant and it was common to have music and dance every night. Not only that, once he got into the research he was interested in, he would forget to eat and sleep, and it was normal not to sleep for several days and nights. Even if he was rich, this kind of damage could not be compensated. But now the dragon bones helped him to get it done. Then why do I have diarrhea? Tony roughly understood what it meant. But he couldn't understand why he had diarrhea. Those wastes have to be discharged, right? Do you want those things to come out of your mouth? Tony was about to say something when his stomach started to vomit again. He could only run to the toilet again with his butt clamped. Afu saw Tony's bird-like appearance on the side and felt a little scared. This kind of good thing, Afu is confident that his master will not forget him, but the scene in front of him made him hesitate a little. It was too miserable. Mr. Stark, how long will it take? Not necessarily. It depends on the person. The worse the health, the longer it will take, Kai said. Afu fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, Tony's condition was more serious than Kai imagined. He tossed and turned for a whole day and night before he finally stabilized. Finally left the toilet. I hate the toilet. Tony basically lived in the toilet during this period, and the things he excreted were extremely smelly, just like the smell of a septic tank fermented for a whole year. He almost fainted from the smell. But fortunately, the situation got better as time went on. It was just a bit of a pain in the butt. And he felt that he needed to register as a VIP in the anorectal department. Tony lay on the bed. He took the food and water prepared by Afu and complained. Stop complaining. You know, the people in the hand and the society don't even want this treatment. Tony knew that he was being hypocritical. He could clearly feel the vitality surging inside his body, just like returning to the age of 18. The unprecedented sense of ease and power was simply too good. Rich people can't buy everything, at least they can't buy time. But that's just a side effect. Tony touched his shiny scalp and said embarrassedly, I'm as bald as a peeled boiled egg now. How can I meet people? It's embarrassing to say that all the hairy places on Tony's body are clean, and he doesn't even have eyebrows left. Don't worry about this kind of thing, it will grow out in a few days. Kai didn't care about this at all. Men can be handsome with a bald head. In fact, women with bald heads are not ugly, such as a certain female supreme sorcerer, who is very handsome. The big guys all have this head shape. Kai said casually while breaking off pieces of dragon bones from the stone wall. What are you going to do with this thing? Give it to someone, Kai said casually. Tony frowned. He didn't feel bad because no matter what, these things belonged to Kai and he had absolute power to control these dragon bones. He didn't feel bad. It's just that he knew too well the value of this thing. Once the existence of this thing was known to the outside world, it would be troublesome. No one can resist the temptation of dragon bones. It's too magical. It will cause great trouble to Kai at that time. Kai noticed Tony's expression. Don't worry, they are all trustworthy people. In addition, Pepper may also need it. Tony really didn't think about this at first. After all, the impact was too great, and he was in the toilet all the time, so he didn't have time to think about it. Now when Kai said that, his eyes lit up immediately. Yes, Pepper is almost 30 years old now. As a foreigner, she ages very quickly after 30. Even if Pepper pays attention to maintenance and has money for maintenance, she is too busy. It is inevitable that there will be some changes. The most obvious one is the spots. Westerners are prone to pigmentation, which is why many Westerners have freckles. Quick. Give me a piece quickly, I'll take it now. Kai rolled his eyes at him. Do you know how to use it? Don't worry, I know. Kai took those dragon bone fragments, of course, not to extend people's life, that would be too wasteful. His real purpose is to increase the strength of some potential allies. The power contained in the dragon bones is used to extend life itself is a waste. In fact, Kai also has plans for Tony. He plans to give Tony the Kunlun secret method he got from the Five Fingers. Although he doesn't know how much he can learn, it is at least a reinforcement. The power contained in the dragon bones is enough for him to use ki. That's right, it's to use ki, not to generate ki. Because when the dragon bones were integrated into his body, he already had ki. The same is true for others. Susie was a little depressed recently because she hadn't seen Kai for a long time. She thought she could bear not to see Kai, but she miscalculated. After meeting again, her longing for Kai not only did not ease, but became more and more intense. So she was depressed. But she solemnly left a note for Kai, saying that she wanted to pursue her own meaning, but after a few days, she ran back again. It was too embarrassing. Just when Susie was rolling around on the bed in her small clothes and shorts, recalling every bit of her time with Kai. Suddenly, there was a sound of flapping wings. Susie didn't care at first, thinking it was a pigeon from there. But as the flapping sound became more and more frequent, Susie sat up from the bed. Something was wrong. When she wanted to get her equipment, a figure appeared on her windowsill. A woman wearing a red and black tights with obvious bat features sat on her windowsill, surrounded by countless bats. These bats were not living creatures, but seemed to be made up of shadows. Susie immediately took a defensive stance. "Oh my, look who I found." Susie was stunned. The voice was Kelly. The person who came was none other than Batgirl Kelly. Hearing that Susie recognized her, Kelly took off her hood. Her blonde hair was scattered casually. Susie couldn't believe that this was Kelly. It was completely different from the Kelly in school. In school, Kelly was a well-known White Lotus. The youthful and good girl was her personality. Although Susie knew that it was just an illusion, this woman was not a good thing. But the current Kelly, that mature and charming temperament even made Susie a little bit unable to control herself. The kind that attracts both men and women. "Hey, Freak Susie." Freak was the nickname Kelly privately gave Susie when she was in school. Because Susie always dressed in heavy metal and didn't fit in. At that time, as Queen Bee, all the girls in the school excluded Susie, so she naturally wouldn't go against the crowd. So they happily bullied Susie together, and that's how she got this nickname, Queen Bee. This is the pattern in American youth films. There are 2 or 3 beautiful girls on a campus. They are the school beauties in popular centers. They are usually cheerleaders. Among these 2 or 3 beautiful girls, one is the most powerful, beautiful, and richest. That person is usually called the Queen Bee. This is also the reason why the 2 of them dislike each other. Susie thinks Kelly is a pretentious bitch. She is a good girl in front of others, but she hooks up with men behind others. Kelly thinks Kelly is an ugly girl and a freak. She likes to make trouble. More importantly, she likes to pester Kai. Fuck. Kelly. You bitch is still alive. I didn't expect that Batwoman is a bitch like you. If others knew, they would be very disappointed. Yeah, it's not like you. You suddenly disappeared and turned into this. By the way, I heard that you also ran out to be a superhero? What's your name? I can't remember it. Forget it. Anyway, you are not famous. If the 2 really have a deep hatred, they don't have it. After all, in school, even if it was bullying, it was just secretly saying bad things and secretly encouraging. The worst was just posting prank notes on the lockers. And when was Susie the one who was bullied but didn't say anything? Kelly and his gang also suffered a lot of revenge from her. In short, those were the green years. Although they still seem to be fighting each other now, there is always a feeling of peace and tranquility when you savor it carefully. After the 2 of them exchanged foul language, Susie also let down her guard. To be honest, who hasn't heard of the name of Batwoman? Who would believe that such a superhero would come to cause trouble for those trivial things between girls in high school? What are you doing here? And how did you find this place? Speaking of this, Kelly felt relieved. Of course Kai told me. Kai? Susie's face turned green when she heard this. Who doesn't know who? Back in GA Town, Susie and Kelly didn't get along. The reason for the confrontation was Kai. Both sides knew that the other had bad intentions and was a bitch who seduced men. Now Kelly can get the news from Kai, which is very telling. Think about it, she didn't even know that Kelly was Batgirl. Susie also felt that she had lost. But Susie would never admit defeat. Being fat first is not considered fat, and only when you are fat later can the can collapse. What did Kai ask you to do? Looking at Kelly's frustrated face, Kelly was so happy. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door of Susie's apartment. I'm here. Kelly didn't know what politeness was at all, and ran to open the door in a hopping manner, just like it was her own home. Hey. This is my home, Susie shouted unhappily. You're here? Kelly didn't care at all. She just happily led the people into the house. Susie then saw that it was Kai, and there was a woman she didn't know. The woman was wearing a nun's uniform and a veil on her face, but the nun's uniform couldn't cover the woman's figure. When she walked, the nun's uniform could still outline the thrilling curves. Seeing Kai, Susie immediately felt a lot more comfortable. But seeing him bring 2 women to her home, Susie suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Kai looked at Susie and took out a piece of dragon bone fragment. I won't write about the operation after taking out the dragon bone. It's a bit beyond the outline, so I skipped it to avoid being sealed again. Anyway, that's it. In the morning, Kai climbed out of the pile of powder. Looking at the 3 women on the bed, 2 of them were bald, Kai was a little bit amused. He originally just came to help Susie and wanted to strengthen her strength, but it turned out to be like this inexplicably. This was indeed something he didn't expect at the beginning. If you have good things, you naturally have to share them. Kai thought of letting the 3 women in Chicago come to New York before opening the seal of the dragon bone. Diana and the others heard about this magical thing, so they naturally came. They didn't care much about lifespan. The main thing was that it could restore the body's functions to the best state, which was too exciting, and no woman could refuse it. So they came quickly. Among them, Diana had the least side effects after receiving the dragon bone, which was basically equivalent to none. She possessed divine power, and it was very strong. The little power increase from the dragon bone was dispensable to her. However, Diana was still very satisfied. She could also feel the changes that the dragon bone brought to her. It was like going through puberty again. The kind of rejuvenation from the inside out could not be achieved even by divine power. As a result, after accepting the dragon bone, Diana's first reaction was to ask Kai for more. She planned to bring some to her mother. Did she use the dragon bone as a skincare product? But anyway, Kai agreed. He gave Diana a piece of bone and asked her to take it back to make it into jewelry for the Amazon Queen to wear. Although the effect was not as immediate as absorbing the dragon bone, the effect would not be bad if worn for a long time with the help of divine power, but it would take a little longer to take effect. Diana returned to Paradise Island that day. The remaining Catherine and Kelly were severely tormented by the dragon bone. Perhaps because of the embarrassment, the 2 women were unbalanced. When Kai said he would send the dragon bone to Susie, the 2 immediately proposed to follow, with Kelly being the main one, and the willingness was particularly strong. When it came to Susie, the 2 were disappointed. Perhaps it was because Susie also possessed divinity. She also had diarrhea, but she did not become bald. Instead, Susie discovered the fact that Kelly had become bald. Then things got out of control. I don't know how it started, but Kai really felt a little tired at night. After all, these 3 are not easy to deal with. Second update. Don't stop the monthly tickets. Chapter 714 Request. Kai never thought that this situation would happen, so he didn't know how to face it for a while. In fact, Kai always felt that he should be a man who is responsible for his feelings, and he always asked himself to do so. Therefore, when he faced many temptations, he could stick to his own ethics, otherwise this book would have become a harem. He didn't understand how things turned out like this, so he could only run away first. It has never been Kai's style to escape from such things, but, in this situation, there seems to be no good way. He can only escape first and then make plans based on the follow-up situation. It is shameful to escape, but it is very useful. Kai still came to the police station as usual. The police station was as busy as usual. Although Kai's iron blood had shocked the gangs in New York and prevented them from completely losing control because of the loss of the throne of New York, although these gangs still coveted the hegemony of the New York underground world, they also had their own tacit understanding, that is, not to make things too big, and the struggle was also carried out in private, otherwise it would be bad to attract the thunder of the police. The gangsters have behaved themselves, but the problem is that this is New York, and it is not just the gangsters who commit crimes. This kind of international metropolis is destined to have a large floating population. Once there is a large floating population, short-term behaviors will naturally emerge in an endless stream. So even if the gangsters have behaved themselves a lot, the police are still very busy. Kai had just come back when George found Kai. Since the 15th precinct got on the right track, Kai has been a de facto hands-off boss. He would leave the usual administrative matters to George. So George enjoyed being the deputy director. Although he was not the director, he was in charge of the director's work. Kai was a person who didn't like these things very much. George basically exercised all the powers, big and small, in the bureau. Even when facing the media, he was the deputy director. He had both the inside and the outside, so why wouldn't he be happy? Of course, all this still couldn't shake Kai's prestige in the 15th precinct. When a leader wants to gain prestige, the most important thing is not to grasp power, but 2 things. One is to bring hope to everyone, such as meritorious service and promotion. Needless to say, Kai came to the 15th precinct less than a year ago, and the 15th Precinct has solved many major cases and destroyed many gangs. The credit is great, and Kai is also willing to fight for the interests of his subordinates. He did not take the credit himself, but shared it with his subordinates. As for the police, if you have merit, you can get a promotion. It is impossible to suppress it, otherwise who would fight hard in the future? Therefore, a group of police officers in the 15th Precinct are promoted like diabetes, and the police ranks are all rushing up. This has greatly changed the impression of the 15th Precinct in the minds of many ambitious police officers. The second point is money. It is very vulgar, but this is a vulgar world. Nothing can be done without money. With money, the police station can add more new equipment to greatly increase the combat and self-protection capabilities of the police. With money, the welfare of the police officers will be better. During this period of time, the welfare of the 15th Precinct has risen from the bottom of New York to the top, even better than some police stations in charge of wealthy areas. The police officers of the 15th Precinct can not only receive a certain amount of allowances every month, but also get a lot of shopping cards, vouchers and other things. These things seem worthless, but in fact they can greatly reduce the cost of living of the police officers. Not only that, Kai also pulled the Stark Group and the Wayne Group to set up a special fund for the police. As the 15th Precinct under Kai's jurisdiction, it is natural that they can get preferential treatment. If the police officers have difficulties in life, they can ask the fund for help. In addition, with money, the pensions of the police officers will also be greatly increased. These treatments will greatly improve the quality of life of the police officers. And who brought all these? Of course, it was their chief. Who doesn't like and support such a leader? So even though Kai always doesn't manage administration, his status in the 15th Precinct is already extremely transcendent. That's why Kai doesn't care who exercises the power of the chief. So George rarely bothers Kai with some nonsense, except for extremely difficult incidents. For example, today. Missing case, Kai flipped through the files. It was a missing homeless case. The reporter was a volunteer organization. There are many homeless people in New York, but they are almost the least concerned group in the whole city. Logically, no one should care about this kind of case. How could it end up on Kai's desk? Will the homeless leave? In any society, homeless people don't have a good reputation. It's the same in the United States. Among the homeless people in New York, most are drug addicts and habitual thieves. Only a small number are bankrupts. They are indeed pitiful, but it must be said that pitiful people have their own pitiful aspects. It is also because of the special social attributes of homeless people that their whereabouts have always been uncertain. Maybe they are in a bridge hole today, and go to park on the other side of the city tomorrow. This is not certain. So when homeless people suddenly disappear, Kai's speculation just now is the most normal. This is not the first time this volunteer organization has reported a case. George seemed to think there was something strange about this case. I have also asked brothers in other districts and found that this situation has occurred in many places in New York. It's no wonder that George attaches great importance to it. After all, the last case of hundreds of children disappearing has caused a lot of trouble for the New York police. The deputy chief in charge of this matter has resigned, and the chief almost resigned as well. Fortunately, Kai's 15th Precinct has done a good job and saved a lot of points. Otherwise, the chief of the New York Police Department would have to be replaced. But even so, the impact has not dissipated until now. From time to time, people still go to the place where the bodies of those children are piled up to mourn. Therefore, New York has been extremely sensitive to missing cases during this period. If someone does something strange with those homeless people again, the New York police don't want to do it again. Is that so? If it's a homeless person, maybe the matter is just like that. After all, the death of homeless people, to put it bluntly, it's too normal. These people have no fixed place to live and no source of income. In order to survive, what will they do? They are already wandering on the edge of gray, so basically life and death are determined. They may die of illness, may die from taking inferior drugs, or may be beaten to death. In short, their ending is basically like this. So the police wouldn't bother. After all, the American police are always the thugs of the rich. They don't pay taxes, so they don't get services. But the situation is different now. A series of homeless people have disappeared. There is something wrong with this. It is indeed necessary to pay attention to it. Then, Kai just said that he was going to investigate it himself. But surprisingly, George stopped him. Wait, Chief, Kai looked over. Can this case be handed over to Misty to investigate? George asked a little embarrassedly. Misty is a girl who can't sit still. She lost a hand, but she didn't lose her courage and sense of justice. When the police station was attacked that day, she stood up very bravely and was injured. This case is a bit dangerous. I'm afraid of her. It was these rare qualities that made Kai even more unwilling to let her get into trouble. This is also something I want to get rid of your help, huh? Isn't it a request to let her go to the front line to investigate? I want you to help her make a hand, huh? Kai's first reaction was, has his secret been discovered by George? I have something urgent to do today and need to go out overnight, so I can only write these first and make up for it tomorrow. Please give me a recommendation vote. The more recommendation votes the better. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 Death of Society. Fortunately, Kai had a strong psychological quality and controlled his expression. He just showed surprise. Huh? Where can I get a hand for her? George obviously didn't notice Kai's emotional changes. He just said hurriedly, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, can you let Tony Stark make a mechanical prosthesis for Misty? Tony Stark is so powerful that he can make a mecha. It doesn't make sense that he can't make a mechanical prosthesis, right? So that's what you mean? Kai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Kai was not afraid of others discovering his secret, it was still a troublesome thing anyway. The next moment, Kai shifted his thoughts to the prosthesis. Let Tony make a mechanical prosthesis for Misty? This idea. Why didn't I think of it? Now that I think about it, it's quite feasible. Kai felt that with Tony's technology, it would be no problem to make a prosthesis. Is it okay? George asked expectantly. In fact, George had this idea a long time ago. Because of George's command several years ago, Misty lost a hand. George has always felt guilty. He also consulted many medical institutions and found that the good prosthetics on the market are not only very expensive, but also very ordinary in function. At most, they are just beautiful toys, which are useless. Later, George was transferred to the 15th precinct to be Kai's deputy. When he learned that Kai and Tony were very familiar with each other, he had this idea. It's just that everyone didn't know each other well at the beginning, so it was really hard to talk about some things. Even now, George is not sure whether Kai will help. Because in George's opinion, no matter what, the price of a mechanical prosthesis will never be cheaper than a house, and it's a house in Manhattan. Such an expensive price really made George hesitate for a long time. Until today, Misty insisted on investigating the missing homeless case, and finally George made up his mind. He could see that Misty was not happy with her clerical job. She always yearned to return to the front line. George also thought that Misty was a good criminal detective. It would be a huge waste if she could only spend her time on paperwork. So George made a request. Of course, no problem, Kai said firmly, and he never had any idea about the price in his mind. It can only be said that George didn't know the happiness of rich people at all. Call Misty, I'll take her to Tony now. Tony happened to be urging Kai to deliver the dragon bone to Pepper. Really? George was surprised and happy. When have I ever lied? A few hours later, on the top floor of Stark Building. I said, can you stop staring at my head? Tony was using an instrument to examine Misty, but he couldn't ignore the burning eyes that always stayed on his shiny head shape, and now his head shape is very sensitive to light. Finally, Tony couldn't bear it anymore. Puff. I don't know who started it first, maybe it was Pepper. Finally, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. In short, the room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Especially Pepper. Maybe because no one had shared it with her before, even though she thought it was funny, she didn't laugh so much. As a result, after Kai and Misty couldn't help laughing, she couldn't control herself anymore. Sure enough, secrets are meant to be shared. Seeing his girlfriend fall on the sofa with laughter, Tony felt his face burning again. The last time he was so shy was when he was in the first grade of elementary school, when he was kissed by a little girl for the first time. Unexpectedly, Tony's shyness not only did not make his laughter stop, but even brought better entertainment. Because when he blushed, His head also exploded. Just like a red light bulb. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha. So the atmosphere became even more cheerful. Maybe because it was too much, Tony couldn't stand it all of a sudden. He threw the instrument to the ground fiercely, and ran away. After that, Tony hid in his room and didn't come out, and swore that he would never see anyone until his hair grew. Pepper knew that Tony's self-esteem was hurt, so she had no choice but to admit her mistake and beg at the door of the room. After more than half an hour, she finally asked Tony to come out of the room. All this surprised Misty, who was standing aside. She didn't expect that the famous Tony Stark would have such a side. Fortunately, Kai and Misty still remembered that they came to ask for help, so when Tony came out again, they looked straight ahead and didn't even look at Tony. Finally, when all the tests were done, Misty ran out of Tony's penthouse like her house was on fire. But halfway, the girl couldn't help it and left a series of silver bell-like laughter in the air. Tony's head turned red again. Looking at Tony, Kai suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Tony. When he came to Tony before, Kai actually didn't expect that it would be so troublesome to make a prosthesis for Misty. According to Tony, if it is a general prosthesis, he certainly has a way to make it, and it will be much better than those on the market. But who is Tony? He is the kind of person who either does not do it or does it the best, and he never compares with others, he only compares with himself. So he plans to make the best prosthesis for Misty, not the kind of prosthesis that fools people, but a multifunctional mechanical bionic arm that uses nerve conduction. This thing is impossible to appear on the market, especially nerve conduction, which is Tony's unique research. It is also because of the application of such technology that Tony has to do so many tests. After all, the mechanical bionic arm is to be directly connected to Misty's nerves, which requires extremely precise preparation in advance. Unexpectedly, Tony was not greeted with gratitude, but a mockery that was almost socially dead. Kai tried hard to restrain his smile and tried his best to make Tony not see that he was laughing. Okay, Tony, don't worry, Misty is just a child. Kai tried to ease the atmosphere. Child? A 3060 child? Tony said sarcastically. Tell her that I will install a camera on her bionic arm, and I will send her Euglena to the whole world. I want her to never dare to take a bath again. Pepper hit Tony in annoyance and told him not to be so stingy. By the way, Misty's figure is really explosive. After being hit by Pepper, Tony suddenly thought of something, and he looked at Kai with ill intentions. Did you bring the things? Yes, Kai didn't understand yet. Then hurry up, please vote for recommendation. Recommendation votes are. Chapter 716, Frequent Major Cases. When Kai left Stark Tower, it seemed as if the whole building could hear Pepper's screams. Kai chose to leave quickly in such a socially dead scene. You know, with Pepper's physical fitness, the side effects of using the dragon bone may not be worse than Tony's. Imagine a beautiful girl like Pepper going through the same experience as Tony. Oh. It's too damaging to her image. Kai decided to leave, so as not to destroy Pepper's image in his mind. When he returned to the police station, Kai received Misty's transfer application. Looking at Misty, who was looking at him expectantly with big eyes, Kai didn't know what to say. Is it necessary to be so anxious? Tony makes things very quickly. Wouldn't it be better to wait until you get a prosthesis before investigating the case? No. The criminals are taking action now. If I wait, more people will get hurt, so I have to act quickly. Misty hasn't been out on the field for a long time, and she can't wait. But you don't have a partner. Kai was indeed a little worried about Misty. Disability is one thing, but what makes Kai more worried is her mentality. She is too anxious. This is more likely to cause trouble. George has already found someone for me, Jessica. Misty seemed to have guessed what Kai would say, so she said quickly. Jessica? Wait, how did you get involved with her? Kai didn't expect to hear Jessica's name. George introduced me. Misty and Jessica were not familiar with each other, but Fergie knew her. George had also heard about Jessica's deeds and knew that this woman was very valued by Kai. To be honest, if Kai didn't value her, he wouldn't have gone to the prison to ask for help so that Jessica could live a better life in prison, and even found a psychologist as expensive as Harley to help Jessica solve her psychological problems. Since Kai values her, he can trust her, so after being unable to resist Misty's soft and hard nagging, George began to work hard for Misty, and even used Jessica. In order to make Jessica a partner of Misty, George also used a backdoor very rarely to make Jessica an auxiliary police officer. Auxiliary police in the United States are actually quite childish. Auxiliary police in the United States are composed of volunteers. In order to maintain social order and protect the country, many young people in the United States like to be auxiliary police. Since it is voluntary, of course there is no salary. Moreover, there is no affiliation between auxiliary police and regular police. Auxiliary police are only responsible for basic social order. Auxiliary police are not allowed to take action in some major criminal cases. Because auxiliary police do not need to undergo rigorous training to take up their posts. Generally, as long as they are healthy and have no criminal experience, they can become auxiliary police after 4 months of training. But the United States is not a society that follows the rules. On the contrary, it is a society full of special treatment everywhere. George only needs to write an application, saying that Jessica has special talents and the police station can hire her at its discretion. With George's connections and power, this can be easily done. Jessica. Tisk. Okay, but you have to keep an eye on Jessica. She is impulsive. If she really gets into trouble, it will be difficult to deal with. Kai can understand why George wants to put a police skin on Jessica. The reason is very simple, for procedural justice. After the police investigate a case and collect evidence, they have to go through a trial, and the trial focuses on the legality of the evidence. If there is a little problem with the evidence during the investigation and collection process, then the evidence will be considered illegal. Then everything the police do will be in vain. However, Jessica is a person who acts impulsively without regard for the consequences. If no one is watching her, she might do things her own way. That's seen. Whether the case is solved or not is another matter, but complaints are certain. I know, seeing Kai signing the transfer document, Misty didn't care about the mess at all. She didn't listen to what Kai said at all, grabbed the document and ran out, ready to find the Human Resources Department, and then go to the gun room. Seeing Misty like this, Kai was also helpless. Which policeman doesn't want his colleagues to be such people with a strong sense of justice? But sometimes a strong sense of justice is also a headache. Jessica had been waiting outside the police station for a long time. She had nothing to do recently. Luke was arrested, Matt was in a state of depression and it would take some time for him to recover. Susie was mysterious, and her detective agency. To be honest, it was a miracle that she didn't starve to death. So when faced with Fergie's matchmaking and George's invitation, she agreed without thinking too much. Because of Kai, she had a good impression of the police in the 15th precinct. She was not opposed to being able to investigate cases and help people. And she had also come into contact with Misty. She really admired this woman. She broke one hand, but still insisted on her justice. Such people were rare. She even admired Misty. She herself had been traumatized, and then she was depressed and had only improved until now. But what about others? Even if she lost her arm, she still faced life positively. This spirit was not something everyone had. Jessica. Just when Jessica was leaning against a car and feeling bored, Misty screamed and rushed out of the police station. Although she lost one hand, it still did not affect her jumping and venting her excitement, which made many police officers in and out of the police station smile knowingly. Of course, the men's smiles were mixed with more complicated things. After all, the 36D jumping up, the effect was very shocking. Seeing Misty in a police uniform, with a 9mm Glock 19 on her waist, this is a common gun for New York police. NYPD requires police officers to have 3 choices when purchasing firearms, all of which are 9mm calibers, namely Glock 19, P226 or Para Smith Wesson 5946. LAPD is more flexible and police can buy their own guns. Looking at this outfit, you can tell that Misty has been transferred to the field. It seems to be successful. Jessica was also happy for Misty. Of course, so what do we do next? Jessica has never been a police officer and doesn't know the process of police handling cases. Of course we go to the scene, and then after get off work we will go to see the Johnny show. I remember there is still his poster in your detective agency. Jessica obviously arranged everything. Johnny show is actually a stunt motorcycle. This kind of death-seeking performance has always been very popular in the West, especially those rednecks in the South, who like to watch performances that can cause explosions such as motorcycle collisions. If someone can die, these bastards will definitely be excited. Johnny Show is the best of this kind of performance. The performer of Johnny Show is called Johnny Blaze, who is a legend in the stunt world. Before the age of 20, Johnny was not famous. He was just the adopted son of the legendary motorcycle stuntman Craig Crouch Simpson. He had been doing odd jobs in the motorcycle stunt troupe. Craig Crouch Simpson is known as the greatest motorcycle rider in the world and has always been a benchmark in this industry. Johnny followed Simpson to start their own stunt performance journey. The Crouch Simpson Motorcycle Stunt Show toured across the United States. Crouch Simpson taught Johnny how to perform motorcycle stunts. Crouch hoped that this young man could eventually succeed him as a stunt star. But when Johnny was 20 years old, Crouch tried to set a world record by flying over 22 luxury cars, but failed. Crouch died on the spot during the performance. Johnny lost his adoptive father. In grief and anger, he took his adoptive father's body away from the scene, and immediately jumped on a motorcycle and jumped over 22 cars to break the world record in one fell swoop, fulfilling his adoptive father's will and trying to give Crouch honor in memory of him. From then on, Johnny was out of control. He always jumped back and forth on the edge of various death, as if he was teasing the god of death. This brought him great reputation, and the Johnny Show became the most famous motorcycle stunt show in the United States. Every time he went to a place, tickets for the Johnny Show would be hard to get. Not only that, Johnny's stunts also made him favored by Hollywood, and he became a stunt consultant for many Hollywood crews. Jessica was a fan of Johnny when she was young, but after so much experience, Jessica has matured a lot, but if there is a chance, she will not miss it. The next morning, Misty brought Jessica, who was still excited, to the police station. Yesterday's stunt was so great. No one expected that Johnny would be so crazy. He actually put explosives on 25 trucks, and then he wanted to jump over 25 exploding trucks. The scene was too shocking and too hot. Everyone thought Johnny was joking, and many people even covered their eyes and dared not watch. But Johnny still jumped over. When the flames of the explosion engulfed Johnny, everyone screamed in fear. But in the midst of the screams, Johnny passed through the flames and landed steadily. The screams of fear turned into crazy shouts. No wonder that man was called the knight who defeated the god of death. It was too explosive. But before the two of them could share yesterday's thrills with others, they found that the atmosphere in the police station today was very solemn. What happened? Misty asked a police officer. You don't know, the police officer who was polled was more surprised than them. A serial murder case happened in the city yesterday. 36 victims died in the same way in one night. Now all the police officers in New York have been alarmed, and the chief is probably in a meeting at the headquarters. George asked us all to spread out, and now all the guys who are not in urgent need of work have gone out to investigate this case. What? Misty and Jessica were shocked. The headquarters is really in a headache. More than 30 people were killed in one night, and the death was strange. This kind of thing cannot be concealed, after all. These 30 or so unlucky people are distributed all over the city, and some of the bodies were found by the police through social networks. Now the news is flying everywhere. If it is known to the public, it means the police must give an answer, otherwise, the angry people will curse their ancestors until the Mayflower lands. You are all the elites of the New York police, and New York needs your strength now. Tell me, what do you think? The chief of the New York Police Department no longer has much energy to make a nice opening speech. New York has not been peaceful these days, and the police department is under great pressure. The pressure on him as the chief is even greater. The boss of the New York police is not the chief, but the police commissioner. However, the position of the commissioner is a civilian staff member and is directly appointed by the mayor. The three major leaders of the NYPD are the chief deputy commissioner and the commissioner, so generally when something goes wrong, the chief of the police department is the most unpopular position, because he must be the one to take the blame. Just a few days ago, a deputy chief of the New York Police Department just left. The chief is now worried every day. But disasters come from the sky. The public does not care about any objective reasons. They only know that since this stupid chief took office, the public security situation in New York has become worse and worse. In fact, the public security in New York is not bad. At least compared with the same period, the crime rate in New York is much lower now. But the frequent occurrence of major cases has left a very bad overall impression on the public. Originally, he wanted to hear the opinions of the bosses of each branch, but the conference room was silent. All of them are dumb. The chief was already very annoyed for his official hat, but the people under him were still pretending to be dead for him. Kai was flipping through the documents, and he threw them on the table only after he finished reading them. Bang! Everyone looked at Kai. Chief Wayne, Do you have any ideas? The chief's attitude changed when he saw Kai. There was no way his identity was too special, and he didn't dare to use the tone of a superior to treat Kai. What ideas can I have? This kind of thing shouldn't be handled by us police officers. Kai was not panicked at all. He just looked at the photos of the scene and the autopsy report. These people were burned to death, but the weird thing was that these people's skin was fine, but their internal organs were all charred, especially their eyes were burned into honeycomb coal. We are all police officers. Who can tell me how these people died? Others also thought that this way of death was too weird, so they didn't dare to speak. I don't know. I don't know either. Kai took a sip of the juice on the table. Originally, there was only mineral water in the meeting. Kai wanted to drink juice, so he asked the secretary of the director to change it. This is obviously a supernatural case. How can we police investigate it? The director calmed down a little after hearing Kai's words. But after calming down, he still looked miserable. Yes, the police can't investigate supernatural cases. This is an excuse. But the problem is that the public will not accept it. The public doesn't care about this. I paid taxes, and you tell me you can't handle it? Trash. What's the use of you? Change people. So sometimes it's useless to escape. Don't say this. The incident happened in New York, so we must give an explanation to the people of New York, the director said righteously, but in fact it was for his official hat. If this matter had not been exposed, believe it or not, the director would have immediately blamed S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also supported by federal taxes. Why do they eat and do nothing? But it has been exposed. Chief Wayne, you are the only one sitting here who has had contact with supernatural forces. I believe you can perfectly resolve this incident. Since he can't blame others, he will blame his subordinates. Although Kai is not someone he can afford to offend, but he can't care so much now. Kai curled his lips. This is not the scope of the police's duties. He doesn't like bureaucracy. I authorize you. For the people of New York, we can't shirk responsibility. For my official hat. Okay, I have friends in this field, but the expenses incurred in the middle, no problem. I can give you a special allocation now. The amount is huge, 20 million. Although the New York Police Department has always been short of funds, it is not short of this little money. This is New York. Not enough. It would be a waste if it is not slaughtered. Why should these people be awarded for their meritorious service? Although he doesn't care about the merit, he can't take it for granted. 50 million. It's all up to you, no one will ask. In fact, I think we should also have a special force in New York to deal with this kind of supernatural power, otherwise it will be very difficult to deal with such a thing. The director thought it made sense. Those losers in S.H.I.E.L.D. were so arrogant at ordinary times, but they pretended to be dead at a critical moment, making these poor little policemen take the blame. It's simply unreasonable. Get this done. I will apply to the commissioner and the mayor in person. Even if they don't agree, I will set up this department within the police station. I promise you that you will not be short of funds. The director waved his hand and made a happy decision. It was also when Kai was in the meeting that the Wen brothers, who had not appeared for a long time, also came to New York. The second update is here. Chapter 717 Yellow-Eyed Devil. Since leaving GA Town, the Wen brothers have returned to their daily lives, wandering around the United States, looking for supernatural events. In the past few years, they have solved many supernatural phenomena. But recently, they suddenly found that supernatural phenomena have increased in the United States. No, it should be said that supernatural phenomena have increased all over the world, even to the point where demon hunters are too busy to handle them. Demon hunters are a relatively closed group, but there are still some weak connections between them, so demon hunters can also exchange information. During this period, demon hunters, no matter where they are active, have found that supernatural events are increasing without exception. Usually, demon hunters are not a very busy group, and most of the time, it is demon hunters who chase supernatural events. But recently, they found that they don't even need to chase them. Supernatural events are everywhere. Many experienced demon hunters feel that something big has happened, so many demon hunters who think they have some skills have begun to consciously look for the source. As a famous evil star combination in the demon hunter group, the Wen brothers are naturally unwilling to lag behind. They found their adoptive father and mentor Bobby, hoping to find out what happened recently. Bobby also received a lot of feedback from hunters, and he also felt that things were a bit bad. So Bobby deliberately captured two demons wandering in the world. Under torture, The demons told everything, but unfortunately, the demons themselves didn't know much. They only knew that the barrier between the world and hell, the demon world, had been weakened, and it was easier for demons to enter the world. As for why, the demons were also confused, but the demons didn't care about it. Facing the questions of the Wen brothers, Bobby had no clue, but Bobby gave them another case. Just recently, Bobby noticed that some hunters disappeared mysteriously. These hunters all have connections with Bobby, which is a bit similar to the relationship between the Wen brothers and him, but not so close. But most of them are old relationships. But recently, these people disappeared, and Bobby couldn't contact them by all means. Until recently, an old friend who was very close to him also disappeared, and Bobby immediately went to the old friend's house to look for him. Discovered, the old friend is dead. The old friend died at the hands of evil spirits. The salt bombs and various iron tools at the scene and the talismans for dealing with evil spirits can illustrate this. This was very unusual in Bobby's opinion. First of all, evil spirits are indeed difficult to deal with. As long as you don't find the weak spot, you can't completely get rid of them. But if you say it's powerful, it's just that. In the hunter circle, there are very few hunters who really died at the hands of evil spirits, except for those rookies. Secondly, his old friend was killed in his own home. Which hunter would keep evil spirits in his own home? Even if there are evil spirits in the house, they will be cleared out by hunters early. This matter reveals something strange. Coincidentally, at this time, another friend of Bobby also got into trouble. His friend was in New York. So Bobby quickly asked the Wen brothers to come to New York. After the Wen brothers arrived in New York, they immediately devoted themselves to the investigation of the case. The deceased was named Enid. She died in her own closet. There was an armory behind her closet. The armory was opened, guns were used, and some bullets were scattered. A salt line was left at the scene in front of the closet. However, the deceased did not die in the closet, but died on the bed. Her heart and internal organs were taken out. It looks like a beast did it. But the problem is that this is New York. What kind of wild animal would run into a human apartment and kill people? This case is under the jurisdiction of the headquarters detective bureau, but when the Wen brothers arrived at the scene, the on-site investigation was not over. The Wen brothers still used the same old tricks, directly took out their FBI credentials and pretended to be FBI. This made the detectives of the detective bureau feel puzzled. The case was only discovered today. The neighbor next door smelled a foul odor in this apartment, so he called the police, which led to the current situation. The New York police themselves have just taken action, and the FBI has arrived. The Wen brothers are also floating. Since they got Kai's help last time and helped them delete their criminal records from the FBI database, they have had a good time for a long time, so it is inevitable that they are a little too proud of themselves. The detective in charge of the case didn't say anything, but just asked a police officer to greet them, and then called the FBI to verify. What else is there to say? The two were arrested in an instant. I say, you two are really good. It's okay to pretend to be FBI in those small places, but you dare to do this in New York. Kai looked at the Wen brothers in silence. The two were also embarrassed. They were carried away. The FBI is very famous in the United States. It naturally suppresses some small-town sheriffs. Moreover, they don't have much contact with the FBI, so it's not surprising that they were fooled. But this is not New York. The FBI has the largest branch in the United States in New York, not to mention that the relationship between the New York Police Department and the FBI is very bad. This has nothing to do with Kai. Since 911, the relationship between the New York Police Department and the FBI has been bad, and it is common for them to cause trouble for each other. On the contrary, Kai has a good reputation within the FBI. After all, they don't like to take the blame for S.H.I.E.L.D. Kai caught S.H.I.E.L.D. agents several times by pretending to be FBI. I didn't expect the detective to be so decisive. We were pointed at by more than a dozen guns and were almost scared to death. Dean is more principled and never takes action against ordinary people. So when he was caught by the police, he was also honest. Sam was reflecting on himself. Compared to his brother, Sam was much more organized. By the way, I forgot to ask, what's the matter with that case? Kai didn't dwell on this question. Anyway, these two people can always turn danger into safety. Being caught by the police is just a small matter. No one will die anyway. The revenge of the evil spirit, Dean said. I guess, is that so? Then you continue to investigate this case. Kai threw out 2 certificates. Special Affairs Investigation Department of the New York Police Department, police officers Dean and Sam. The 2 looked at each other with the certificates. What is this? It's a temporary certificate, which makes it easier for you to do things in New York. It's legal. But it's only limited to New York. Outside of New York, this thing is just a toy. It's fake at first glance. The Special Affairs Investigation Department is the department that Kai and the director have decided to set up to deal with supernatural events. It hasn't been established yet, but it's temporary, so there's no problem. As the price of not being prosecuted, the Wynn brothers will temporarily join this department and then make meritorious contributions. Kai told the 2 brothers the whole story. That's the thing. You'll probably have to stay in New York for a while. The Winchester brothers had no objection to this. They usually wandered around anyway, so it didn't matter where they were. Then Kai explained the serial murder case. Sam was very interested when he heard this. Dean, on the other hand, felt that ordinary people's cases had nothing to do with him, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But since they were here, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. There were 2 bodies at the headquarters. The moment the Winchester brothers saw the bodies, their faces changed. The intense emotions of the 2 of them made Kai a little confused. What's wrong? Kai asked. Do you remember the demon we have been tracking? Dean said solemnly. The yellow-eyed demon. Kai remembered that the Winchester brothers said that this demon had been entangled with the Winchester family for 2 generations, and their mother died at the hands of the yellow-eyed demon. Sam was still young at the time, so he didn't remember anything, but Dean was an eyewitness and he remembered it very clearly. Then there was John Winchester, the father of the 2 and also Adam's father. After his wife died, he joined the demon hunter group. He spent a full 20 years tracking the demon. In the end, in order to save Dean, who was seriously injured by the demon, he also gave his life and died at the hands of the yellow-eyed demon. In addition, Sam's girlfriend also died at the hands of the yellow-eyed demon, and the way she died was exactly the same as their mother. It can be said that the yellow-eyed demon and the Winchester family have a blood feud. Are you sure? Kai asked solemnly. A demon ran to a big city like New York. This is not a good thing. No doubt, these corpses have its disgusting smell. Sam gritted his teeth and said. He saw his father and girlfriend die at the hands of the yellow-eyed demon with his own eyes. How could he not hate it? In other words, he is really in New York. Absolutely. Kai sighed, but the Winchester brothers immediately started the investigation without stopping, mainly because the Winchester brothers couldn't wait. At the same time, a man woke up in his bed. Ha. 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 The man had a plain face. But his identity was not simple. He was the super motorcyclist who shocked the whole of New York yesterday, Johnny Blaze. Yesterday's performance was very successful, so after the performance, Johnny called his team to his home to celebrate together. Johnny's home is in Manhattan, close to the Hudson River. It was originally an old factory, which Johnny bought and transformed into his home. However, his home has a very strong industrial style. His own residence is more like a motorcycle modification workshop, with all kinds of motorcycles everywhere. At the celebration party last night, Johnny met his first love, Roxanne Simpson. You can tell from the last name that she is the daughter of Johnny's adoptive father, Klaus Simpson. After Klaus Simpson died, Johnny thought that he had failed to save his adoptive father, and he also thought that he was a disaster. His family left him very early. When he was 16, an accident took away his adoptive mother because of him, and then killed his adoptive father. So Johnny was afraid that he would make Roxanne suffer the same fate, so he left her. As a result, he met her again last night. When the 2 met again, they basically didn't need words, and they could feel that they couldn't forget each other. But just when Johnny wanted to renew his relationship with her, a man who thought he would never appear in front of him appeared again. Johnny sent Roxanne away and faced the white-haired gentleman alone. More than a decade ago, it was he who found Johnny and said that he could save his adoptive father. At that time, his adoptive father was diagnosed with terminal rectal cancer and would not live long. This made Johnny very sad. One day an old man appeared in front of Johnny. He promised to make Johnny's father healed, but Johnny had to sign a contract and sell his soul to him. Johnny half believed and half doubted. He accepted the old man's exchange, and his father's body recovered immediately the next day. This surprised and delighted Johnny. But 3 weeks later, it seemed that Crash, who seemed to have recovered from cancer, tried to set a world record of flying over 22 cars, but failed. Crash died during the performance. His adoptive father was still dead. This made Johnny hate the old man. Now the old man appeared in front of him again. But now Johnny was a little vague about what happened after that. He only remembered that the old man told him that he should fulfill the contract, and then he saw the fire, and the flames burned him, and then he only remembered some fragments. These fragments were all some strangers wailing and begging for mercy before they died. He killed someone. This was Johnny's only memory. It was like a nightmare. He sat up from the bed quickly, and then checked his body. It was intact, and it didn't seem to be burned by the fire. Then he thought of killing people, so he quickly got up and planned to check today's news. After the party yesterday, the TV at home was not turned off, so when he came to the TV, it was already broadcasting yesterday's serial murder case. This made Johnny feel like he was struck by lightning, and he stood stupidly in front of the TV. Until Roxanne called. On the phone, Roxanne told him that she didn't have time to come today, and she had been sent by the TV station to report the serial murder case. Johnny was hit hard again, and he seemed to have seen the fact that he had become a murderer. At this moment, Johnny was in a mess and didn't know what to do. On the other side, Kai quickly noticed Johnny. This is thanks to the camera. To be honest, Kai really wants to apply to the New York City government to install more cameras in New York. With this thing, it will be much easier for the police to handle cases and solve public security problems. Of course, Kai also knows that his ideas will always be just ideas. The government can only monitor the people secretly and never say it. Even those congressmen who support the government's monitoring projects will speak impassionately and criticize this behavior that endangers the personal privacy of the people in anger when facing the camera. Let's get back to the topic. Although there was no camera directly capturing the crime scene, there was a bar near the scene. A camera was installed at the back door of the bar, and this camera happened to capture a very strange picture. A motorcycle with flames flashed by. Although the picture was blurry and only had a few frames, the computer technology still produced a slightly clearer picture. A leather jacket with a special pattern printed on it can be clearly seen. And this pattern is exactly the pattern of Johnny's show. Although it cannot be confirmed that this is directly related to Johnny's show, maybe he is a fan of Johnny's show? But this is enough for Kai to visit the starring actor of Johnny's show. Everyone help. Chapter 718 Mephisto. The Wen brothers also made some progress. They confirmed that it was indeed an evil spirit that killed people, and then disappeared. Apart from detecting the traces of its appearance, they found nothing at all. Where did the evil spirit come from? Why did it find Bobby's friend? How did it kill her? The two of them knew nothing. This situation is extremely rare. People often say that if there is a trace, it will definitely leave traces. The same is true for evil spirits. There must be a cause for every effect. There must be a reason. This world is not the same as the ghost movies that Kai watched in his previous life. If you kill someone, the ghost will not specifically trouble you, because evil spirits are limited. They can rarely move long distances and can only be limited to some special occasions, such as the place where the evil spirit was killed, or the place where the evil spirit was extremely persistent before his death, or the place where the bones were buried, or the items that he cared about very much before his death. In short, evil spirits need to rely on something to survive. Things that run around for no reason are definitely not evil spirits. This gave the Wen brothers a headache. This kind of case without a beginning or an end made it impossible for them to start. They would start from the root when dealing with evil spirits, but now they have no clue at all, and they don't know what to do. Finally, the two brothers decided to put this matter aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to find the yellow-eyed demon. So the two brothers met Kai and went to Johnny's residence together. Johnny stayed at home all day today. He tried to figure out what happened, but his mind was a mess and he couldn't figure out anything at all. He even planned to turn himself in, but unfortunately, he didn't dare. He didn't want his life to be ruined like this. But the torment in his heart still made him uneasy, and he even wanted to commit suicide for a while. Just when he pointed the gun at his mouth and planned to shoot to get rid of it, there was a knock on the door. Johnny was in a state of mental tension at this moment, and the knock on the door scared him. Bang! A bullet went through his mouth and flew out from the back of his head. Half of his head was gone. Kai and the Wen brothers outside heard the gunshot. What else did they care about? They just kicked the door and went in. As a result, they just walked in. Johnny, who was missing half of his head, stood up unsteadily, just like the stupid zombies shot in zombie movies, which was very scary. The two brothers planned to exorcise the demon at the first time, but just as they took out the holy water, the body caught fire. To be precise, the wound on the body caught fire. Hellfire. The two brothers will never be able to play with this fire in their lives. Then the flames swept, and Johnny stood there intact. The flames and wounds on his head disappeared. If it weren't for the half of his skull and brain not far away, it would really be like nothing happened. The Winchester brothers didn't care about this and pulled out their guns and pointed at Johnny. Johnny was also confused. Who are you? Sam wanted to shoot and kill the demon at that time. But Dean was a little calmer. These two brothers are quite interesting. The elder brother looks like an impulsive and reckless person, but in fact, at the critical moment, he's the calmest and most principled one. The younger brother is usually very calm, but at the most critical moment, he's the most impulsive one. If Dean hadn't stopped him, he would have shot Johnny. The gun in Sam's hand was no ordinary one. This Colt was designed by Samuel Colt, a legendary demon hunter and the father of the revolver. In 1835, when Halley's Comet passed through the sky, some people died at the Alamo, in San Antonio, Texas, USA, on the same night. A special pistol made for demon hunters was built on horseback. This pistol only had 13 bullets. He had been with this gun for 6 years before he disappeared. Legend has it that this gun can kill anything. Wait, he's a human. Although Dean felt incredible, Johnny was indeed a human now. They couldn't kill humans. Kai walked over and patted Sam to calm him down. Who are you? Johnny faced the legendary Colt and instinctively felt the danger in his heart, so he immediately took out a silver gun from his bedside table as a precaution. Kai took out his police badge. Police. We are. Never mind, I think you can probably guess why we are here. Police. Johnny sat down on the ground dejectedly. He was actually quite courageous, otherwise he wouldn't have played so many suicidal moves. But now simply put, his rationality was broken, and he was in a trance. Sam didn't say anything, just looked at Johnny coldly. Dean was relatively calm. Looking at Johnny, he found that Johnny was just an ordinary person now. Johnny looked at the three policemen, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. Kai could see that Johnny's mind was very confused, so he could only use magic to calm him down a little. Johnny fell asleep under Kai's spell, and slept until the evening. When he woke up, Kai and the Winchester brothers were eating steak and lobster in his refrigerator at his home. As wanderers, Sam and Dean have strong life skills, and Sam is even a good cook. So the dinner can be said to be quite good. Johnny is not short of money, and there is a lot of good wine at home. The three of them were not polite at all and ate and drank heartily. After Johnny woke up, he saw the three of them acting like this without paying attention to anyone, and he didn't even want to get angry. He was in big trouble. With the help of Kai's Requiem, Johnny finally sorted out a mess. In other words, you signed a contract with an old man, and then he came yesterday and asked you to fulfill the contract? What does he look like? Does he have yellow eyes? Dean said excitedly. He now probably believes that the old man is the enemy of their Winchester family, the yellow-eyed devil. Yellow eyes. I didn't notice it, I only saw him twice in total, and every time I met him, I didn't have the mood to pay attention to his eyes, Johnny said a little helplessly. Hey, men, what are you doing? Can you stop? I'm really not used to a grown man messing around with me. Sam heard what Johnny said, and pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly. This was too ambiguous. Although he and Dean were always misunderstood as being in that kind of relationship, he still couldn't get used to this statement. He had to explain in advance that he supported equal rights and had participated in a parade when he was in college, but he had always been straight. This is to save your life, Sam said unhappily. Save your life? Johnny looked at the messy runes on his body and felt that this was a bit ridiculous. Wasn't this just drawn with a marker? Can this thing really keep away demons? Also, these two guys have painted their home all over the place. Is this really okay? Are you sure? They are professionals, Kai said. Johnny could only do this. Something is wrong, Dean said to Sam thoughtfully. It's wrong, Sam said. Johnny asked curiously, what's wrong? When a demon signs a contract with a person, he will strictly follow the contract. When your time comes, he will come to take your soul. Not even a minute or a second more. He is more punctual than collecting taxes, but we have never heard of a situation like yours. Not only did he not kill you, but he didn't let you die. Demons are not so kind. They only care about souls. Johnny thought about his life. Except for not being afraid of death, he didn't seem to be anything unusual. Just as the four people were talking, the last ray of sunlight sank into the horizon, and the rune necklaces on the chests of the Winchester brothers began to vibrate. The two looked at the amulets on their chests, and immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. Kai looked at them. "Here they come," Dean said. Sam pulled Johnny up and blocked him behind him. Click, click, click. A sound of footsteps gradually approached from blur to clarity. The night seemed to become deeper and deeper with the footsteps, the light faded, and it became darker outside. The footsteps stopped at the door. Then, pa, pa, pa. Very rhythmic knocking on the door. Johnny was not nervous at first, but the Winchester brothers' attitude made him a little uneasy. What happened? He's here, that old man. Johnny immediately thought of who it was. The Winchester brothers did not reply, but immediately took action. Dean picked up the copper basin and some materials that had been prepared before, and began to throw the materials into the copper basin, while Sam took out a round amulet and began to chant a spell that no one could understand. Then the runes in the room began to glow to Johnny's astonishment. The light became stronger and stronger. The knocking on the door outside suddenly stopped. Just when Johnny thought the demon was repelled, Sam flew out without any warning in a second. At the same time, the door of Johnny's house was torn open. Yes, it was torn open. It was like a huge monster tore the door open with its claws. At the door, a hunchbacked old man wearing a top hat, a black coat, and a civilized stick in his hand stood there. Ahem, Mr. Blazer, it's not a good habit to default on your debts. It will ruin your good impression of me. Also, brothers of the Winchester family, I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you were still worried about another thing. It's you. It's you. Sam suddenly became excited. When their father lost his life to save Dean, Sam was next to him, so he recognized the old man. Dean was in a coma at the time, so he didn't know. Instead, the old man seemed a little confused, and then quickly shook his head. This is not right or wrong. What do you mean? Kai grabbed the excited Sam and asked coldly. The old man glanced at Kai, and didn't care at first, but soon turned his head and stared at Kai. You, Kai Wayne, why are you not right? How could you answer my question, devil? Kai didn't give him a good look at all. The old man looked at Kai deeply, and then said, this world is very big. For business, I have many clones in this world. It is not me who made a deal with the Winchester family, but another clone of mine. After that, the old man looked at Kai. Mr. Wayne, your power is enough for me to respect you, but you also respect my rules. Johnny Blaze and I have a contract. According to the rules, he is mine. Please hand him over to me. What if I don't? The old man was stunned, and then his eyes were instantly filled with black. His originally hunched body stood up all of a sudden, and a fierce demonic energy swept out, surging like the sea. No one can break me. The rules of Mephisto, the king of hell. No one can. The old man, or the momentum of Mephisto, made all the runes in the house begin to flicker, as if they were about to end at any time. Sam immediately struggled to stand up. Don't even think about it. In a split second, Sam pulled out a dagger and cut his wrist fiercely, then waved his hand to sprinkle the blood on his wrist. Then the rune, which was originally shaky, suddenly shone brightly again and stabilized. It was also at this time that the wind began to blow outside, and then dark clouds began to gather. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down. Kai suddenly appeared in front of Mephisto. This time, Kai did not change his clothes, but lightning still flashed on his body, as if a god had descended to the earth. Devil! This is earth. This is not the place for you. Get out! When the last word came out, countless thunders exploded between heaven and earth, as if responding to Kai's scolding. Countless lightning flashes swept by. Mephisto had to retreat, a little embarrassed. Humph! Young god, don't be so self-righteous. Mephisto was just about to explain to Kai that his act of collecting souls was recognized by the powerful on earth and was an unshakable rule. By the way, he was showing off his qualifications and scaring this new god. If he could fool him, it would be perfect. Mephisto had never made a deal with a god before, and he really wanted to see the difference between the souls of gods and human souls. But Kai was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Bang! Thor's hammer appeared in Kai's hand without knowing when. Mephisto was caught off guard and his whole body flew backwards and crashed into an abandoned factory. HMPH, just a clone projection. After Kai hit him with a hammer, he realized that this guy was also a clone projection of Mephisto, and his ability was just so-so. Ahem, Mephisto was furious, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, his body was twisted beyond belief, and his dark pupils shrank to the extreme. Obviously, his anger had reached the peak of his emotions. Your soul, Mephisto gritted his teeth and roared, I will drag you into the hellfire and let your soul burn forever. Mephisto is not a demon who likes to fight, or he doesn't like to fight on Earth. The suppression is too obvious, he prefers trading, or fraud. But now, his anger made him decide to teach this little god a lesson. Boom. A black aura burst out from his body, and everything that the black aura touched, whether it was buildings, steel, soil or plants, was corroded, quickly dried up and cracked, and then turned into ashes. Monday. A new week, please vote for me. Chapter 719 Ghost Rider. This is Mephisto using the power of his body to forcefully pass through the barrier between the planes, wanting to teach Kai a lesson. He didn't think of killing Kai, that was unrealistic. This is Earth after all. But that doesn't mean he will swallow his anger. He wanted the new god to show a terrified face, to let him know how powerful Lord Mephisto, the king of hell, who had been galloping on Earth in ancient times, was. He raised his head and wanted to enjoy that moment. But he was disappointed. Kai, standing in the void, folded his arms and watched Mephisto's movements quietly. There was no panic in his eyes, but a hint of contempt. This contempt was very high and mighty, as if the gods were looking down on the insects on the ground. Asshole, Mephisto has lived for tens of thousands of years. When has he ever been despised like this? He has always been the only one who looked down on others. As a result, this bastard not only did not accept his kindness, but looked down on him so much. This is simply unreasonable. In a rage, he increased the transmission of power. This incarnation of his is different from the other incarnations. This incarnation was created specifically for Johnny Blaze, so it has greater authority than other incarnations and can connect more power to the original body. But just when his power was about to reach a threshold, crack! A light that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly flashed above the sky, and Mephisto's face seemed to be hit by a 7-wound punch, and he was immediately injured. Puff. Ancient One, Mephisto knew what was going on, but when his power reached a certain level, the super protection of the Earth naturally reacted, like a protective wall, activated automatic defense, and hit Mephisto hard. To be honest, this matter really has nothing to do with Ancient One, it is completely spontaneous by the system. This was originally the rule, but it was not the case in Mephisto's view. Mephisto did not think that he broke the rules. He came according to the rules. Facing Kai, he was very polite before, but the other party not only prevented him from fulfilling the contract, but also humiliated him in return. What's wrong with him fighting back? Shouldn't Ancient One open a back door? So it's all Ancient One's fault. It was the logic of the devil, it was normal to think like this. Unfortunately, he had no chance to complain, because Kai's hand had already stabbed into his chest at some point. Then Mephisto found out, his incarnation was completely destroyed. He was not immortal, there was no such thing as a vital point, he was stabbed once, at most it would just consume his strength, and it would not cause any substantial damage to this incarnation, but just after Kai inserted his hand into his chest, his strength was like white snow thrown into a furnace, it disappeared without even a smoke coming out. You? Mephisto stared at Kai with dark eyes, horrified. Kai didn't say anything, just looked at him with a happy face. He was really happy. It was once said that Kai's golden finger was interested in souls, but compared to the souls of mortals, the souls of demons were a great tonic. In a sense, the golden finger was even the nemesis of demons. It was said before that demons could not be killed in this world, and even if they were killed, they would be resurrected in their own world. But under Kai's golden finger, it was not so troublesome. Damn, you have to die anyway. Of course. Mephisto's situation is different. He did not descend on Earth, but just split into many incarnations. To put it bluntly, an incarnation is a ball of energy with Mephisto's will added to it. This thing has nothing to do with life and death. If it is killed by an ordinary person, at most it will lose some face, and the energy will still return to the main body. But now it is different. This incarnation is completely collapsed. It can't return to the main body at all. Impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. Mephisto has no way to accept this reality. Kai doesn't bother to care about his losers wailing. He is now enjoying the pleasure of one sword 99 levels, and his gold finger energy bar is soaring. Originally, although Mephisto's incarnation has rich rewards, it's just like that. But the bad thing is that Mephisto has increased his strength to infuse power, and now it's all given to Kai. What's worse, the energy channel between Mephisto's main body and the incarnation is still not closed, that is to say, Kai's gold finger is running directly to Mephisto's main body along this channel. So, in another distant time and space, Mephisto's domain is full of volcanoes, magma and sulfur, and demons are rampant everywhere. They attack any existence weaker than themselves according to their instincts, devouring them to strengthen themselves. The strong wind brought by the rising hot air forces the demons to kill their prey, or the roar before death, turning into a terrifying cry, as if thousands of wronged souls are crying here. This was just an ordinary daily life here, but at this moment, the ground that originally flowed with magma began to rise, the mountain shook, and a shocking howl made all the demons curl up and tremble. Who is it? Who is plotting against me? On Earth, the incarnation of Mephisto has also reached the last moment. Mephisto suddenly laughed. Kai Wayne, things will not end like this. Johnny, who was hiding aside to watch the show, suddenly went crazy. He held his head with both hands and looked very painful. I can't control myself anymore. Then, with a bang, the hellfire ignited, and the flames quickly engulfed Johnny's body, burning all his flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton, and then an indescribable demon burst out from Johnny, blowing the Wen brothers standing beside him away. That's right, that's it. Johnny. You are mine. You will always be mine. Ha 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 ha, only a head was left of Mephisto's incarnation. He looked at Kai crazily and laughed wildly. Kai Wayne, ha 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 ha. You can't control the Ghost Rider at all, so just hand him over to me honestly. When I turn the earth into hell, I will forgive your sins. Otherwise, I will let the hellfire devour your soul forever. Quack. Kai squeezed Mephisto's head and crushed it completely. I will come to you again. Kai Wayne, only the lingering sound of Mephisto's warning was left. Boom. Kai appeared beside Johnny in a flash. Unprecedented demonic nature grew in Johnny's mind, completely devouring his self-consciousness. When he saw Kai, his first reaction was to burn this sinner to death. Johnny's transformed demon skeleton came in front of Kai, and the scorching breath made Kai feel hot all over. Kai Wayne, the skeleton opened its mouth and read Kai's name, then grabbed Kai's neck. As a result, before he could say anything else, Kai punched the skeleton in the face. Boom. The flame skeleton was smashed and flew out. And by the way, it crashed half of Johnny's house. In addition, its jaw was also blown away. Kai shook the flame on his hand. What is this? After all, anyone who sees such a skeleton that can set fire and move will feel novel, and Kai is no exception. The Wen brothers stared at Kai in amazement, feeling that their three views have been refreshed again. After not seeing for a while, their younger brother seems to have become less human, and that demon said he is a new god? Seeing that the two brothers did not answer him, Kai asked again. We don't know, the two brothers had never seen such a thing. Really? Then you two should spread out a bit, or there will be a lot of noise later. The two brothers didn't quite understand at first, but they realized right away that it was that devil. They turned their heads to look. The flaming skeleton without a chin had already climbed up from the ruins. The flames on its body melted everything around it into liquid. The skeleton waved one hand, and its chin that was knocked off returned to his hand and was put back. He rubbed his chin. The skeleton opened his mouth and roared at Kai. Roar. Kai could feel that this thing was different from the demons he had encountered before. At least, it was very durable. Let's start the second round. Kai raised Thor's hammer and rushed towards it again. The skeleton was not to be outdone, and also opened his legs and rushed towards Kai. When passing by a hydraulic crane, he pulled out the chain of the crane, and the hellfire on it quickly climbed up the chain. For a moment, the shape of the chain also changed. Spikes grew on the red chain. Not only that, the hellfire seemed to give the chain a different power, allowing it to stretch. Whoosh! The skeleton grabbed the chain and threw it fiercely at Kai in the air. Bang! Kai really didn't expect that this thing was so long, so he was hit by the chain accidentally. Damn! When the chain hit him, Kai couldn't help but curse. The power of this thing is too great. So Kai was hit and flew out. New York at night is no different from daytime. No, it should be said that it is more lively. The night seems to cover up some things. The guys who look decent during the day take off their disguises at night, release themselves, and vent the pressure of the day. Not only on the Hudson River, there are many young couples doing what they love. And there are many people lingering in the bars and coffee shops facing the river. This kind of daily life is seen every day. Unfortunately, today is an exception. Boom. A figure crashed through the shops along the street and fell heavily on the riverbank. This scared many urbanites who came here to relax at night. Kai climbed up from the big hole on the ground with difficulty. Kai smashed through the cement layer of the riverbank and his whole body just sank into the mud. It was a bit deep, and a lot of mud ran into Kai's hair, ears and hair. After Kai climbed up, he began to desperately slap the mud out of his mouth and ears. A group of idle people who had nothing to do saw that it was a person who fell here, and immediately surrounded him. Many people also recognized Kai. What Kai feared most was these spectators. If the public was affected, even Kai would have a hard time. Everyone, superheroes are smart, leave quickly, and be careful not to get hurt. Kai's attitude was good, and because of this, a group of spectators didn't leave. And some of them who didn't know anything were holding their phones to interview Kai and make a short video. Fortunately, the police came quickly, and when several policemen pushed through the crowd. Seeing the police, Kai felt a little relieved. Hurry up and evacuate the crowd. A fight is about to break out here. The police knew Kai and knew the severity of the situation, so they quickly evacuated the crowd. But there was one who didn't know what was good for him, and he was still shouting that they had the right to know. This made Kai angry, and the damn skull was coming. He grabbed the gun from the police. Bang, bang, bang. 4 consecutive shots. Immediately, this group of ungrateful guys dispersed. Kai saw that it was still not safe, so he took out Thor's hammer and hammered it hard on the ground. Boom. A bolt of lightning wrapped around the hammer hit the ground hard. It was equivalent to a small earthquake. The ability to clear the field is max. For a while, these idiots ran far away. After the field was cleared, Kai twisted his neck, waiting for the skull to come. Buzz! A burst of motorcycle engine sound came, and a line of fire could be seen extending towards Kai on the street in the distance. There are many people in the United States who like to ride motorcycles, so it's nothing strange. But many people had never seen a retro Harley motorcycle with sparks and explosions all the way, with flames coming out of the front and rear wheels, speeding at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. At one time, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. How can I say it? New Yorkers are kind-hearted. Soon the burning Harley motorcycle stopped in front of Kai, and a skeleton wearing a black leather jacket and jeans, but with his head and exposed hands turned into white bones and burning with blazing red flames, walked down from the motorcycle. This guy even changed his clothes. Really? This flaming skull raised his hand and pointed at Kai. Go to hell. Then, without giving Kai time to reply, he swung the iron chain trapped on his body and whipped him. Wow. So handsome. I don't know which stupid person actually screamed over there. To be honest, this retro American motorcycle style is indeed very popular in the United States. Many motorcycle gangs like these elements: flames, skulls, and iron chains. Tisk. Kai dodged the iron chain while curling his lips. Are all American people brain dead? Can't tell who is the good guy? Damn, the other party is a skeleton. Whose decent person has such a virtue? But helpless, as a policeman, he really can't bear to see these people affected. Helplessly, Kai could only raise the hammer. Boom. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and then a lightning hit Thor's hammer, and then Kai swung the hammer fiercely. Boom. Snap. Lightning struck from Cheyenne, but did not disappear, but surrounded Kai and the flame skeleton. Crackling. Crackling. Now it's good, we can play to our heart's content, without worrying about hurting the flowers and plants. Kai narrowed his eyes and rushed towards the flame skeleton. The flame skeleton was not to be outdone. It threw the chain around its hands and fists, and then hit Kai fiercely. Boom. The battlefield and the fist tied with the iron chain collided fiercely. The huge shock wave spread out at once, and the glass on the surrounding buildings and the street lights on the roadside were all shattered by the shock wave. Ah! Screams rang out everywhere. Many people finally realized the danger and started to dig away with screams. Recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets. I want recommendation tickets. Everyone, give me recommendation tickets. I love recommendation tickets. Chapter 720, Beating. The result of the head-on collision was that one of the flame skeleton's hands exploded directly, and his body hit the lightning barrier set by Kai fiercely. Countless lightning immediately engulfed him, and the roar of thunder continued to burst out. It was not until a few seconds later that the flame skeleton was spit out by the power grid. There was no trace of fire on the flame skeleton that fell to the ground. It was completely turned into a skeleton. The leather clothes on its body were burned to charcoal, and many bones were scattered. People outside thought it was the end, but Kai didn't think so. Although the guy in front of him really didn't have a breath, Kai knew that this guy was not finished, because Kai's golden finger had not arrived. Kai raised Thor's hammer and planned to crush his bones and raise ashes. Just when Kai was about to smash the skeleton with a hammer, the originally lifeless skeleton suddenly burned violently, and a ball of hellfire shot up into the sky. The scattered bones and charred leather clothes were reborn in the flames. At the moment when Kai's hammer was about to hit it, it just blocked the hammer with both hands. Boom! The huge force made the flame skeleton kneel on one knee with a bang. Kai was still exerting force, and then the flame skeleton couldn't bear the other knee and knelt on the ground with a bang. The skull head obviously didn't intend to be captured. He raised his head and looked at Kai. The flame on his head suddenly burst open, and a pillar of fire rushed straight to Kai's face. Boom! Whoosh! The flame hit Kai's face without bias. This made the onlookers watching from the outside scream out in surprise. They also immediately realized that if Kai sacrificed, then they. For a moment, people were more panicked, and even some fools knew that things were serious at this time. A few policemen remembered their duties. They asked the crowd to evacuate quickly while raising their guns to help. Although they knew that their small pistols were useless, they could only do so much. But when the flames dissipated, Kai's hair was not burned. Instead, he raised the hammer and smashed it hard, hitting the shiny skull hard. Bang! After a loud sound like a bell, the skull exploded and the skull fell to the ground again. But this time, the golden finger still didn't work. Damn, it's too durable. Just when Kai thought he would be resurrected again, the skeleton that was originally scattered on the ground suddenly raised his hands and grabbed Kai's head. Before Kai could react, a ball of fire exploded, and the skull was suspended in the air in the fire. Damn. This guy is cheating. For several consecutive times, Kai thought that this guy's recovery was the recovery of the whole body, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Come to think of it, he's already a skeleton, why would he care about more or less? Fuck. Before Kai could break free, the skull opened its jaw and let out a series of sharp howls. Go to hell. Sinner, the Eye of Judgment was activated. A ball of fire ignited from the skull's eye sockets, and a strange force instantly invaded Kai's soul. But Kai didn't feel any change at all. Because at that moment, the gold finger resisted this force, and the price was that Kai's energy bar disappeared. This thing actually worked on Kai. Of course, the skeleton on the opposite side didn't know. How is it possible? The Ghost Rider was stunned, and fell into a strange calm in the mania. He felt very confused. Why can't I judge your soul? Kai was not interested in giving him popular science, and after learning that this guy could hurt himself, Kai decided to take it seriously. Kai raised his Thor's hammer. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky that had not dispersed originally seemed to collapse completely this time. The whole New York City saw a huge cumulus cloud falling to the ground. Boom. Thunder roared again. Crack. The whole sky was occupied by silver lightning, and countless lightning snakes covered the sky densely. Sizzle. A ray of lightning struck down. It hit Kai's Thor's hammer. At this moment, everyone's eyes were blocked by the flash of thunder, and many people had to close their eyes. This light. Too dazzling. Boom. Then everyone only heard a loud bang. At the same time, Thor, who was forced to be in the police academy, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. Thor. Thor opened his mouth in surprise. That power. He was too familiar with it. That was his power. No. It should be said that it was a power that was stronger and more proficient than his. It was as if that was Thor, and he was just a little kid who knew a little bit. Why, this? Thor didn't understand. I am the god of thunder, why? Just when Thor was shocked and at a loss, his desk was knocked. A policewoman with a great figure who wore the police uniform as a tights was knocking on his desk with a pointer. Well, Thor, this poor student, is the kind of guy who drags down the whole class whether in Asgard or on Earth. This guy's academic performance is a mess, and he still doesn't even know the police regulations. To be honest, many people in the police school think that this guy is mentally retarded. If it were someone else, he would have been expelled from the school long ago, but he was sent in by Kai, and the police school had no choice but to try its best to teach him. So, someone was arranged to give him extra lessons. Thor, your mission is not yet completed, the female instructor's words brought Thor back to his senses. Yes, he is just a mortal now, why bother about those things, he needs to adapt to this world now. I think, we can finish it tomorrow. The female instructor heard this. Not only was she not angry, but she smiled brightly. So how do we spend the time tonight? I need your special guidance. Thor pushed the table away and stood up, and walked to the front of the female instructor with a few oppressive words. The female instructor, who had to lean back as hard as possible because of the pressure from Thor's strong body, would rather maintain this strenuous posture than step back and stand up straight. You are such a bad student who can't be taught. The female instructor licked her flaming red lips with her tongue. Her tone was full of regret, but her eyes were about to drip with tears. Bad students need good teachers. Thor hugged the slender waist that formed a sharp contrast with the plump buttocks, and hugged the tall female instructor into his arms. Bad guy, bang. Go. The classroom was filled with the joyful shouts of galloping horses, and for a moment, Mars collided with the earth. Thor, this guy looks stupid, and he is stupid, but he is handsome. Although his long hair and beard are a bit wild, they still can't hide his marble-like delicate and masculine appearance. With his well-built muscles and tall and well-proportioned figure, he can attract women from 8 to 80 years old. This guy is so good, he can be sweet or salty, and women can find all kinds of him. He is a weapon for women. Not long after he arrived at school, he hooked up with the flower of the police cadet. The Asgardians' concept of chastity is not so conservative, especially for excellent warriors. It is natural for Asgardians to be liked by more girls, so don't expect Thor to be chaste, not to mention that Jane is not in New York. Thor naturally let himself go. This guy has more than one good friend in school. Hill, the only one who is qualified to discipline him, doesn't care about this kind of thing. Asgard is this tradition, and these are just earthlings. In her opinion, they have no competitiveness. I don't bother to care about Thor. If Kai knew that Thor had messed up his arrangement like this, he would probably break his legs. Back to the point, this attack blinded the whole world for 2 minutes. When the thunder sound faded away and the lightning dissipated, everyone saw a big pit on the ground that was more than 10 meters deep and 50 meters wide. Perhaps the riverbank was destroyed, causing the gurgling water to continue to flow out from the bottom of the pit. In fact, the power of this attack is not just that. If Kai hadn't arranged a protective shield in advance, the power of this attack would be enough to completely destroy the riverbank area, and many people would die at that time. Fortunately, except for some unlucky people who were injured, no one else was injured. Kai was suspended above the big pit, and lightning was still wrapped around his body, like a god descending to the earth. Everyone was fascinated by it. It was so damn handsome. However, Kai didn't care about the eyes of the spectators, but slowly descended to the bottom of the pit and fished a person out of the muddy water. It was Johnny. Kai originally thought Johnny should be dead, but he didn't expect that this thing was so difficult to kill. Kai's golden finger still didn't make any profit. What the hell is this? After fighting for such a long time, not only did he not make any profit, but he also lost money? Kai shook his head. He looked at Johnny and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't do it. Johnny is now an ordinary person, and according to the investigation, Johnny has never done anything bad, and he is definitely a good person. Kai can't kill such a person, but his situation is too special, and Kai doesn't know what to do. In the end, Kai decided to take him away and ask the Wind brothers to see if they can find out the reason for Johnny. Then Kai picked up Johnny, who was covered in mud, and flew away directly. Just as Kai left every minute, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. Speaking of which, the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. is almost the same as the police in the movie. At the critical moment, they didn't even disappear. After the fight, this group of people jumped out. Phil was the leader this time, but the people around him had changed. It was no longer the bald Indian, but a short-haired, capable man with a bow on his back, which was rare. His name was Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye. He was a senior agent of SHIELD and one of the best field agents of SHIELD so far. He was also Nick Fury's confidant. As a field agent, Clint's specialty was not intelligence or infiltration, but raids and assassinations. His force was also one of the best in SHIELD. Clint Barton was very confident about this. But seeing the traces left at the scene, he felt that he had to adjust his mentality a little. Clint Barton had met Hannibal in Chicago. At that time, he didn't think Hannibal was that strong at all, and even thought that he could definitely take Hannibal down if he took action. But now, he felt that he still lacked understanding of the protagonists and supernatural events. Phil patted his increasingly shiny head. Looking at the miserable situation on the ground, he felt that his workload would increase a lot. After all, he had to face Kai. Shield still didn't know what to do with this person, whether to win him over, to treat him as a threat, or to use more covert means. In short, the top management couldn't reach a consensus. Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that Kai was a member of the federal government in a sense. This made many methods of SHIELD unusable. But this was not the most troublesome thing. But Kai's attitude towards SHIELD. After several contacts, they found that Tony Stark and Kai Wayne both had some hostility towards SHIELD. They still knew the root cause, mainly the case of Tony's parents being killed, and then it was a bit of a coincidence. Especially the battle in Los Angeles, which made Kai and Tony extremely dissatisfied with SHIELD. In addition, SHIELD planned to snatch Thor's hammer. In short, this relationship was getting worse and worse. Now this kind of thing happened again. Phil didn't know how to start his work. "Have you found out who Kai was fighting with?" Phil asked the agent next to him. The agent brought a tablet to Phil and said, "I have no idea. There was no such superpower in the SHIELD database before today." The tablet showed the scene of Kai fighting the Ghost Rider. Phil watched the video, and then he noticed a retro Harley motorcycle. "Can you find the remains of this motorcycle?" The retro Harley motorcycle was affected by the battle and was destroyed. Phil wanted to start from this. The agent shrugged and pointed to a pool of liquefied metal on the ground not far away. The motorcycle was completely melted. Now it's just a pile of scrap metal. At least it can't be restored with the current means on Earth. As he said that, the agent suddenly changed his tone and said to Phil, "But we did find out how Kai encountered the flame skeleton." As he said that, he tapped on the tablet. It was an aerial video. No one knew where it came from, but it clearly showed that Kai flew out of a factory, and then the skeleton rode a motorcycle to chase him. This is the home of the famous motorcyclist Johnny Blaze. "I believe he's related to this case." Phil snatched the tablet and glared at his unlucky subordinate. Wouldn't he have said such an important thing in advance? Johnny Blaze. When Johnny woke up again, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. Awake, someone was talking next to him. He raised his head with difficulty and found that it was Dean. "Where am I?" "Safe house. This is a demon hunter's safe house. All demon hunters in the United States will prepare this kind of safe house for themselves. Please support me with monthly tickets." Chapter 721, Spirit of Vengeance. "Thank you, Bobby. We know, we will deal with it carefully." Sam hung up the phone carefully, then rubbed his nose tiredly. He had not slept all night. He had been reading various materials all night, hoping to find out why Johnny turned into a demon. Demon hunters all know that demons and humans are completely different species. Demons can give certain powers to humans, but humans are humans, and demons are demons. The two cannot be confused, and there is no such thing as a human soul falling into a demon. This is all a lie. But what happened to Johnny has gone beyond the scope of demons giving power to humans. He has completely turned into a demon. Sam didn't think he would be wrong about this. He didn't understand how such a thing could happen. So he sought Bobby's help. In the demon hunter business, Bobby is definitely a master. Maybe old Bobby is no longer as brave as he used to be in battle, but in terms of experience, he is an encyclopedia. At night, Sam told Bobby what happened to Johnny and sought answers. Bobby didn't dare to neglect it. Although he hadn't heard of such a thing, Bobby had a lot of books. These books are not the kind of books in the library outside, but various manuscripts. Some of the secret books can even be traced back to the 1st century. I don't know where Bobby got those books from. Anyway, Bobby searched in those old papers for a whole night and finally found some clues. When Sam put down the phone, Dean also walked out of the bedroom with Johnny. After another night of sleep, Johnny was finally able to recover from the state of soreness and weakness. Although his face was still pale, he could walk at least. "How is it?" "What did Bobby say?" Dean asked. Sam looked at Johnny distressedly, then shook his head. Wait for Kai to come and talk together, just in time to discuss it. After that, he picked up the book and started reading, and didn't see Dean and Johnny anymore. Dean looked at Johnny awkwardly. He could feel that Sam didn't like Johnny. Dean could understand this. After all, Johnny has become a demon. To be honest, he couldn't accept it. But compared to Sam's rejection, Dean is much better, because he likes Johnny's show. Although he is not a die-hard fan, he really likes Johnny's show. Dean is like a typical southern redneck, and their hobbies are similar. He originally planned to get close to Johnny, and it would be best if he could get some photos and autographs, so that he could use them to pick up girls in the future, but the atmosphere at the moment is a bit inappropriate. So he could only keep quiet and pretend to be deep. Johnny also felt Sam's rejection of him. But he couldn't say anything. After all, he himself was also disgusted by what happened to him. He prayed now, praying that Sam and the others could help him solve this problem, and make himself back to normal. Just when the three of them were thinking about their own things, there was a knock on the door. Sam immediately went forward to open the door. It was Kai. He came with Alfred, and the two of them were holding a lot of things in their hands. Dean's eyes lit up, and he asked about the taste of the food. Sure enough, the two brought a lot of food. Then Kai introduced Alfred to the two of them. Dean and Sam looked like rich people are good, and they even have a butler. After that, Alfred went to the kitchen and finished the semi-finished products that had been packed in advance. The others were in the living room, talking about Johnny's problems. Bobby has found the reason for what happened to Johnny. It turned out that Bobby found a record about the ghost rider in a handwritten ancient book, which was what Sam wanted to talk about. Do you know why Mephisto wants your soul, Mephisto? Johnny was a little stunned. Who is this? It's the demon who signed a contract with you, Sam explained a little helplessly. In fact, it was the first time he knew this name. It was ridiculous to say that this demon had been entangled with the Winchester family for more than 20 years, but they only knew the name of this demon now. It's a bit embarrassing. But Sam felt that this was an important step in their revenge. At least they knew the name of Mephisto, right? About a demon. I know something, Kai raised his hand and said. Sam and Dean turned their heads and stared at him. They knew that this demon was very old and his name was Mephisto. The rest was not written in the book. He is called Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, one of the rulers of the demon world, and a very powerful demon. His clones wander around the world all year round, absorbing fallen souls, making deals with people, playing with people's hearts, and taking away the most precious things of the traded people for fun. After Mephisto appeared, Kai found Ancient One, wanting to know why this demon would wander around the earth so unscrupulously. You know, Kamartaj's attitude towards demons has always been that they let the small characters go. After all, there are too many humans, and they also like to die. There are always some idiots who worship demons. I don't know what they think. So for millions of years, there have been too many demons coming to the earth. If you are not careful, these demons will run out of the corners, and Kamartaj can't control them at all. But if those big demons with names want to come, it will be different. Like the Blessed Virgin Lilith back then, wasn't she beaten up by Kamartaj? Because the appearance of the demon lord on the earth caused too much damage, so much that Kamartaj couldn't accept it. But Mephisto. Ancient One gave an explanation. Mephisto is special. He has abilities that other demon lords don't have. He has thousands of incarnations. This old thing can split into endless clones. These clones are not strong, so it is easy to come and it is impossible to defend against them. Don't look at these incarnations as weak chickens, but the damage they can cause is not small at all. The key is that these things communicate directly with the main body and can transform from weak chickens to big dinosaurs at any time. How can you play this? It's simply impossible to defend against it. If you kill an incarnation, it will not cause any loss to Mephisto. If you neglect it, one of the incarnations will transform directly, and that will be a lot of fun. So, the Supreme Sorcerer simply ran directly to the demon world, caught Mephisto and beat him up. As for why Mephisto was not killed directly, the reason was also helpless. It's not that Mephisto can't be killed, but in Mephisto's domain, he is immortal. Even if he is killed, he will be reborn again in a few worlds. This is very annoying. Therefore, the Supreme Sorcerer could only sign a humiliating treaty with Mephisto. Mephisto could go to Earth, but he had to be subject to strict restrictions. This is why Mephisto has been making small moves over the years. For Kamartaj, the sacrifice of some individual humans is nothing. They value humanity as a whole. Of course, if the Wizard of Kamartaj encounters the incarnation of Mephisto, then there is no doubt that he must be killed. There is no reason to argue about this. In short, Mephisto is very difficult to deal with. Sam and Dean felt at a loss after listening to Kai's information about Mephisto. How can they take revenge? Johnny was even more desperate. Mephisto was so awesome, so wouldn't he be doomed? Why does he want my soul? Johnny felt wronged. Because you are Ghost Rider. Sam licked his dry lips, and his voice seemed to be much hoarser. There are actually legends about Ghost Rider all over the world, but most of them appear in the form of demons. To be precise, Ghost Rider is indeed a demon. Legend has it that a long time ago, God sent an angel to the earth to protect the human world and fight against an ancient elemental demon named Xetanus, who was endangering the world at that time. The battle was fierce, but the angel still won. However, when Xetanus was killed, his elemental essence also infected the angel. If it was just like this, things would not get bad. But Mephisto saw an opportunity, so he launched a conspiracy. The angel was deceived, captured, and taken to hell. He was constantly tempted by the devil and lost his faith. His soul was polluted. Therefore, the task of protecting mankind became a desire to punish the wicked. He became a vengeful soul, that is, the spirit of revenge. Angels. Johnny felt that he had discovered another element. Are there really angels? If there are angels, then is there hope? After all, there are demons, and there seems to be nothing wrong with angels. It is natural that angels can restrain demons, isn't it? But unfortunately, his luck was soon broken. No, Dean said firmly. If we were to ask which group in the world doesn't believe in God the most, it would undoubtedly be the demon hunters. Isn't it ironic? A group that specializes in dealing with all kinds of demons and ghosts doesn't believe in God at all. But it is indeed the case. The reason is simple. The demon hunters have only seen all kinds of demons and ghosts harming people, but have never seen any angel sister come out to help. If there is a God, why does God never punish those demons that harm people? If God really exists, why does he allow so many of his believers to be killed by demons? The longer the demon hunters work, the less they believe in God. Johnny was at a loss, a little overwhelmed. There are demons. Kai had to explain. The demons we are talking about now are different from the demons in religion. They are actually creatures from another dimension. It's okay for you to think of them as aliens. It's just that these aliens just like to eat human souls. Then the angels we just talked about. In ancient times, people like to make myths out of things they didn't understand. Maybe this angel is an alien with superpowers. Anyway, it depends on how you understand it, but it shouldn't have anything to do with God, Sam said disdainfully. This disdain was not for those ancient people, but for God. A fake thing has been deceiving for so many years. Let's get back to the point. In short, although the Ghost Rider is vicious, it also targets guilty people. Johnny felt much more comfortable all of a sudden. He was not a good boy. Killing bad people was always easier to accept than killing good people. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the Ghost Rider, it seems that no one is innocent. Johnny suddenly became depressed. Speak, can you say it all at once? Why me? This is the question that Johnny cares about most now. Sam hesitated and said, it is said that in ancient times, a man from Kyle sealed the spirit of vengeance. After that, every eldest son of the Kyle family will have the ability to communicate with the spirit of vengeance and possess his power. This is a curse? Well, it is very likely, because this also explains the biggest reason why Mephisto tried to control you. After all, on Earth, his power is not strong, so he needs Ghost Rider to do things for him, the spirit of vengeance, the curse of the Kyle family. Ghost Rider, his mind was a little confused. But he vaguely remembered that his mother's original surname was Kyle. But it was too long ago, and he had no impression at all. He tried hard to recall, but then a burst of severe pain came from the depths of his soul. Johnny covered his head and screamed. The flashing memories in Johnny's mind finally froze on a skull-like face. He suddenly knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands, revealing an extremely painful expression. What happened to me? Get out. Get out of here, boom. At this moment, a raging fire ignited behind him. The exposed skin on his face and hands began to peel off, revealing the white bones. But in an instant, Kai came to him, grabbed his head, and shouted, "Look at me." Kai's eyes suddenly burst into golden light. Johnny immediately felt his mind clear, and then a scream faded away in his mind. What's wrong with me? Is that thing? Sam immediately felt Johnny's sight and checked Johnny. It should be the spirit of revenge. Johnny was terrified. He was afraid that he would become that kind of monster. That kind of unreserved killing intention. The impulse to kill everything, he even wanted to burn the whole world together. That monster, tell him, it's called purification. Those phantoms in his mind made Johnny feel desperate. He would rather die than be a killing machine. Thinking of this, Johnny suddenly became firm. Kill me. You can do it, right? Kill me. I don't want to be controlled by that monster. This decisive choice made the three people present stand in awe. Not everyone will make this choice, it's too damn decisive. Even Sam, who was originally uncomfortable with Johnny's collusion with the devil, suddenly changed his mind about Johnny. The same was true for Kai. He really wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he failed. This thing is really hard to kill. But this doesn't mean Kai has no way. It's just that Kai has been hesitating whether to do it. But now, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Sam is a kind-hearted person. He hated Johnny before, but now seeing Johnny's determination, he softened his heart again. Although I don't know how to solve it, in history, the Ghost Rider has never caused any big trouble, which means that there must be a way to solve this problem. We can solve it slowly, unexpectedly. Johnny shook his head and refused. Even if we can suppress that monster, what about Mephisto? Will he give up? Sam and Dean were silent. So killing me is the best solution. It was not until this time that Kai spoke. I have a way, but I need your consent. What way? The three people looked at them immediately. Kai looked at the Winchester brothers. Then he said, that is to sell his soul to me, huh? The three were dumbfounded. On the contrary, Afu, who was serving the dishes, had his eyes light up. Indeed, it is not only the devils that trade souls in this world. I love recommendation votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 Political Case. When Johnny saw Kai take out a shining golden cup and put it in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Today, he had had enough stimulation, demons, angels, hell, demon hunters, etc., including a demon hidden in his body, which made him feel that he should have seen the world and nothing should be able to shake his heart. As a result, Kai took out a golden cup. This thing. Johnny is also educated. Johnny pointed at the golden cup and said to Kai, but he didn't know how to start. Anyway, he just said it for a long time, and couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Kai helped him and said, do you want to ask if this is the legendary Holy Grail? Johnny nodded quickly. The legend of the Holy Grail. Is there really anyone in the entire Western world who doesn't know about this thing? In a sense, yes. Kai did not choose to hide it. After all, Johnny had accepted to give his soul to Kai. Speaking of this, when Kai asked Johnny if he was willing to give his soul to him, the expressions of the Wen brothers were as surprised as they could be. In their minds, the only people who want human souls are demons. Kai is. Kai didn't explain this to the two of them. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Instead, he pulled Johnny into a secret room and operated it privately. This is really, Johnny felt that he couldn't say anything. After all, demons and such, to be honest, if they didn't come to him, he could still accept it, but now, the Holy Grail is right in front of him. It's a little different, but generally speaking, there shouldn't be anything wrong, Kai said. Johnny swallowed his saliva and calmed down a little. After all, he had gone through such a big shock before, and now even if he saw something ridiculous, he could quickly put his mood back. This can really help me get rid of Mephisto. No, Kai said without hesitation. Are you kidding? Mephisto has coveted Ghost Rider for many years. It would be strange if he could fight back. However, your soul can escape his clutches. In other words, you don't have to worry about his control for the time being, but he will never let you go. That's for sure. Although the Holy Grail doesn't look very good, its power is actually very exaggerated. It's just that this thing is a double-edged sword. If you want to fulfill any wish, you must pay the corresponding price. Even if Kai is the owner of the Holy Grail, he can only act within the rules of the Holy Grail, and he has to pay the price. That is, Kai has a golden finger, otherwise it would not be enough for him to toss. For example, all those who drink the water of the Holy Grail, when they gain power, it is destined that their souls will be taken back by the Holy Grail. The reason why they can still live well is that Kai paid the price for them, but this is only a stopgap measure. In the end, Their souls still have to return to the Holy Grail. This cannot be changed. The reason why the Holy Grail can ensure that Johnny can get rid of the contract with Mephisto is very simple. The power of the Holy Grail involves the real power of rules. It represents cause and effect. The cause and effect of the Holy Grail has the highest priority. In other words, once Johnny and the Holy Grail reach a deal, it means that Mephisto's contract is covered. If Mephisto wants to get Johnny's soul or control Johnny, he must get the consent of the Holy Grail, but the problem is that the Holy Grail belongs to Kai. Will Kai agree? Johnny heard this, took a deep breath, and then shook his head, indicating that this was enough. It's enough to get me out of his control. But what about the spirit of vengeance? One of the two crises has been temporarily solved, but there is still one left. That one looks more difficult. The power of the Holy Grail will change you and give you power. This power may not be as strong as the spirit of vengeance, but it will give you the opportunity to control the power of the spirit of vengeance. Understand? And if there is a problem, I can also control you through the Holy Grail. Just like Mephisto wants, the Holy Grail can give Johnny extraordinary power. In essence, Johnny is still a human being. Only when he connects to the power of the spirit of vengeance will he transform. It is a joke to let an ordinary person control such a powerful power. It is very, very difficult, but what if Johnny is a superhuman? And Kai gave Johnny more than just this. Kai took out two other things. A crystal with starlight. And a thread-bound blue book with Chinese characters on it, Kunlun Magic Kung Fu. What is this? Johnny pointed at the bright crystal. This thing was too eye-catching. Dragon bone, Kai said simply and clearly. Johnny tilted his head and didn't quite understand. Kai didn't explain to him but said, this thing can improve your physical fitness, and it can also make you have ki. Then Johnny quickly reacted, putty removal work. Speaking of this, Johnny wanted to be very happy. Chinese Kung Fu is very popular in the United States, and there is a group in the United States who likes to watch old Kung Fu movies from the last century. The low-quality Shaw Brothers Kung Fu movies that Chinese people think are very low quality are very popular among these stupid foreigners. It seems that Johnny is also a member of this circle. That's right, Kai handed over the book. Is this the right skill? Johnny excitedly took the blue book. He always saw this kind of book in those Kung Fu movies. It was a very powerful Kung Fu, and then many people fought for this Kung Fu, and all kinds of grievances and hatreds occurred. So in excitement, he also blurted out Chinese, but unfortunately his Chinese was so bad that the secret book became a rice skill. Yes, this is the Kung Fu secret book. This thing was tortured out of the minds of the 5 guys in the Hand and Harmony Society. These guys are probably the same as Daniel. Kunlun just taught them some superficial martial arts and ran out to dominate. The power of this thing after practicing is just so-so. At most, it is another Daniel, but Kai saw the neutrality and peace in it. Practicing this martial art is not powerful, but it can cultivate the mind and improve one's spiritual cultivation. In short, this thing is actually not used for fighting at all. Those stupid birds in the Hand and Harmony Society have completely practiced it wrongly. They are like evil demons, blindly pursuing the power of Kung Fu and discarding the essence of it. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, this Kung Fu is quite advanced, even with a sense of transcendence. Maybe it is not so satisfactory when fighting against the enemy, but it is very advanced in cultivating internal strength. At least I have never heard of this kind of martial arts in my previous life. Of course, the internal strength here does not only represent internal strength, ki and other things, but also the more general spirit. In simple terms, it is the best way to keep healthy. Cultivating it can make you live forever. It is much better than Tai Chi and other health-preserving boxing. So this thing is not for Johnny to increase his combat power, but to cultivate his internal strength. It is used to cultivate his body and mind, nourish his essence and spirit, and cultivate his soul to achieve a calm and peaceful state. To put it in a mysterious way, it is to use silence to restrain the restlessness of the spirit of revenge. This is the best way Kai can think of. Kai actually tried to seal the spirit of revenge with a seal to turn Johnny into an ordinary person. Unfortunately, it didn't work. That thing is very weird, and it doesn't take Kai's skills at all. It's really difficult to deal with. Now I can only use this method. But Johnny also has advantages. He is not a very irritable person. Don't think that people who play extreme games are all hot-tempered. On the contrary, those who dare to do so are calmer than anyone else, otherwise they would have died long ago. Secondly, Johnny's willpower is really amazing. It is very strong. This can be seen from the fact that Johnny chased Kai and beat him, but let go of the Wen brothers who were close at hand. This was told to Kai by the Wen brothers. At that time, the Ghost Rider did intend to kill the Wen brothers, but he was tripped by something and just struggled. In the end, he had to turn around and chase Kai. Along the way, it didn't move an innocent person. It is absolutely impossible to say that there was no influence from Johnny. That's why Kai chose this method. Is it really effective? After Kai's difficult explanation, Johnny was a little bit expectant. It definitely works, Kai could only say this. After all, he had never tried this kind of thing, so how could he know? Johnny's eyes gradually became tough and he nodded. But before that, I need you to do something for me. What? Let me kill you. On the third day after Kai's battle with the flame skeleton broke out, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the New York Police Department were very concerned about this matter, and the director urged Kai to give the results several times. Kai only said that the murderer ran away and he was tracking him. S.H.I.E.L.D. was also looking for the truth. Phil hoped to learn the truth from Kai several times, but unfortunately, Kai ignored him. This made S.H.I.E.L.D. very unhappy with Kai. After all, this was their scope of responsibility. Now not only did he get involved, but he didn't reveal it to S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. This was too much? Of course, this was the superficial reason. The real reason was that Kai and the New York Police Department planned to set up a Special Affairs Investigation Department. What the hell is this? It's so blatant. Stop stealing business. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. allow a department with overlapping functions to appear? Even if it was done by New York City itself, it wouldn't work. But they still had no way to stop it. Threatening the New York Police Department? Oh, if it was before, the chief might have been cowardly, but what's the point of being cowardly now? The hat on his head is about to be taken off. And in the final analysis, isn't it S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault that he has fallen to this point? During this period, in a series of bad things, has S.H.I.E.L.D. given any help to the New York police? No. So the child is missing and used for evil rituals. Is this S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility? You should take care of it. The police station is the one being scolded. In the end, the police solved the case, but S.H.I.E.L.D. jumped out to snatch the evidence and witnesses. What the hell is this? So my police station is just to clean up your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ass? Of course, if it was just that, the chief would have tolerated it. But you should help to clean up the mess. So the pot is all ours, and you stand by and watch the fun, and you also let me continue to contribute? Well, now the chief, is almost done with his contribution. You still don't allow me to save myself? Then save me. In front of the official hat, the director didn't even bother to pay attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. is awesome, then you can remove me. What's more, the proposal of the Special Affairs Investigation Department is supported by the police boss, the first commissioner of police, the mayor of New York, and the chief prosecutor. What's S.H.I.E.L.D.? This time, so many people were killed, and it was still the police department that found out. S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. is useless. Don't pay attention to it. So the New York Police Department didn't respond to S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. found that they seemed to have no way to deal with it. They couldn't control the government. The New York government pays for it, organizes its own personnel, and makes its own policies. What does it have to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? You care? How many votes do you have? S.H.I.E.L.D. also encountered this kind of thing for the first time, and they didn't know how to deal with it at all. Why haven't they encountered it before? This depends on supply and demand. In the past, there were so many supernatural phenomena, but they were just like that. The local government's demand in this area is not great at all. Since there is no demand, who would spend money to set up such a department? But the problem is that in recent years, such incidents have been emerging one after another, especially in New York, as if those demons and ghosts particularly like New York. New York is increasingly panicking about similar incidents. So the demand was born. Where there is demand, there will naturally be supply. You, S.H.I.E.L.D., should have been the largest service provider. But the problem is that you are not good enough. Every time you wait until the matter is done, you run away. So, you are a special aftermath? Do you need this kind of thing? Since we have solved it ourselves, why should I accommodate you? Your service is not in place. So S.H.I.E.L.D. is in trouble. This is also one of the reasons why Hawkeye was transferred to New York. Before, the higher-ups felt that there were too many supernatural incidents in New York, and they needed elite troops. Unfortunately, it was too late. Now the Flame Skull incident is no longer just an ordinary supernatural case. It is related to the political game between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the New York City government. If S.H.I.E.L.D. continues to perform poorly, then New York City will be completely helpless from now on. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. can use this as an excuse. After all, it costs money to set up a new department. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. can help you save a budget. How great! Let's just live our own lives in the future and not interfere with each other. So Phil is very anxious here. He wants to find the Flaming Skull more than anyone else. They have already locked on Johnny. But the problem is that after Kai took Johnny away that day, he disappeared. Phil seriously suspects that Johnny is in Kai's hands. It's just strange why Kai said Johnny ran away. But it doesn't matter. No matter what, he has to snatch Johnny from Kai first, as this will make their relationship with Kai worse. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has also learned a lot. The relationship between Kai and S.H.I.E.L.D. is like that. How bad can it be? Can Kai still attack S.H.I.E.L.D.? Don't make a fuss, no one will believe this. Phil doesn't believe it either. So it's just an offense for the time being, and it will be repaired slowly in the future. Sir, the target has been found. Just when S.H.I.E.L.D. was at a loss, good news finally came. Where is he? In Brownsville, Brooklyn. His men immediately projected the real-time footage onto the big screen. Sure enough, in the dilapidated neighborhood of Brownsville, Brooklyn, a flaming skeleton riding a flaming motorcycle was rushing forward. Get Hawkeye ready immediately. All field agents rush to the scene immediately. We must arrest the suspect before Kai can react. All of SHIELD's agents were mobilized at once. However, the field agents who had been on standby set off first. They took a helicopter directly to the scene. It's the end of the month. Gentlemen, vote for your monthly tickets. Don't forget to vote for recommendations. I'm counting on you all. Chapter 723 Making Trouble. According to Kai's plan, he will catch Ghost Rider in an old waste treatment plant, fight with him, defeat him, and finally have to kill him. This is the script designed by Kai. After all, he needs to report. In any case, Ghost Rider has killed more than 30 people, and the police must give a reasonable explanation for this. Will they just let the criminal go? What will the outside world think? What do the police do? They abide by the law, and the police themselves do not have the power to judge. Even if they catch the criminal, they have to hand it over to the court and the supervisory agency. Kai has no power to decide to let Johnny go. Even if he is innocent, it should be decided by the law, not Kai. But the problem is that this thing can be left to the law to decide. Obviously not. But if the criminal cannot be caught, it means that the police are incompetent, and SHIELD will not let Johnny go. At that time, there will still be a lot of trouble. So Kai decided to compromise and directly kill Ghost Rider. In this way, all parties have an explanation. As for Johnny, he can only be wronged. Let him change his appearance and live with another identity. Johnny was also very painful about this proposal, but he knew his own situation. With his current situation, he could go berserk at any time and harm others and himself. So even in pain, he could only accept this suggestion. Of course, he was not without hope. Kai gave him a way to suppress the spirit of vengeance. As for how far he could do it, that was his own business. Having hope was better than anything else. As for today's big show, it was completely arranged by Kai, using the Holy Grail to control the spirit of vengeance. But it's true that the spirit of vengeance was really fierce. Even if the Holy Grail was used to control this thing, it couldn't change its ferocity and wanted to kill people anytime and anywhere. It was very difficult for Kai to control it perfectly with his willpower. However, fortunately, it didn't affect the plan. But the development of things still exceeded Kai's plan. S.H.I.E.L.D. stopped the Ghost Rider. Raise your hands. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly stopped the Ghost Rider. A group of fully armed agents rappelled from the helicopter in the middle of the road and stopped the Ghost Rider. The burning motorcycle stopped in the middle of the road, and the flaming skull was motionless facing the agents. They didn't know if it was staring at them, but at least the agents felt that the guy's empty eye sockets were indeed staring at them. This made them feel a little chilly. Hawkeye held a bow and arrow and stared at the guy with fire all over his body. We are SHIELD. Put down your weapons and surrender. We will give you fair treatment, don't resist. The agent stood up and said some irrelevant words. Above them, 3 helicopters were hovering. It was then that Hawkeye noticed that there seemed to be a lot of people around. This made Hawkeye frown. They came too quickly and there was no time to evacuate, and the Ghost Rider was so cool that it was hard for people not to notice him. This made Hawkeye a little difficult. They had never done this kind of work of evacuating people in SYNOPSIS, and generally, such small things were handled by local law enforcement agencies. But this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't notify the New York police at all. Be careful later, don't hurt civilians by mistake, Hawkeye's instructions. To be honest, it's a bit ridiculous. They, the agents, can pay attention, but will the evil Ghost Rider listen to them? Of course, Hawkeye is confident that he would say so. They brought a lot of new equipment this time, and they plan to have a good meeting with this guy who can escape from Kai. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very interested in him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never seen anyone who can compete with Kai in a one-on-one collision. This kind of thing is undoubtedly fatal to S.H.I.E.L.D. Especially when they found out that this thing was transformed by the motorcyclist Johnny, it was even more meaningful. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can master the secret of this transformation, does it mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. itself can also have such combat power? In short, the higher-ups believe that this flame skull is of great significance to maintaining the world. So the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. authorized the field agents led by Hawkeye to use some conventional weapons. At least Hawkeye believes that he has an absolute advantage. The agent shouted several times, but the skeleton remained unmoved, as if he was stupid. In fact, Kai had already started to scold him. These idiots. They don't know that in the eyes of Ghost Rider, these guys are simply evil. Endless evil is revealed in everyone, and there is basically no good person. Of course, in the eyes of Ghost Rider, there are no good people, but the evil of these guys is obviously stronger than many people. In the eyes of Ghost Rider, these are pests that must be eliminated immediately. Kai tried his best to control Ghost Rider and prevent him from running away, while scolding these idiots for meddling in other people's business. But even so, Kai still rushed to the scene frantically. The idiots of S.H.I.E.L.D. deserved to die, but the civilians there were innocent. Hawkeye saw that the other party was unmoved, and finally chose. In fact, there was no other option at all. They came here just to deal with this guy. So Hawkeye took the lead in attacking. He took off an arrow and shot it at Ghost Rider with a whoosh. Ghost Rider was unmoved. He was controlled by Kai. Huh? With a strange sound, the arrow shot into the Ghost Rider's forehead. But obviously, this thing can't penetrate the Ghost Rider's skull, but just nailed it on the forehead. The Ghost Rider remained unmoved. Damn it. I can't hold on. Kai's use of the Holy Grail to control the Ghost Rider was already quite strenuous. The spirit of vengeance in the Ghost Rider's body had gone berserk. In the final analysis, Kai was not controlling the spirit of vengeance, but Johnny. He used Johnny's soul to suppress the spirit of vengeance. Let's not talk about whether Kai could bear it or not, Johnny's soul couldn't bear it either. At this time, the arrowhead suddenly flashed red light. Kai, who was on his way, looked extremely bitter. Damn, these idiots. Boom. With an explosion, the Ghost Rider fell off the motorcycle. His skull was shattered. The flames on his body were also extinguished. Hawkeye didn't think it was a big deal. They had seen the scene of Kai fighting Ghost Rider. Kai had dismantled him 4 or 5 times. This thing is a skeleton, how hard can it be? Sure enough, in a second, Ghost Rider stood up intact. But other attacks followed. 2 agents came over with a strange-looking big gun. Buzz! A visible shock wave sprayed out from the muzzle. This is a sonic weapon, which is a very noteworthy weapon within SHIELD. This thing is extremely powerful and there is no way to defend against it. When the shock wave hit Ghost Rider, the flames on Ghost Rider's body dimmed, and even Ghost Rider's body was pushed back step by step. Crack! 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 The bones on Ghost Rider's body also made teeth-grinding sounds under the shock wave. Chapter 724, Laughing. It's over. Kai was completely helpless on the other side. The headshot just now made Kai unable to control the spirit of vengeance, and the sonic weapon became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ghost Rider was completely liberated. Ow! As if he was happy to be free from Kai's control, Ghost Rider stood up under the attack of the sonic weapon and roared to the sky. This guy has nothing but a skeleton, and no one knows what he uses to make sounds. The huge sound wave turned into a shock wave, blowing everything within a radius of hundreds of meters to the ground. If Hawkeye hadn't seen the crisis and came to the side of the sonic weapon in time to help the agent stabilize the weapon, it is estimated that the sonic weapon would have been blown away. But it was still in vain. After adapting to the power of the sonic weapon, the flames on his body burst out like fuel, forming a protective shield in front of him, which the sonic waves could not penetrate. "You are guilty. Go to hell." Ghost Rider finally escaped from his restraints. He stretched out his finger bones burning with hellfire and loudly pronounced the verdict on the SHIELD agents. Hellfire. Ghost Rider's skull suddenly spurted out flames several meters high, as if gas was pumped into it. His originally empty jaws emitted a dazzling flame, and then he opened his jaws and aimed at the SHIELD agents. "Go to hell." Boom. A huge column of fire shot at the SHIELD agents like a laser. There was no screaming, no resistance, and even no time to burn the heat of the flames. The SHIELD agents were rushed by the flames, and their bodies were burned in the first time, leaving only broken and charred skeletons, and then this last pitiful remnant was turned into ashes in the flames. Hawkeye escaped a disaster, and his extraordinary reaction speed saved him. But it was only him. When he raised his head from the cover on the side of the road, his teammates had all disappeared from this world. Even a battle-hardened agent like Hawkeye had red eyes and furious hair when he saw such a result. He pulled out the arrows from his back and shot them at the flaming skull one by one. But these attacks seemed extremely powerless in front of the Ghost Rider. If Kai hadn't controlled the Ghost Rider before, Hawkeye's arrows would never have touched him. Just like now. All the arrows were destroyed by the high temperature when they were still a few centimeters away from the Ghost Rider, and turned into drops of solution dripping on the ground. But Hawkeye didn't care. He moved frantically while shooting at the Ghost Rider with his hands. The Ghost Rider obviously didn't want to play any house games with Hawkeye. He grabbed the iron chain wrapped around his body and threw it. Snap! A melted straight line appeared on the ground in an instant. Hawkeye rolled awkwardly to avoid the attack, but the Ghost Rider would not stop attacking. Snap! The iron chain made a whip flower in the air, and then swept towards Hawkeye. Thanks to Hawkeye's background in the circus, he was familiar with all kinds of juggling moves. He dodged the chain with a low back, and then dodged the chain's attack again with a side flip. However, facing the attack of the Ghost Rider, Hawkeye could only dodge awkwardly. He had no time to launch a counterattack. Danger was everywhere. Even if there was only a little mistake, it was enough for Hawkeye to fall into the abyss. The Ghost Rider was not a guy with evil taste. His only purpose was to punish the evil. Apart from that, he had no desire at all. So he would not give Hawkeye any chance. Hawkeye also felt it. He almost began to recall his life and then prayed for the last time. But at this moment, the support finally arrived. Boom! A hammer suddenly appeared and knocked the Ghost Rider away with one blow. Then Hawkeye collapsed to the ground and saw Kai slowly descending from the air with a sullen face. USHIELD, Kai looked at the tragic scene and said to Hawkeye with gritted teeth. In the battle just now, S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered heavy losses, not to mention the civilians. This time, at least 30 civilians were affected. The hellfire of the Ghost Rider just now killed several civilians who were not afraid of death. Damn it! The police are blamed again. Hawkeye looked at Kai fearlessly. He knew what Kai meant. He just felt that they should not fight the Ghost Rider in this situation. But they also lost more than 30 excellent agents. These agents are all field agents carefully cultivated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Each of them is a hero of S.H.I.E.L.D. They fulfilled their responsibilities. It's just, they misjudged the enemy's strength. Fuck. Kai doesn't care about this. He had already planned to have a tacit match with a Ghost Rider in an unmanned waste treatment plant, and then everyone would be happy. But these bastards. They made things like this. Even if you want to take the credit, can't you evacuate the crowd in advance? In fact, Kai didn't care whether they took the credit or not. It would be great if S.H.I.E.L.D. really had the ability to do so. But these bastards didn't have much ability, and they were the best at making trouble. However, at this time, Kai didn't have time to argue with this guy, and the Ghost Rider stood up over there. The New York government will slowly settle the accounts here with S.H.I.E.L.D. Kai recalled the Warhammer and rushed towards the Ghost Rider again. But just when he rushed halfway, he suddenly stopped. Then an arc of electricity swept in front of him. Kai stopped. He found that on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter in the sky, a person was holding a strange weapon facing Kai. Kai was really annoyed this time. He raised a Warhammer in his hand and planned to shoot down the helicopter. As for whether he would be held accountable by S.H.I.E.L.D. later, he never thought about it at all. Besides, this is New York. He is a legitimate New York policeman. When he was attacked while enforcing the law, it is completely reasonable to fight back. Wait. Kai, just then, Phil finally arrived with backup. There were quite a few people. There were more than a dozen armored personnel carriers on the ground, and 3 helicopters came in the sky. Wait, Kai? It's all a misunderstanding. Phil didn't expect that the people on the helicopter would actually shoot at Kai. There were arguments between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the New York government, but it didn't come to this. Phil had made up his mind to send the guy who just opened fire to Africa. Damn, is he here to add fuel to the fire? Phil was really a little panicked. In order to stop Kai, he even directly rappelled from the helicopter to prevent Kai from losing control of his anger. Standing in front of Kai, Phil felt a little guilty. After all, they were here to steal the credit. Misunderstanding, Kai really wanted to do it, but he held back in the end. He kept telling himself that he was not a murderer, not a murderer. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was annoying, it was not to the point where he would die a miserable death. Kai could not break his principles, absolutely not. He only killed those who should be killed. Then tell me, what are you doing? You are here. In New York City. Going to war with the Ghost Rider in front of so many innocent people. Who gave you the power? Who is it? We were forced to do so. When we found Ghost Rider, it was too late, so we could only conduct a defensive attack. You can't talk about vying for credit, even if you know it in your heart, you can't say it out loud. They were forced to do so. We are also trying to prevent greater casualties, it's all Ghost Rider's fault. Keisheng laughed angrily. Defensive attack, what kind of words are these? Please give me a monthly ticket at the end of the month. Chapter 725 Secret Weapon. Phil stopped Kai and asked him to calm down. The more important thing was to let his men attack quickly. Let Kai not intervene. In fact, the best way now is to let Kai participate, so that the battle will be much simpler. Unfortunately, many things in this world are so helpless. If Kai really intervenes, this credit will never be given to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, once Kai is on the field, he will naturally be the main force. At that time, it will be really hard to say how much credit he will get. So when Phil was talking nonsense, S.H.I.E.L.D. launched the attack very decisively, and did not intend to be polite to Kai at all. You know, this time S.H.I.E.L.D. brought more than just sonic weapons. I saw several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents holding sonic guns and firing at Ghost Rider at the moment they stopped the car. Several sonic shocks suppressed Ghost Rider in place, and then the helicopters in the sky also opened fire. Their weapons were very interesting. They could actually shoot lightning. Thick lightning crackled and hit Ghost Rider, causing the hellfire on his body to sway constantly, and even seemed to be extinguished. Kai looked up at the battlefield, and just as he was about to move, Phil hugged Kai and said, Kai, leave this to us. Kai didn't know what to say because of Phil's ungrateful behavior. Damn it, I'm saving you. Seeing Kai so angry, Phil felt more and more that Kai couldn't get involved. He thought Kai was angry because they were rushing to attack. Although he felt sorry for Kai, he had different positions, so he had to do this. Besides, Phil felt that Kai was not kind either. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally knew that it was Kai who first proposed the so-called Supernatural Investigation Department. What is this? Even if you are not happy with S.H.I.E.L.D., it is a dispute of loyalty. Is it necessary to be so cruel? The key is that Kai set a bad example. Oh, today New York is dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D., so it has set up a department with similar functions to S.H.I.E.L.D. Should Los Angeles follow suit? What about Chicago? This doesn't count. What if the U.S. military also gets involved? If they do this, won't S.H.I.E.L.D. be completely finished? Phil is not the only one who thinks so. In fact, most people in S.H.I.E.L.D. think so. It is not fun to poach people. And more importantly, Hydra thinks so too. For Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. is theirs. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is weakened, they will suffer the most. So someone attacked Kai directly just now. That was a warning from Hydra. For Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., Kai is not terrible, although he is also very strong. But in the eyes of those people in S.H.I.E.L.D., among all the superheroes, Kai is the easiest to deal with because he abides by the rules. Other superheroes, each of them hides his head and shows his tail. Whether it is the federal government or any other agency, they can do nothing about these people. In a sense, they are even very afraid of them because they do not abide by the rules of the game and only follow their own principles. This kind of people is the most troublesome for the ruling class. After all, which ruling class will really be as law-abiding and honest as the propaganda? Who hasn't done something dirty? No one is a saint. But these superheroes don't care about that. They only follow their own principles, so in a way, The ruling class is also within the scope of attack. It's strange that the ruling class likes this kind of people. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point is that they know nothing about the background of these superheroes. If they don't know the details, they don't know how to deal with them. But Kai is different. First of all, Kai has always been within the order created by the ruling class. He first joined the army. During that time, except for the time when he beat Ross, he basically did not disobey orders. Then he entered the police station. Although he was a thorn, it was still within the rules anyway. Of course, the most important thing is his origin and background. Kai's life is clean and clear, and it can be traced. In addition, there are many interests involved. Such people are exactly what the ruling class trusts the most. Because Kai is also one of them. If Kai doesn't want what he has to disappear, then he must abide by the rules. Such people may be troublesome, but they are really not worth fearing. Just like Tony, this guy is also a superhero, and he is unbelievably high profile, but no one will ever suspect that he will suddenly point his gun at the ruling class one day, because he is also part of the rules. He is a vested interest, there is no reason for him to turn against himself. So even though S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra have always said that they want to win over Kai, in fact, the person they are least afraid of offending is Kai. So sometimes, they really don't mind offending him. Just like now. We know that this incident has caused many innocent people to suffer, don't worry. This time, the New York police will definitely not be implicated in any way, and we S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle it. Of course, Phil didn't have the courage to really make Kai angry. So he quickly blocked Kai with words. If it were someone else, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not bother to care about their life or death, and letting you take the blame is a sign of respect for you. But Kai, the less you can offend, the better. Kai was really convinced. What kind of people are these? Although Kai would not kill people from S.H.I.E.L.D., and even wanted to save people, he couldn't stop these people from killing themselves. Remember what you said? After saying that, he walked aside and began to seal off the scene and evacuate the crowd with the police who came. Seeing Kai leave so easily, Phil felt a little bit unbelievable. Hawkeye limped over. Will there be any problems? Hawkeye had never met Kai, but he had heard a lot about him. He didn't believe that Kai would let go so easily. Phil was also a little skeptical, but seeing that Ghost Rider was suppressed by them and couldn't move, he couldn't think of anything wrong. Let's be careful and don't let him catch us, Hawkeye nodded, then looked at Ghost Rider with cold eyes. He killed more than 30 of his comrades, and he would not let it go so easily. Phil, I want your authorization. You want to use the freezing gun? Phil asked hesitantly. If sonic weapons and plasma weapons are the secret weapons of S.H.I.E.L.D., then the freezing gun that Phil mentioned is the bottom of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s box. There are only a few of them in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Because it is not a product of the Earth at all, it is a relic left after the aliens landed on the Earth in the 1990s. The technological content of this thing is very high, and it can even be said to be completely different from the Earth's technology. Over the years, S.H.I.E.L.D. has reverse-engineered several freezing guns, but they all failed. This time, in order to capture the Ghost Rider, S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated for a while and finally approved to take out a freezing gun. The freezing gun, as the name suggests. You can see its function at a glance. But unlike freezing in the general sense, this thing is extremely powerful. It can even freeze the molecules of an object. This is very exaggerated. Of course, this thing is not without disadvantages, and the disadvantage is the energy problem. This gun is originally about the same size as a rocket launcher. The overall size is not too big, but it looks like a gun. Originally such a large weapon, the source system may be surprisingly small. Its energy source is an alien energy crystal. Unfortunately, when these guns were obtained, the energy source was not seized together. So in order to continue to drive these guns, the S.H.I.E.L.D. technology department can only think of a way by themselves. They connected an energy generator to this gun. This thing looks like an old diesel engine and is very large. So it is very troublesome to set up this weapon. This is why the use of this weapon requires the authorization of the highest commander. After all, such a large thing cannot be moved at will. Once it is damaged, it is really broken and there is no way to repair it. Is it necessary? Phil felt that the situation was under control. If he used that kind of precious weapon, it would be too risky. But Ghost Rider immediately answered instead of Hawkeye. A column of fire shot up into the sky, and 3 helicopters were swept down by the column of fire. Fortunately, the characteristics of hellfire made the 3 helicopters turn into molten iron before they could explode. As for the people on top, except for one lucky person who jumped down and died when the hellfire swept over, leaving a whole body, the others couldn't even find their ashes. Kai paused when he saw this tragic scene, but when he saw the crowd around him, Kai still gave up his support. The road was chosen by himself, and in comparison, it was more important to rescue civilians. Seeing this tragic scene, Phil immediately said to Hawkeye, "I will officially authorize you now." Hawkeye heard this and immediately rushed to the back of the armored convoy. After Ghost Rider swept down 3 helicopters, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Hellfire poured out of him all of a sudden, and countless flames rushed forward like a flood. Adjust to maximum power. Upon seeing this, the agent over there immediately adjusted the power of the sonic weapon to the maximum. Suddenly, several sonic shock waves became much thicker, and the huge shock waves formed a tall sonic wall in front of the agent convoy. The hellfire hit it all of a sudden, like seawater hitting a reef, and was split in the middle. The firewolf became 2 streams and poured down on both sides of the street. In just a moment, the buildings on both sides began to collapse and melt. Some SHIELD agents were too close to the hellfire because of their position. These flames were enough to burn people to ashes, so those unlucky guys didn't even have time to scream, and they went straight to the west. Sonic weapons are the masterpiece of SHIELD, but there is a shortcoming of this thing, which is the heat dissipation problem. If the power is higher, it will generate huge heat energy. Now, all the sonic weapons are at full power. Even if the agents holding sonic weapons are wearing special heat insulating equipment, they are still dying of ecstasy due to the huge heat. Some people's arms are even sticky to the sonic weapons, and there are hissing sounds and a smell of barbecue. But they dare not put down their weapons, because once they put down their weapons, not only them, but also their companions behind them will be reduced to ashes. Unfortunately, people may be able to rely on willpower to burst out power beyond the limit of their bodies, but machines cannot. When they reach the critical point, they will break. Puff. With the sound of an electric current exploding, a sonic weapon was damaged due to high heat, which directly caused a small explosion, and the agent holding the sonic weapon was sacrificed. The hellfire of the Ghost Rider rushed forward immediately. This scared a group of people. In fact, during this period of time, the SHIELD agents were not idle and had been attacking. They used the artillery on the armored vehicles, but it was useless. Most of the attacks were melted by the hellfire before they could get close to the Ghost Rider, and the rest were useless even if they hit the Ghost Rider. If it weren't for the fact that the SHIELD agents were indeed very good, they would have all fled long ago. Fortunately, Hawkeye arrived at this critical moment. He was carrying a huge strange gun with several wires connected to the gun, and behind the wires was an energy generator that was as big as half a car. Buzz! A ball of blue gas spurted out of the gun and instantly blocked the hellfire. The hellfire even began to extinguish under this gas and retreated. For a moment, it actually seemed to be about to overwhelm the hellfire. Ow! The Ghost Rider was furious and roared again. The hellfire on his body became even more blazing. The fire wave he created stopped the retreat and confronted the cold air of the freezing gun. Hawkeye saw this scene and immediately shouted to the people around him, "Use sonic weapons to deal with him, this is to interrupt the casting." Several agents holding sonic weapons just breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing Hawkeye's order, they didn't care about their arms that were about to be roasted. They raised their hands and aimed the sonic weapons in their hands at the Ghost Rider. Buzz! The Ghost Rider was caught off guard and was successfully attacked. His body shook, and the hellfire immediately became weak. At this time, blue freezing air immediately swept in. Cover it completely. Hawkeye didn't dare to relax, holding the freezing gun and spraying it at the Ghost Rider. 3 minutes later, the energy generator of the freezing gun was completely extinguished. This thing is very troublesome to make, and it is expensive, and it is disposable. After using up the high-precision special parts inside, basically all of them are reimbursed. This is also the reason why SHIELD is very cautious about this thing. Such a large investment can only be powerful for 3 minutes. Hawkeye had to stop. Then the fog gradually dissipated, and the surrounding temperature also dropped by more than 10 degrees because of the freezing gun. It's winter now. The water vapor in the air quickly condensed and turned into snowflakes, and in the center, a small iceberg stood in the middle of the street. In the light blue iceberg, a skeleton was sealed inside. The SHIELD agents who escaped death were completely relieved. Finally solved this damn thing. Looking at the Ghost Rider in the ice, Hawkeye's cold face finally relaxed. Phil also showed a comfortable smile. and finally did not let down the chain. He turned his head to look at Kai, not to show off, he just wanted to tell Kai that their shield will never forget their responsibilities. They do have some things they don't do well, but they have always been the guardian of the world. But it's funny that Kai doesn't care about this at all, and is still evacuating the people. And his attitude is extremely tough. There was even a reporter who wanted to break through the blockade and approach the battlefield, but was picked up and thrown out by Kai. Phil thought this was a sign that Kai was uncomfortable. Just now he stepped forward to say something to ease the previous misunderstanding. But just as he took the first step, he heard a slight sound. Phil immediately turned his head to look at the iceberg. He found that the iceberg was still intact. He thought he was being too suspicious. But when he turned around again, the same sound came from behind him again. Hawkeye also heard it. He frowned and looked at the iceberg, but didn't find anything unusual, so he walked closer to see what made the sound. But just as he approached the iceberg, the eyes of the motionless Ghost Rider suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Not good. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.